I'm thinking of doing like a lead-in, so it might be a good live opportunity for the Instagram. Frost, I'm thinking like, maybe quickly cover a couple of the points we're getting in from Xander and then say we're going to go straight into the election predictions. Then we're going to talk the big swing states. Okay. We're live. Let's go. Well, this is an incredible day for Roca. This is our first time ever covering an election live. We are in the Roca studio. We got the team here, and we are super pumped to get into it. We're going to get to these $100 predictions in a second, but Frost, we're starting to see some early data come in. What are you thinking so far?
Well, it's looking good for Donald Trump in a couple states so far. Kamala Harris, though, all over social media, it's saying great turnout, especially in Philadelphia and some other big cities in the north. So we will see. But first of all, welcome to everyone who doesn't know us. We are two of the Roca 3 co-founders, Max and Max.
And Max. There we go. And Billy's here too. He's working the social media tonight, so shout out Billy Carney. But listen, a couple of the data points. Before we're going to do some call-ins, we can't wait to talk to some Roca riders all across the country in battleground states, also not in battleground states. But before we do that, there are a couple data points worth discussing that I just saw. Number one, Virginia, which is a light blue state. It was not one of the 7 swing states. It's supposed to be a comfortable Democratic win. We just saw that Loudoun County, which is a county you and I know well. It's right outside D.C., very wealthy county, very educated county. It just swung 8 points from Biden, who won it by 25, to Harris, who's winning it by 17 with 95% of the vote. And so that's the first data point I've seen out of Virginia.
Pretty shocking. There are some other counties. I think Fairfax County, it's not totally in yet, but that's the one next to Loudoun. And these are the D.C. suburbs. Yes. I mean, this is where most of D.C.'s population is. It hasn't moved nearly as much.
Interesting.
And there's another one that someone sent us before, Virginia Beach, which is a lot more diverse, I think. That's shifted a bit less.
Oh, wow.
In Trump's favor. So I think it's shifting. Different places are moving.
I wonder why Loudoun versus Fairfax, but we don't have to get the X's and O's there. The other story worth reporting is Miami-Dade, which, again, for people who are from Florida, I'm from Florida, Miami-Dade is the Miami County, and it's one of the most populated counties in the country. And historically, the Republicans are like clenching their fists throughout the night because when the early results come in, it's mostly red areas. And then you get the Miami-Dade and then the Broward County, which is Fort Lauderdale. And that is now a Trump county. I think Hillary won it by 21 points, and now it's in Trump's favor. So just a total realignment in Florida, a total upheaval of typical demographic voting trends. Kind of fascinating to see.
Yeah, it really is. And of course, only a handful of states have actually been called yet. And each of the ones that's been called has been hard red or hard blue. Indiana, Kentucky, Vermont. No one thought those were going to be in play. Huh? Put up the map. And to introduce some more of the Roca team, we got Drew, the producer, back here. Shout out, Drew. And then we got Billy. Billy is the guy who makes all the covers on Instagram. You probably know Billy from
the GOAT,
the IG comments. He's a little camera shy, though.
He works for the government, so he can't be on tonight. All right, Drew, you got the map up. So this is the map showing all 7 swing states unshaded. And as you can see there, again, Virginia's a light blue. Could get interesting there. A couple other states to watch. Wow, this one has Arizona light red? Interesting. That's different than Real Clear Politics. So this is saying Arizona looking good for DJT.
And I know some of the early voting data that came out today showed Maricopa County, the biggest county in Arizona, was looking pretty favorable to him as well. But that's one thing that's interesting is that shifted pretty dramatically in 2020 toward Biden.
Yeah.
And then now initially doesn't seem that way, but it's a long way to go. So we're going to see.
100%. And by the way, Maricopa County, again, we don't want to get too deep into the county details. We'll cover some of the key ones. But that's a county that has 60% of Arizona's population. This is the Phoenix entire hub. And so, but what makes it interesting is that you have like a split where different parts of the county report at different times. Okay, Drew, what are you saying?
I'm wondering how to switch from the bottom.
You click the other video setting, the 810 video setting.
Which one?
I'll show you.
Folks, we're riding Roca. This is our first live stream, baby. We're going to...
You should just show the studio.
Cool. And I'll just talk a little bit about what to expect tonight, because we've got a big $100 challenge coming up for any of our call-ins and we had a ton of people submit, so unfortunately we're not going to be able to talk to everyone. But for the call-ins we get, we are going to do a $100 giveaway to everyone who nails the electoral vote count. Now, listen, right now we have, again, there are some results coming in. We know the election markets have shifted. We don't want to telegraph how they're shifting, but it's going to be very difficult to get it right. But again, we cannot wait to talk to a bunch of Roca callers and get these numbers and get your predictions in. It's going to be a fascinating night. Again, 7 swing states are going to decide this election. We're going to be talking to Roca riders from each swing state. They're going to talk about what their area is like, how it fits into the state, and what they expect for their state at large. Because again, we believe you got to go on the ground. And when we went on the ground, we've been traveling all through the swing states. Yes, by the way, I'm like 12 Red Bulls deep, so let's just keep moving here. When we've gone to the swing states, we've learned so much about them. Because listen, the polls, which have been terribly inaccurate the last 2 cycles, miss a couple key factors. One of them is enthusiasm, which dictates turnout, and the other is talking to voters who switch from one side to the other. And those are 2 great on-the-ground senses that only if you visit and tour an entire swing state and talk to people randomly, every hood, every rural town, every nice suburb, that's how you get a true and accurate portrait of a state. So again, that's a big part of our focus. We're going to be showing some clips from our journeys in these different states, and we'll get to that $100 challenge. So we cannot wait to talk to some voters. We're going to get a couple on here shortly. Going to be great. And I think Drew's teeing it up. So hopefully your number will be called if you submitted yourself to this spreadsheet. And it's going to be fascinating. One other data point I want to share. Exit polls. So you never get a detailed breakdown of who votes for what, by the way. You never. Oh, wait. Are we doing a $100 giveaway already?
Yeah, we're calling our first guy.
Oh, excellent. All right.
He's a reader in Texas. We're not going swing state.
A reader in Texas. So this is our first $100 giveaway voter. Let's see if he picks up or she picks up. Is it a he or she? Do we know? He. Okay, great.
Hello.
Hello. How you doing?
What's up?
How's it going? Who is this?
This is Zach.
Zach, where are you calling in from?
Oh, I'm calling in from Texas.
All right.
Which part?
Outside of Dallas, Fort Worth, cow country.
Cow country. Cowboy country. Sorry about that. But
that's all right.
Zach, did you vote? Can we ask?
Yeah. Oh yeah. Voted early this time.
Can I ask who you voted for?
Yeah, I mean, I'm here in Texas. I voted for good old DJT, baby.
You voted for Trump.
Third election in a row.
Wow. All right. Had the Triple Crown.
So why'd you vote early this time? Why are Trump voters voting early this time when they didn't in 2020?
Well, last time there was a bunch of nonsense going on at the last minute. So this time, if we got our votes in early, it would reduce the chances of late night nonsense.
Late night nonsense. All right. So, Zach, we're going to put you on the spot here, and we're going to put I cannot wait to hear how you do. This is going to be so fun to compare the results. It's a little bit like bracketology, March Madness season, but we're going to go through the swing states, ask you who you think will win them, and then Frost, we're also going to see if he wants to flip any of those light blue, light red states.
That's going to be the most interesting part here. Now, Drew, on the map here, click Arizona a few times so it goes back to neutral, and then we'll give Zach a blank palette here. Minnesota should be blue, though. Make sure Minnesota's looking blue.
And let's, guys, this is an opportunity for Zach to get an easy $100 right here.
That's right.
Can he do it?
All right, so Zach, let's go west to east here. Nevada. Trump. Harris.
Nevada, I'm going Trump.
All right. Arizona.
Arizona going Trump.
Georgia.
Georgia going Trump. Got an early lead there.
North Carolina.
North Carolina, tight, but I'm going Trump again.
Sweep of the Sun Belt.
All right. That means, what's that put him at, 268?
Yeah.
All right. Wisconsin.
Wisconsin, I'll give that one to Kamala.
All right. Michigan.
Michigan, I'm going Trump.
All right. Can I ask why? Why Wisconsin blue, Michigan red? Or are you just kind of flipping coins here?
Just flipping a coin with those two. Honestly, Wisconsin probably would go more red than Michigan, but just going bracketology style here and just going my gut.
Right.
And then, of course, the one that we all are waiting to hear, Pennsylvania.
PA, baby. I know I've been losing sleep over PA, but gotta manifest it, and I'm going Trump, baby.
All right.
PA is gonna be the determination.
So Zach, we're not done yet. Now the next round is kind of like picking upsets in March Madness. We're gonna go through a couple of those lightly shaded states that are getting a lot of attention. Start with shout out Breaking Bad. Let's go to New Mexico. Does that flip?
No, New Mexico's going red.
Oh, okay. All right. New Mexico's going red.
Going red. He said it's not going to flip, but it's going red. That, sir, would be a flip.
And then what about Virginia, Zach? It's blue, light
Virginia,
blue right
I think's
now.
going. Virginia's going to stay blue.
Okay, Virginia stays blue.
All right, so Drew, what's that get us up to? What are we looking at for the count?
231 to 307 Republicans. There's one. New Hampshire and Maine are still light blue.
Oh, New Hampshire. Also Iowa. Are you worried about Iowa? You sound pretty confident, but Iowa, they're saying Harris looks good there.
I don't think so. I think all the flyover states are going for Trump, baby.
All right. So Ann Seltzer, not on the money. Okay, do you see any noise happening in New Hampshire, or is that going to stay blue?
No, that's going to stay blue. That's with all them yuppies up there. That's definitely going to Harris.
You know what's funny is they called, as Billy pointed out, they called Vermont with 0% in. Like I just kind of love. It's like, why vote? You know, they just like it's over. It's like the college football playoff committee. They already penned in Alabama. So okay, Drew, why don't you save that? That is the Zach ballot. Let's make sure to get that in the record books. And
Zach from Dallas.
Zach from Dallas, from Cow Country.
I got one question for you. In one sentence, why do you think Trump's going to win this election?
Experience and lack of enthusiasm for Harris Party.
The Harris Party. I love.
That's what they call it down in Texas.
Huh? Well, Zach, this is great. Appreciate you calling in. How are you feeling on your chances to win the 100?
I'm feeling pretty confident. And when can I expect a check?
Well, we got your number now. We'll send you a text tomorrow.
We're sending it in Dogecoin. We'll send it in Dogecoin. Let us know your.
Heck yeah, I love RocaNews. Y'all keep killing it.
Thank you so much.
Hey, thank you, Zach.
Shout out, Zach. All right.
Later, boys.
Later,
right.
Zach.
Let's get. So that's the deep red take. Drew, we got anyone we can call up from say Wisconsin? I want to hear what the Wisconsin.
Yeah, the Wisconsin. Wisconsin's always great because when you go there, they're just so mellow. Nobody's like in your face about. I mean, I'm sure behind closed doors there's that, but you hear these stereotypes and then you go there and you're like, wow.
Well, one thing that's interesting when we went there. So we visited 5 swing states. And it was Michigan, Pennsylvania, Wisconsin, North Carolina, and Georgia. And of those, the one that struck me as the least Trumpy was Wisconsin.
Right.
But the polling doesn't really. I mean, everything says Michigan is actually the one that's the bluest. And in 2020, I believe Michigan was the bluest of the 5, and Wisconsin just missed Trump victory.
Well, and you make the point that Wisconsin is also, of those Rust Belt states in particular, it's the best off. It wasn't. Yeah. It didn't have the reliance. Pennsylvania on steel and Michigan on auto. Wisconsin just chilling, and now we got a call. So this is with the Wisconsin voter, Drew. Excellent.
We got a name.
Hello.
Hi, this is Gabe.
Gabe, how you doing? Where are you calling in from, Gabe?
I'm calling from Dane County, Wisconsin.
That's Madison area, right?
That is correct. Madison area.
All right. Well, you've got Max and Max from RocaNews on the line, and we want to hear your prediction for who you think will win this year's election.
I think it's going to be Donald Trump.
Wow. All right, Donald Trump. Now, it's interesting because you're calling in from the most liberal part, right? More than Milwaukee, I think. Madison County, Dane County, right? I think.
That's correct.
Yeah.
A lot of Kamala Harris signs.
A lot of Kamala Harris
You know,
signs.
we were in Madison a couple months in August or September, and it was the one place we went in the entire swing state area that we didn't meet a single Trump voter. Every single person we spoke to was Harris.
That's true.
Yeah, I mean, everybody I know is kind of like on the low about it if they're a Trump supporter.
Interesting.
But
Undercover agents.
yeah, exactly.
All right, yeah. We're going to go through now, Gabe, the electoral map. And if you nail this count, you're going to get $100 from RocaNews. So are you ready? Are you ready to go through the swing states?
Yeah, 100 bones for some beer and cheese.
Let's go. That sounds like a Wisconsinite if I've ever heard. Frost, you want to do the honors?
Yeah, let's do it again, west to east. We're going to start Nevada. Trump, Harris.
I think Nevada's going to go Harris.
All right, we got a blue Nevada. Arizona,
Trump.
Georgia,
Based on what I'm seeing, I'm going to say Trump.
all right, North Carolina,
Trump.
PA,
I'm going to say Trump as well.
all right,
There you
Trump
go.
hopes so because that's what it takes. Sunbelt plus PA. You know, one thing that's funny about Nevada is it really, in a lot of situations when you game this out, it doesn't matter.
Right.
Like, because even if he wins all the Sunbelt in Nevada, it's short.
Yeah.
It's short. And if he wins all the Sunbelt without Nevada and one Rust Belt state,
Yeah.
he wins no matter what. All right, let's keep going here. Wisconsin.
I'm going to say it's going to go blue. It's going to go Kamala.
Interesting.
Do you think living there is, how does it feel this time around versus 2020 and support for Harris versus support for Biden back then?
I mean, it's hard to say. I'm going to say I'm feeling a lot more 2016 vibes than 2020. I mean, myself, I was a little disillusioned with Trump back in 2020. I actually didn't vote for him. But this year, I think it's coming back around.
Why did you, if I may ask, flip, or if you did flip from 2020 to now?
I did. The economy this year has been terrible, and I just haven't liked what I've seen in the government. So I'm a little regretting not voting for him in 2020. So I'm just coming back for him, you know.
By the way, I don't know if the camera's on my screen right now, but we got not only a cheese piece of memorabilia from Lambeau Field, but we also have a camo Wisconsin hat behind us. So Gabe, we are repping right now.
Yeah, no, I saw that cheese hat. I was like, yeah, I hope they call me.
All right, so Gabe, we got one more swing state here, and that's Michigan.
I think Michigan's going to go for Kamala.
All right, so what's the final count here, Drew?
Final count is 257 Democrat to 281 Republican.
And
All right.
are you going to flip anything else? Any wild cards? Any New Mexico, Virginia, Iowa flips? Anything?
No, I don't think anything wild.
Okay, great. Well, Gabe, this is money. Okay, so we went to your county. Again, it's the birthplace of progressivism, Madison, in the United States. I think most people probably aren't aware of the degree to which it is a deeply progressive area. How does it break down, though? I'm curious, because we spent most of our time in Madison, around the university, on State Street. How does it break down in the suburbs? Is it a little red, or is it still dark blue?
It's pretty blue out here, too, in the suburbs. That's just based on my experience. So I don't think there's any chance Dane County will go for Trump.
Yeah. That would be wild if it did.
Yeah, that place did not have Trump vibes when we were there. Well, hey, Gabe, thank you. We will save your map. We will get in touch if you are the winner. Thank you for giving the prediction.
Yeah, this was great.
Thank you for taking part in Democracy 2024.
Awesome. Yeah, go Pack, go.
All right, there you go. All right, there's Gabe.
All right, Drew, could you pull up a split screen over here? I want to see Georgia right now versus what we saw in 2020 and how the counties are differing. So specifically, these counties around Atlanta, suburbs to the south and the north, where we went to some of these, like Duluth County. Check Duluth County if they have data for it yet. Now, Duluth County is interesting. It's the most Korean county in Georgia, and there's about 100,000 Korean Americans in Georgia, and about 30,000 of them live in Duluth.
Yeah.
And one thing that's changed is Korean Americans in the last election were 51% identified as Democrats. Going into this election, only 38%. So, major shift.
I mean, a big shift nationally. Again, 13 percentage point swing in just 4 years. And what's especially jarring, and it still does hurt him a little bit, but it hurt him more in 2020, is Trump's lines about the Kung flu, the China virus, some of his sort of, as some voters perceived, anti-Asian jabs. Those came back to really bite him.
Duluth is the county. Duluth County. It's like 2 counties north of Atlanta. It might not be reporting it. What are some of these ones that are reporting? Drew?
Yeah.
What do we have around Atlanta?
Look at DeKalb, Cobb, Gwinnett.
Cobb is in.
Sorry, Gwinnett County.
Gwinnett.
It's Gwinnett County.
Cobb is 55% in.
Okay.
And compared to last time, Cobb went 56 Biden last time, and now it's reporting 57 Harris with 55% in.
So with 55% in, Cobb is +1. And now Cobb's a big county. How many voters does it say there?
Right now it's at 240,000, only 55%.
Two. Okay, wow. Yeah, so +1. So moderate shift there. How about south? Some of the areas south of Atlanta.
Fulton County is 70% in, at Harris 71%, and last time Biden won with 73%.
Wow.
50% down.
So Fulton County is where Atlanta is. So that is the darkest blue spot in the state. But the fact that it's 2% there in favor of Trump so far. What percentage reporting again is Fulton?
It's at 70% already.
70.
70%.
Okay. I mean that's an interesting trend already because it was a razor thin result for Georgia last election.
Clayton County, which is where we went.
Yeah.
We should show a clip from Clayton County.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
So Clayton County is actually where the Atlanta airport is, just south of Atlanta. And it's the blackest county in Georgia. I think about 75% black.
Yeah.
Oh, perfect. Here, we'll show a clip of it.
2% of the people are black.
Should be abortion. It's the female, right?
Yeah. Yeah, what do you think of her?
I ain't never seen her. I don't do it because I know I'm not gonna vote.
We set up the Harris.
Oh, we got a Kamala ad.
Every vote. Here is why.
Here, you can mute that for a second. Or
felon
you're past it
since I was
already.
20, in my 20s. He never voted.
Do you know who you're gonna vote for?
Yeah, so going back to Fulton.
Yeah, well, no, that's a great clip
We'll
right
play
there.
that clip. Yeah.
Yeah, this says a lot about it because
I
one thing
don't
here.
vote, man. I don't
Yeah.
do all that.
Yeah.
You know, it's not gonna benefit my pocket.
Two, a lot of people said good things about Trump, and they traced that back to the stimulus checks. We heard this over and over again.
A lot of people made a lot of money when Trump was in office.
Yeah.
Is it going to go for Kamala or Trump?
Trump, for sure.
Trump?
It's already seen. In other words, they'll bring Uncle T back because we need to bring them funds back.
And three, a good number of people said they're going to vote for Kamala Harris, but they didn't really have a reason for why.
Who do you guys plan to vote for in the election? Donald Trump or Kamala Harris?
I like, you like who?
You like
Donald Trump? Oh shit, well he like Trump. I like Harris. I mean, everybody like different people.
Yeah, I'm voting for Harris.
You know what I'm saying?
Why Harris?
Why Harris? Why Harris?
These guys were a character.
They're the funniest guys. Yeah. One thing that's interesting right there that you can see. I mean, a lot of people said they're just not going to vote.
Yeah.
I don't think we went anywhere else in the country where so many people, and these are some of the most critical voters in the country.
Yeah.
And they were just like, nah.
Well,
doesn't matter.
I think that there, by the way, we got an exit poll. This is actually exactly what I was talking about before we took the first $100 caller, and we're going to get back to that in a second. But we saw exit polls showing 25% of black men voting for Trump this time around. And again, exit polls aren't final, but they are what we rely on when we look at demographic voting trends because the final voting counts don't break down by demographics. So you rely on these exit polls where they talk to people leaving the booth and they're like, hey, can you answer some questions? And anyway, so
We got Clayton County stuff.
Yeah. So so how's it looking right now compared to last time?
So Clayton County in 2020, 2020 was 85% Biden with 110,000. This year, Clayco is 85% again 86% of the vote in. So the same as last time.
Can you get a sense of how turnout is? How many people have voted in that 85?
I don't know, my math is going to be great. So 84,000 for 65%, and last time it was 110. So the turnout just got boosted way, way higher.
Yeah. So turnout's high. So turnout's higher.
Yeah, turnout's way higher in Clayco.
So someone just sent us this here of two notable statistics that just came out. Fully counted counties in rural Georgia are showing a shift toward Trump of up to 5 points. So
Wow.
that's rural Georgia shifting toward Trump. Second one, just out from NBC exit poll, Pennsylvania, independent voters favored Trump 50 to 44.
Wow. Drew, by the way, are there any other headlines we should get to before taking our next call?
What's a good website to look at?
We can check.
Oh wait, here's one more. Biden won Palm Beach. Let's see, Palm Beach County, Florida. Biden won it by 13 in 2020. Right now, 87% in. Harris and Trump are tied.
Okay. Wow.
So that's another major shift.
Wow.
Another caller?
Yeah. Let's do another
Do you
caller.
have anyone in Georgia?
Yeah, let's see.
Great call. Let's do Georgia call. And we're just seeing this now from an exit poll, which again, tentative, but Latino men are breaking for Trump by a 10-point margin, 54% to 44%, major reversal from 4 years ago, where Biden beat Trump by a 23-point margin among that same group.
Why?
30. Unless I'm missing something, that's a 33% swing.
Calling Kate from Georgia. I don't know if she knows about the $100, but
All right. Now, why do you think that's happening?
I mean, it's just stunning. I mean, I'll tell you what we've heard on the road, and we've talked to a bunch of Latino male voters, is it's cultural issues, it's inflation, cultural issues as in wokeness, whatever you want to call it, but we heard from so many saying, I don't want my kids learning about transgender ideology in schools. Yeah. It's immigration, interestingly. Isn't that something we've heard from Latino voters over and over?
Your call has been forwarded to voicemail. The person you're trying to reach is not available. At the tone, please
let's call Lauren from Arizona.
All right, we're going to call Lauren from Arizona.
We got Lauren coming up. 33-point Latino male swing. That is
just stunning.
This is one of the most.
Your call has been forwarded to voicemail.
Uh-oh.
Might be a little bit early. Okay, I'll call another person from Arizona.
All right.
So 33, just to finish that thread, I remember the statistic of 2016, Latino voters voted for Trump. This is men and women, but only 28%. 28%.
Hi, it's Jackson Hopper.
2016. And we're going to get a lot of different voicemails tonight. I love it. 20%. And now you have Trump winning by 10%. Again, just male. Based on every polling, source we have from the summer, the women were much more pro-Harris, but not by an absurd margin. I bet it's about 50-50 if I had to guess, but this is just a stunning reversal.
It's interesting. I mean, it's a cataclysmic shift. If the Democratic coalition in the last few elections has been based really around getting Black and Latino voters plus highly educated white voters, and it seems like some of that has split away. Also, Drew, you got someone else?
Yeah, I'm calling someone right now. This is Jack from Michigan.
All right, great.
Let's pick up the phone, Jack.
Come on, Jack. I believe in Jack. We already got past the do not disturb barrier, so. We should get after this is some betting market updates. But hey, is this Jack?
This is.
How you doing, Jack?
I'm doing good. How are you?
We're doing great. So, Jack, where are you calling in from?
I'm calling from Ann Arbor, Michigan right now.
Wow. Wait, are you a student? Do you live in the city? What's your...
Yeah, I'm a freshman at university here.
Wow. All right. We got at UMich, I trust. I don't know if there's another Ann Arbor college, but...
Yeah.
Awesome. All right, Jack, we're going to get your prediction in a second. First, I want to say, offer my condolences for the Michigan Wolverine season not going great. And I think Ryan Day's finally going to get the big one against you.
Yeah, I'm not thinking so. I think we're going to beat him for the fourth year. I think he's incapable of beating us now.
Okay. All right. So, Jack, let's get your predictions on the swing states. If you could, we're going to go through all 7. The other Roca Max is going to run you through them. But so take it away, Frost.
All right. Nevada, Trump or Harris?
I'm saying Trump.
All right. Arizona?
Trump.
Trump. Wisconsin? Trump. Your great state, Michigan?
I'm going to say Harris for this one.
Harris. All right. Michigan, Harris. Pennsylvania?
Trump.
Wow. North Carolina?
Trump.
Wow.
And GA. Something tells me what you're going to say here.
And I'm going to say Trump for Georgia, too.
All right. So if you have a clean Trumpian sweep, or almost a clean Trumpian sweep, Michigan went blue. Is that right, Jack?
Yes.
Then let me ask you this. Is Trump going to surprise everybody and steal a New Mexico or Virginia or New Hampshire?
I don't think so, but I think it's going to be closer than the polls think.
Interesting.
One thing we're seeing here, someone just sent us with 40% in, let's see, 41% in Virginia, Trump leads 49.6 to 48.8.
Wow.
And that is just
stunning.
But
Stunning.
again, it's unclear what exactly is counted on that. But
And Jack, by the way, what are you studying in school?
I'm a business major.
Excellent. All right.
Can we ask who you want to win?
I voted for Trump.
All right.
Why? Why is that?
I think in this election, my big concerns were immigration, the economy, and foreign policies with the Ukraine-Russia war and conflict in Palestine. And I also think him bringing RFK on board to get this house stuff fixed. Just like, yeah, he just wants to make America healthy again.
Make America healthy again. Well, Jack, we're actually going to have to hop here in a second. We got another caller on the line, but thank you so much for sharing your prediction, and we'll let you know if you win that $100. So we'll make sure to save that map. And Jack, go blue.
Yeah, go blue, or go blue, vote red.
yeah. Tonight he's not saying go blue. That's pretty funny. Your map did everything but go blue. I'll tell you that much. That's a good line.
I think Lawrence at Arizona, right?
Apologies to the viewers, by the way, about that signal there. That was a little rough, but love to hear a college student from Michigan. That's cool.
Hello, this is Lauren.
Lauren, this is Max and Max in New York City with RocaNews.
Hi.
How are you? Where are you?
I am in Arizona managing bedtime and baths for 5 kids.
Oh my goodness, that's incredible. What a diversity in callers. You're doing something so much more meaningful, I think, than any of our other callers, Lauren. So you're in first place. But what part of Arizona are you in?
I am in what would be considered the West Valley, Litchfield Park.
All right.
Which county? Where is that in relation to Phoenix?
It's on the west side of Phoenix.
Okay. So you're in Maricopa County.
Yes, sir.
All right. So Lauren, we cannot wait to hear the perspective of an Arizona resident. And we're going to get going with your prediction to see if you're going to win this $100 and nail the electoral vote count. My dear colleague, Max Frost, is going to run through, do the honors, the 7 swing states, and we'd love to get your thoughts and a little bit of analysis on Arizona. So, Frost?
So this time we're gonna go clockwise, starting with Wisconsin. Let's change it up a little bit. Wisconsin,
okay.
Harris or Trump? How you thinking?
I think Wisconsin's going to go Trump.
All right. Michigan?
Harris.
Pennsylvania?
Harris.
Interesting. North Carolina?
Trump.
Georgia?
Trump.
Let's change it up. Nevada?
Harris.
And final.
It's 266 Democrat to 261.
Okay, so this is it. 266 to 261. Whoever takes your beautiful state will become the most powerful person on earth. Who do you think?
Well, I think that's a little much.
Who do you think will take Arizona?
I think Trump will end up getting it.
Why do you think that?
I think that Arizona historically has been more conservative, and it got switched in 2020. I think there was some lazy voters who maybe weren't thinking that they needed to get out and vote because it was assumed that Trump would win. And now this year they're motivated.
You know, one thing, I was in Arizona last August, not in an election capacity, just in a visiting capacity. And one thing that struck me about it was it felt much more conservative than the politics would suggest. Because you had 2 Democratic senators, Democratic governor, went for Biden, and yet the atmosphere was very much not blue when I was there. And it struck me as interesting. I couldn't really square the circle on that.
Well, I don't know that it's necessarily culturally democratic, what you would think, but there are a lot of people who have grown up adjacent to California and are more conservative in typical values, but a little bit more of that rebel, like I'm going to do what I want. And Trump left a bit of a sour taste in their mouth in 2020, and just his Trumpism and cult-like following.
What about Carrie Lake? Do you think Carrie Lake will win that Senate seat?
Sadly, yes. I don't love her. I think she does sensationalism and relies on that rather than policy. But, I mean, I voted for her.
Yeah.
Because
there are a couple, Lauren, there are a couple very interesting situations in the country, including in Arizona, where people might vote Trump and Trump might win the state, but it's possible the Republican senator down ballot loses. Same thing in Pennsylvania. So it's
split
interesting.
tickets.
Yeah, exactly. Split ticket. So that could be very, very interesting. But hey, Lauren, we have a bunch of other callers to get to. Thank you so much for calling in tonight. We appreciate it. We're going to save your map and let you know if you win $100.
Awesome. We love RocaNews.
Keep
love
doing
what you're doing.
Thank you so much.
Years, you're OG IG follower.
Let's go.
Oh, let's go, Lauren. Thank you so much, and good luck putting the kiddos to bed.
Yes, sure. I need all the luck I can get.
Drew, before you dial, thank you, Lauren. Before you dial the next one, I want to read aloud the updated odds from Kalshi. You can get those on screen. But overall, we have Trump with a 66% to 34% advantage. And throughout the last couple days, Kalshi has hovered around that 55 to 58 advantage. So he's moved up so far.
Wow.
Now he's at 68%. Arizona is at 82% Trump, 18% Kamala. These could be a touch dated, so bear with me if these are wrong. Georgia is 86% Trump. Michigan fit 39% Trump, so Kamala has an advantage there. Basically, to sum up, is Michigan is the only state right now where Kamala's favored. It remains extremely close in Pennsylvania and Wisconsin, 57-43 in both. So, wow, this is becoming a freaking barn burner. It all comes down to the blue wall, and my goodness, is she clutching onto that Nebraska 2nd District right now, because otherwise she'd have 269, and that would get her to 270.
So for context, if Trump sweeps the Sun Belt and she sweeps the blue wall, then we'd end up 270 Harris, 268 Trump. And then you have the 2 seats, 2 special districts in the country, one in Maine, one in Nebraska, that are each worth 1. So one of those is expected to go Trump,
the Maine rural,
one in Nebraska expected to go Harris. And then if one of those flips, we'd end up 269, which what happens then?
Well, and real quickly, that's not that crazy of a possibility. So the one that's that could be very close is that Nebraska special district. It's around Omaha. Biden won it in 20, Trump won it in 16, and it currently has a Republican congressman. if Trump wins that and it's 269 tie, there are other scenarios that get to a tie, but that's one. If Trump wins that, then all of a sudden it goes to a weird constitutionally dictated second election where the House gets one, every state delegation in the House gets one vote. So you have 50 total votes. California gets one, Wyoming gets one. And they decide who will be the president. And then the Senate, every senator gets a vote, and they decide who's going to be the vice president. And so right now, Trump has an advantage in most state delegations by a factor of 5. Three. I think 3 or 5. And he would essentially be favored there. But if the Senate voted in, if it stays blue, it could truly be a Trump-Walz White House.
Can I give an update on something in the chat? I put a poll of who do they want to win. What do you guys think the chat's percentages are? Trump, Harris, neither, no opinion.
Oh, the chat, the YouTube chat.
YouTube chat, yeah. What are your thoughts on it?
So the poll, okay, so there's a poll here. We haven't been able to see the comments of the chat here. Based on the fact that all the callers so far have been Trump. I mean, one thing I would say is our intuition going into this, talking to people around the country, it is a lot of Trump love. There's a lot of people that like Trump. And I know the polls don't necessarily reflect that, or it's very split. My hunch would be like 60-40 Trump to Harris.
And by the way,
in this chat.
In the chat. I'll say similar. Not to be boring. I'd love to oppose you.
65% Trump, 20% Harris, 11% neither, 3% no opinion.
Wow.
All right, we got 14% cop out and the rest.
Okay, but I do want to make a quick point here, which is that especially for Harris voters who are not liking the direction of the night so far, although Biden was heavily favored in 2020, you may remember early on in election night, actually pretty late into the night, the Biden camp was scared witless because a lot of states early in the night were trending Trump, and people were thinking it's 2016 again, but on steroids because he was even more heavily favored. And it's just, so I just would say that even though the betting markets are trending Trump, even though some of the early results are trending Trump, it is early. A lot can change. Pennsylvania, we haven't even scratched that surface yet. Georgia's still reporting. So if you're a Harris fan and you're watching, it could be a long night.
Drew, real quick, before we get someone else, is anything out from North Carolina yet?
So, I mean, Frost, like, do you remember that in 2020?
Totally.
We were like, is this going to go? And at one point, I think the New York Times model had it like 50-50. So, all right, we're checking North Carolina results here.
It is 22% of the vote is in. Is there any counties you're interested in looking at?
Check the Asheville County, if you could. I'm trying to remember what it's called. I had some notes
I bet some
here.
of the comments will say it.
Yeah. Can you Buncombe? Okay. Let's see what that's at.
Wow. Okay. And on Kalshi, the Trump odds are soar. I mean, it's a straight wall.
Yeah. But is it above 67 or is it still?
No, it is.
It's 67. Yeah,
the direction
just to see
of it is definitely.
It's unambiguously favorable so far for Trump. Every result we've seen, I think the only thing to your point earlier is turnout. Now, we, by the way, want to give a shout out to a special Roca correspondent tonight, Xander. He's in New York, and he's giving us some great intel. So shout out to that gentleman there.
Yeah, he's not in New York. He's in the real New York. He's not in New York.
Okay.
Not in New York City.
Yeah.
Interesting right now. So Buncombe in 2024 was 60% Biden, 38% Trump, with 160,000 votes. Buncombe right now is at 67% Harris, with only 90,000 votes in 55.
So wait, sorry, what's the margin there?
So the margin got better for Harris. She's at 67 right now, and was it 60% for Biden? But the votes are early.
Got it. So
Okay.
it's still early, but one thing that I know is people were watching in North Carolina very closely is how the Hurricane Helene affected areas were going to respond. And, you know, they generally favorable well, you went there.
Yeah.
Like, what was your take on their response?
Well, at Asheville, no, we can hold off on the video. I mean, the fact is Asheville is a very blue place, but the area around it is deeply red.
Yeah.
Not just kind of, a little bit conservative suburbs. No, I mean, it's Appalachian.
Yeah.
Diehard Trump.
Yeah.
And those people were not happy with the way the government handled the hurricane. That being said, a lot of people, when we were there, it was only, I think, 3 weeks ago, people said a lot of people wouldn't physically be able to vote because the roads were destroyed and they were still very isolated. Drew, you want to get a caller from North Carolina?
Okay, that's an interesting perspective, and talk about a fascinating state. You look at some of these southern states, and specifically southeastern, the Georgia and North Carolina states, and you have significant Appalachian portions. You have significant chunks of those states are Appalachian. I mean, thoroughly Appalachian.
This is one thing we did a video on. I mean, I can't remember the exact number. Over 1 million swing voters.
Caller.
Someone's calling from Minneapolis.
All right.
Hello?
A little earlier. Got tied up in some stuff.
Hey, no worries. Where are you calling in from?
I am calling in from Tucson, Arizona.
Tucson. All right. And what's your name?
My name's Jackson Hopper.
All right, Jack. That is a great name. It's a great name, Jackson.
I appreciate that, man. Thank you.
All right. Tucson, Arizona. What is the vibe in Tucson, Arizona on election night 2024?
So, at least among my friends and everybody in class with, everybody's, excited to see the results. What we've been seeing, like on your guys' page, Instagram pages and stuff, is that Trump is leading. Quite a few of my friends are Trump supporters, is big-time Trump supporters. So, there's a big, just the anticipation is just building for the final results to come in, whether that's late or sometime tomorrow or this week, who knows.
And what is the vibe? Is Tucson? That's where ASU is, right?
U of A, actually.
U of A.
But
U of A.
yeah, Arizona State School. Yeah.
Is that a? Is that a pretty blue area, politically mixed? What's Tucson like?
I would honestly say probably politically mixed. There's a very large Hispanic community here, since we're only 60 miles from the border, and traditionally, at least a lot of the Hispanics that I've had experience with, and that they're very, family-oriented, family values. And I know that is something that is pushed pretty heavily by the Conservative Party. So I expect a good amount of support for him there. But again, Trump's stance on illegals and immigration is one that they would certainly disagree with. So from what I've seen, I would say, yeah, pretty good, honestly.
Well, okay, we're going to do a map breakdown. Are you ready for this? Are you ready to try to win $100? And
yeah, sure. Why not?
Okay, excellent. Let's do. We're gonna go now. Keep switching up the order. We want you to stay on your toes. Let's start with Georgia. Who's gonna win Georgia tonight?
Last I saw on the news, it looked like Trump is leading. So I think I'm gonna give him that one there.
I know people are going to call us out by the later callers are getting a big advantage, but
we have to drop it from $100.
Yeah, we'll do. No, we like you. You have great energy, so we'll stick with 100.
I appreciate that. Thank you.
What about North Carolina?
This one honestly seems like a toss-up to me. I think on your guys' page, last I saw, it was Trump like 0.2 or something like that.
Wow.
But I know that sometimes the conservatives do come out in droves on the actual day of the election, so I'm going to give it to Trump as well.
Yeah. All right, so let's head to the first of the blue wall states. Let's head to Pennsylvania.
I know that this one has kind of been talked about as like the deciding factor. I may give this one to Kamala here.
All right, there you go. So Kamala gets the Keystone State. What about Michigan?
I'm going to give that one to Kamala, as well as Wisconsin, too. I'm from Minnesota. I've been to both those states many, many times. And at least in the recent times I've been home, it's definitely looking like it's leaning more blue.
All right, so now we just got the southwestern states, although it looks like a birdie putt. Yeah, she's tapping putt here. Nevada and Arizona. What do you got for those guys?
I'm going to give those both to Trump, more than likely. At least in the experience I've had, I've actually got a couple of friends from Nevada who go to school here. They're all voting Trump. And, yeah, so just based off that experience, man, we're going with them.
Do you think anything else? Are there any other states that could flip here? Any other light blue, light red states that you'd think?
I would expect Nebraska to lean a little more Trump, but I know that there have been mixed reports about Iowa, leaning both towards Kamala and other ways towards Trump in different polls and stuff. So I think I may give Iowa to Kamala.
All right,
wow.
There you go. So we got what is that, 276 for Kamala?
Pretty decent mix there, yeah.
Well,
All right.
I don't think anyone has done the same map.
No,
yet.
this is kind of fascinating.
All right,
This is a unique one. All right,
well, this means that you stand in a league of your own if you get that $100. So,
what was
hey, there we go. That's what we're hoping for.
If we may ask, what was your personal biggest issue this election?
Oh, my personal biggest. That is a good question. Honestly, my biggest issue here had to do with the conflict of interest between personal character and that was my deciding factor. I don't have to say who I vote for or anything, but I know that Trump's character has been a huge question, probably more than Kamala's character, versus, at least in my experiences, Kamala's economic policies being much more of a question than Trump's, since he's already been president under a good economy before.
Interesting.
Yeah,
I mean, it's kind of something that we've noticed is a lot of people voting for Trump are voting in spite of Trump, not to, suggest that's the way you voted, but just that line of thinking.
No, absolutely.
Heard. Okay. Well, hey, thank you so much. There's the Kamala laugh. Thank you, Drew. You're earning your money tonight. Thank you so much for calling in. We'll let you, we'll let you know if you win the $100 when the results are finalized.
Awesome. That sounds great. Well, I appreciate your time, man. Thanks so much.
All right. Thank you so much. Man. Drew's going wild.
You guys have a great rest of the night.
You too, man. Let's hear some of the sound effects. What do we got on that?
He died like a dog. He died like a coward.
Eat some chocolate.
These guys are just weird. That's what they are.
Tim Walz. Tim Walz has really ended up not being, it seems like not much of a factor. Maybe he's going to swing those states.
Okay, Drew. Okay, there's the Trump. All right, turn that off, please. Thank you. My goodness.
He died like a dog. He died like a coward.
Okay, we got that out. He's 22. We give him.
Yeah. but you were saying Tim Walz you don't think has been a big factor.
He just seems a lot less present than J.D. Vance, both for better and for worse.
Yeah.
I mean, it seems when they picked him, I thought he was a great speaker. The first time I ever saw him give a speech, I was extremely impressed. Yeah. And I was like, wow, this guy is going to do a lot here. And then over time, it seems like he wasn't out as much. Maybe I just didn't see it. Whereas J.D. Vance, it seems like initially got all that negative press and off to a really bad start. And then subsequently kind of emerged with the Rogan appearance, all different podcast appearances, stuff like that, which certainly exposed him to millions of young men.
It's if they had Madden ratings, Tim Walz's retail politics rating would be so much higher than JD. JD's would be 40, terrible. Like him at the donut shop saying, give me whatever makes sense. That was just a classic. It's such an absurd thing to say, but he's in the debate won by most measures. I certainly thought he won. And on Rogan, he had a very effective interview, it seemed. He sort of dispelled it. Theo Von, very effective. And then you're exactly right. Tim Walz just kind of receded. But
I can't remember what I was reading today, but someone I like was saying one of the Democrats' biggest mistakes here was not putting Tim Walz on Rogan.
Oh, yeah.
Which really is, I don't know why they didn't do that. They had the opportunity. And Fetterman went on.
Yeah.
Which Fetterman, I mean, regardless of his politics, he's just...
Yeah, in a second. But real quickly on this line of thinking, you had a great line, which was one of your few ever. No, but it was that nobody goes on Rogan and looks worse. And I find that, I don't listen to many episodes. Whenever it's a big one, I like to tune in, kind of like the Trump one. And I've found that to be true. Bernie Sanders was so eminently more likable after watching his interview.
It's essentially a way to win fans.
Yeah.
I mean, seriously, I can't think of a single episode that someone walks away from. I mean, even people like Alex Jones, the most polarizing people on earth, have emerged from there converting people.
Yes.
And the idea that Kamala Harris wouldn't have won over voters by going on, honestly, it blows my mind.
Yeah.
That she didn't. But I don't know. Maybe they knew that he was going to endorse Trump. Maybe they had a sense that it was going to be more hostile. Yeah. I just struggle to imagine.
Before we go, we're about to go into swing state results here in a second, and we're going to dig into those numbers. And again, these are coming in. We'll make sure to indicate what we know now. But just one other comment on Tim Walz. I do think the Harris campaign did a terrific job of crafting a vibe, really, even maybe more than a message, that appealed to average Americans, which was her big weak point. You know, she was rated the most liberal senator at one point.
Yeah.
She's from Northern California. And then she ultimately, the camo hat, the VP call she made where he's sitting in the chair with the camo hat, not Harris Walls yet, but a camo hat, the football coach image, the going to stadium, the talking to young male voters. I think they did a good job in that regard. Okay, so let's.
Yeah, we can go back to Georgia. How about?
Great, let's do that.
Okay, Georgia.
Drew, you could probably swing that mic over and just use that mic and speak into it.
Yo, can anyone hear me?
Is it muted? It might be muted on the thing here.
Let's see.
No, I don't think it's plugged in.
All right. Well, in any event, you guys aren't missing out.
What county do you guys want to look at?
How about Savannah?
Savannah.
Southeast on the coast.
Yeah, Savannah, only 6% are in, so I don't think it's worth looking at.
All right.
Because, go to Athens, 3% in. Augusta is 56% in.
And
Harris is at 69%. And Biden won that at 68%. So about consistent with 60% of the vote.
you said, sorry, she has how much and he had how much?
She has 69 and he has Biden at 68.
Okay, 69, 68. So now, and one thing to remember with a lot of these numbers is that it doesn't reflect turnout. I mean, that's the percentage.
Right.
But if turnout is surging in Trump areas and down in Harris areas, or vice versa, who wins which counties isn't necessarily the most important thing because the turnout can tilt that in other directions. So, all right, what about the ones? What the blue patch in like southwestern? I don't know. Is that Albany down there? There's a city in southwestern Georgia.
We can do Columbus.
Yeah, Columbus. That's the city down there.
Okay. This time, 62% Harris, 37.5% Trump, 66%. And last time it was 62% Biden and 38% Trump.
So she's made gains there in Columbus.
No, she is.
Oh wait, did I hear? Was it 56 or 66?
At the same rate right now is 66%, exact same as Biden.
Oh, got it. Okay. By the way, I want to talk a little bit about. Go ahead and shoot us. By the way, over text to Duluth and Gwinnett and Cobb and DeKalb, Florida. Okay, Florida update. Ding 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 ding. Donald Trump with 90% of the vote in. Sorry, 93% of the vote in has. I almost can't believe this. A 13 percentage point lead over Harris.
Wow.
Every election night, you get a couple markers early on that give you a sense of how. Now, it's weird because Georgia, I'm not seeing signs that are suggesting a major wave for Trump. But the fact that he won by 13%, I think he only won in 2020 by 2%. DeKalb, Cobb, Gwinnett.
Or in Florida. Are there any in Florida you want to look at?
Sure, Dade, Miami-Dade. And then go to Hillsborough, which is around Tampa. But start with Miami-Dade.
Miami-Dade, 59% for... Oh, that's an amendment. My dumbass.
It's unbelievable.
Miami-Dade is showing 55% for Trump.
Wow.
Okay, wow.
Drew, can you get some on the phone from Georgia? I want to hear from someone down there about what they're hearing and where we should be looking exactly. We know that some of these counties, but what specifically what people are saying down there, I'm curious to hear. And for context, on Kalshi, Trump has an 86% chance of winning Georgia versus 14% for Harris. And I think going into today, it was around 55 to 60%.
Yeah.
So that's changed. And let's see about North Carolina, because that's the other one. And now one thing that is interesting is as much as you said to me that the Florida looks like a landslide for Trump, and Georgia also seems to be looking pretty good for Trump. He could win all these states across the entire Sun Belt, including Arizona and Nevada, and that doesn't guarantee victory.
Yeah.
And if she just wins, all Kamala has to do here is hold the likely blue states, and then win Pennsylvania, Michigan, Wisconsin, and she wins.
Yeah.
That's it.
And assuming, again, Nebraska 2 doesn't flip, which is unlikely. So that's it. That's it. It really, and that's why Pennsylvania, you know, people are like, wait a second. There are a lot, you know, you have 16 electoral votes in Georgia. You have, you know, 15, 16 in Michigan. You have, it's like, yeah, there are a lot of states with electoral, but just from the math, sorry, it's 16 in Georgia and 16 in North Carolina. Those both have 16. I think Michigan's at 15 now. In Pennsylvania is 19, but Pennsylvania, just order of operations wise, the most important.
Hello?
Hello?
Hey, this is RocaNews. What's going on, man?
Oh, shit. I was not expecting this call. Sorry, man.
Are you in Georgia?
I am, yeah.
All right, we are looking to hear from Georgians how y'all are feeling about this election.
I don't know. We're pretty skeptical about how it's going to go, honestly. I voted for Trump, but it's kind of a toss-up at the moment.
Which part of Georgia are you in? Also, what's your name, by the way?
I'm Shep Willis. I'm from South Georgia.
All right, Shep. Okay,
Yeah, right.
So you voted for Trump. You think Georgia's going to go that way, or what do you think? If you had to put some money on it, let's say you're going to get $100 if you get your electoral map right tonight. But let's start with Georgia. Which way you think Georgia's going to go?
I think it'll go red.
All right, so you think Georgia's going to go red. North Carolina?
North Carolina will go red too, I think.
PA?
It's too soon to call on Pennsylvania. It's not enough votes supported this together.
All right, what if you had to? 'Cause, so just so you know, I don't know if you're watching the live stream. If you watch the live stream, we're filling out the electoral map, and if you get it right, you get $100. So there's.
No, I wasn't watching the live stream at all, actually.
Well, there you got real money. You got real money on the line here. You got 100 big ones. We'll give you some time to think about Pennsylvania. Let's skip it. We're gonna go to Arizona.
Arizona's gonna get red.
No, that's a confident man right there. Nevada.
Nevada probably will too, I think.
All right.
So double red out west.
Double red out west, Drew.
Yeah, I think so.
Wisconsin.
I don't know too much about Wisconsin. That's where Wallace is from, right?
He's from Minnesota, but same shit. No, I take that back. It's definitely less liberal than Minnesota. So
Wisconsin might go blue.
All right, let's give it blue.
All right. I really hope you win the 100. This is like
Michigan.
Michigan's gonna go blue.
So that means it all comes down to the Keystone State, home of the Pittsburgh Pirates, the Pittsburgh Penguins, the Pittsburgh Steelers.
I think so, yeah.
Which way?
How many people are watching this right now?
like
5 million.
Your boss, he's watching.
My
no,
boss.
no, I'm kidding. What do you think? Who's going to win Pennsylvania?
Pennsylvania might go Harris.
Wow. So you got a Harris victory.
Harris wins.
Harris wins.
Damn, dude. I thought you were going for Trump.
So.
Well, all right. This is great. We're going to save your results. If you win, you're going to get $100. And appreciate you calling in. What's your vibe right now, by the way, in Georgia? Like, what are you thinking about the state?
How do you mean? How the state is running?
Politically.
Is it feeling more or less blue than 4 years ago when it went for Biden?
Definitely more so, I would say.
Oh, really? Interesting.
Yeah, I would definitely think so. There's definitely been a lot more activism, especially after we were kind of a swing state.
Interesting. Well, thank you so much for calling. We appreciate it, man.
Shep, you may be getting a Venmo for $100 tomorrow, so stay tuned.
Well, I doubt it, but guys, let me know.
I love it. All right, man. Okay.
All right, y'all have a good one.
So,
you too, bro.
So we just got an update. Drew, do we have a breaking news thing? All right.
Okay.
It's a very interesting one, which is that New Hampshire's governor race is going red. Now, it's a unique state where it's gone blue in the past, and it has Chris Sununu was its governor, the son of John Sununu. So it's had red governors with a blue presidential result before. But again, very interesting. I wonder how that'll bode for the presidential. We're hearing that Harris is winning New Hampshire, but it's smaller margin than 2020.
It says here, Decision Desk has called both Virginia and New Hampshire for Harris.
Okay, they've called him. Okay.
So there you have it.
So red governor, but it's voting for Harris, which is fascinating. And I know one critique of the Trump campaign is that he did not enlist Nikki Haley to campaign for him. In New Hampshire, of all the Republican primary states, New Hampshire was her best performing one. New Hampshire Republicans did not like Trump. And what better evidence of that than a Republican governor election and him losing the state?
So now, two things worth considering here. New York Times has Harris projected to win New Hampshire by 3.9 points, Virginia by 5.9. So while Trump's going to lose both those states, those are major swings toward Trump.
Yeah.
I mean, Drew, pull it up here. What was it last time? Virginia and New Hampshire in 2020. So that's big. And now let's see. It says predicted.
Biden won 54% in Virginia.
Okay, so that's so that was an 8-point.
Yeah. Well, right now, what are they predicting? I guess
they have VA Harris taking Virginia by 5.1.
Huh.
So Trump shaves some of those points off of Harris's victory in New Hampshire and Virginia, but both are still going to go for Harris, is what they're declaring here.
It is very interesting to see, though, that that Georgia, for the New York Times, they're showing it lean red. He currently has Trump, of course, has a 5.8% lead, if I'm doing my math correct. And this is with 69% of the votes in. I imagine Fulton County still is not reporting at a high level, so it'd be good to get an update on that on Fulton County. But wow, this is becoming a really interesting night. So, yeah.
So just to reiterate something that we had said before, to run through to swing states, we're going to go by betting odds here because that's the live prediction essentially. Arizona, Trump 87% chance. Pennsylvania, Trump 59% chance. Georgia, Trump 86% chance. Michigan, Harris 63%. Nevada, Trump 62%. North Carolina, Trump 81%. Wisconsin, Trump 56%. So by current betting odds, Trump is projected to take 6 of 7 swing states, with the 7th, Michigan, going to Harris.
And again, it's still super close. Nevada's interesting because that's a state where we didn't know what was going to happen. We have a call coming in. It looks like, what was it?
North Carolina.
North Carolina.
Hi.
Hey, how's it going?
It's going pretty good.
Who do we have the pleasure of speaking with?
This is Noah Greenlee.
All right, Noah.
Yes, sir.
Nice to get you on the line. Where are you calling in from?
I'm calling in from Black Mountain, North Carolina.
All right. Where is Black Mountain? I don't know where that is.
It's about 20 minutes outside of Asheville.
We were just talking about Asheville.
We were actually just near Black Mountain a couple weeks ago. We were in Drew, what was the town? No.
Swannanoa?
Swannanoa. We were in Swannanoa.
Oh, really? I didn't know you guys were over there.
Swannanoa, as people there told us it was called. Has stuff recovered from the hurricane?
The main media will say that it has, but it really hasn't.
Interesting.
If you go out to places like Old Fort, they still have military to help them.
Wow. Is this going to affect the election? Do you think people's opinions have changed about anything given what's happened?
Well, out here, FEMA was a really bad nuisance, at least according to what people were talking about. Get in the way of distribution
Interesting.
Huh.
What? So let's ask. How do you think North Carolina is going to go this year? Trump, Harris.
Personally, I think Trump, but it's too tight to call.
Where you are, is it politically mixed, or does it lean one way? What's the vibe?
It's definitely mixed.
Interesting. Do you want to go through this?
Yeah, can we go through your electoral map here? If you get this right, $100 on the line, courtesy of the RocaNews Venmo
I've not been watching
account.
anything, so I have no idea.
Hey, you don't have to put any money down. You can purely make money.
No, this is just like in March Madness, where the person who wins the office pool, they're not the person who watched college basketball. They're going by team colors. They're going by their gut on the spot. So you don't have to watch much to win this $100.
All you got to do, we're going to run you through the map here, and we got to get your predictions. So let's start with your state, which I think is one of the most beautiful states in the country. I love North Carolina. Let's start with North Carolina. Red or blue?
I'm going to say red by just a little bit.
Let's give it a light red. Perfect. All right, let's head north. We're going to go counterclockwise. Pennsylvania.
Blue.
Blue. Michigan.
Light blue.
Light.
I like it.
Wisconsin.
Blue.
Blue. Well, already that's a Harris victory sealed right there. But let's keep going. Nevada.
Red.
Red. Arizona. Arizona.
I think you meant Arizona.
People, yeah.
Arizona.
Light red.
All right. And last but not least, Georgia.
Ooh, that's a tough one. I'm going to say red, like 2%.
Okay. So we got a light red Georgia. So now one thing that's interesting, I think every single person who's called in has had Georgia going red and has had Michigan going blue.
Yeah.
No one
interesting.
has differed on that. That's interesting because we went to both states, and I think that's probably what we took. That's what I took away from it. That's what I would predict after our visiting.
Yeah.
I don't know about you.
Yeah, I mean, I think that Georgia was fascinating from a demographic shift perspective, where it felt that the Black and Latino shift toward Trump was much more palpable there than I think in Michigan, and it's a more diverse state. So it's really, really interesting. Well, hey, thank you so much for calling in. We're going to save that map. We got a few other callers to get to, but thanks. And we'll let you know if you win that 100. You got Kamala Harris winning the election. So we'll see if you're right.
All right.
Thanks so much for calling.
Thank you for the call.
All right. Breaking news update. Give us that sound. There we go. And the Pittsburgh Steelers trade. Ohio has been called for Donald J. Trump. And we have a couple other interesting tidbits to share with you. So Ohio, by the way, just a short while ago was the bellwether state in the country, even more so than Florida. Now it feels comfortably red.
You know, one thing that's interesting, I mean, just to put it in context, when Trump won in 2016, the map he had was so difficult because not only was it winning everything he's got to win tonight, it also, Florida was a swing state, Ohio was a swing state, Iowa was a swing state. And these places have been taken off the map. Now, on the flip side, I guess Colorado was a swing state.
Yeah.
Minnesota,
I think, was a little more in play, but not really. Yeah.
But that's a sign of the polarization, right?
Yeah,
Where
right.
Each of these states is not even on the map anymore. Although Iowa, we could see. Now, one other thing that we just got sent here. Two things. Breaking news update, Drew. Give us the noise.
I love this.
All right, this one. Get a Trump sound effect ready. NBC called Mississippi for Donald Trump.
Wow. Who would have seen that coming?
He died like a dog.
All right. Who would have seen that coming? There you go.
Mississippi.
For Mississippi. And I got a few other fascinating tidbits. Okay. Number one is Polymarket. Drew, go ahead to Polymarket and pull up the popular vote odds. And remember, the popular vote obviously doesn't dictate who wins the election, but it's a fascinating marker. And in the last two elections, well, really the last four, the Democrats have dominated, and Republicans have only won the popular vote once since 1988, in 2004, I believe.
No,
1992. No, 92 is Clinton won.
Oh, sorry, you're right.
88 was the last time, George H.W.
And then 2004.
2004. So the Bushes won it both times. So, okay, here's the updated popular vote odds. Drew, what's the latest number you're seeing over there?
61.5 Harris, 39% Donald Trump. And Trump was at 26% at 6 p.m. So he's up over 11 to 12%.
So in essence, this means Trump's odds of winning the popular vote have increased 50% today.
Yeah.
Wow.
Another big headline, shout out to Xander for this update. We have again amazing correspondent. Xander out there is helping us with these up-to-dates and vetting it and finding also the good juicy tidbits. He's seeing that Bernie Moreno is up 50 to 47 in Ohio. Now, for those of you who have no clue what that means, he's running against an incumbent and formerly popular Democrat, Sherrod Brown, leading in Ohio. And another thing we're seeing in exit polls is that Trump is making enormous gains with young voters. An NBC exit poll, I struggle to believe this, shows that Michigan young voters under 30, so Michigan voters under 30, that Donald Trump is winning by 4. I just can't, that shocks me.
Conceptually, it's such a huge difference from 8 years ago or even 4 years ago. But just based on the conversations that we have had time and time again, if you just grabbed a young guy off the street and asked him who he's going to vote for in any state, save New York City, pretty much the answer was Trump. And, this is one, and people are like, oh, well, it's anecdotal. It's anecdotal, but we talked to, hundreds of people.
Right.
And the support for Trump among young men in particular, but not just young men.
Yeah.
There was like that woman in Waffle House, a lot of people we met. A few other really interesting points here are that with that outcome in Ohio, or likely outcome in Ohio now, that gives the Republicans pretty much certain odds of winning the Senate if they actually take that seat.
Yeah.
So the Republicans had to win West Virginia. The Republicans are picking up a seat because Joe Manchin, Democrat, is retiring. No Democrat can win in West Virginia. So the Republicans are going to pick that up. They need to get one more to get 50, right?
Yeah, because it's 51-49 now, so that would make it 50-50.
50-50. So to get control, they need one more. And it looks like Ohio might break their way. Now, it was most odds had the Republicans, I think, ending up with between 51 to 52 seats.
Mm-hmm. I think that's exactly right. And I mean, based on how things are trending right now, like Montana's looking good. I mean, who knows about Arizona? But if that's really a lean red now, I mean, Carrie Lake, even though she's not that popular, maybe she carries there, and it's not a split ticket. So I think it's looking really good for the Republicans to not just win the Senate, which was the expectation. Now it's looking certain they're going to win the Senate, but it's looking really good for them to win it by a pretty healthy margin. Again, you said it so well, but like it's only shocking compared to the, I think, media class expectations, not from our conversations with people on the road in swing states. And by the way, the Roku community is so diverse. We hear a lot from the Roku community.
Totally. Drew?
Clayco is at 84.
Show us the map there. Show us the map.
So we got Clayco.
All right, so Clayton County.
It's at 84% Harris, 15% Trump.
Okay, that's about what it was last time.
And it was about 85-14 last time. And it's looking like they're getting a decent turnout bump, maybe 10 to 20% turnout bump.
Well, that would be
in Clayton
huge.
County.
Yeah.
So that's what I'm curious about.
Clayton County, by the way, is super racially diverse, right outside Atlanta. So that's the context for Clayton County. Very important one for Kamala.
One more thing. This is courtesy of Billy Carney, our other co-founder. NBC exit poll shows Donald Trump doubled African-American support in Wisconsin since last time.
Wow.
And you might think Wisconsin, extremely white state, but that's actually not even that true. Milwaukee is a plurality black city. And it's a much more, one thing that shocked us in Wisconsin was how much more diverse it was than we expected.
Dude, it's so much more diverse. I mean, we were in rural Wisconsin. I'll never forget this, where you're driving through rural Wisconsin, the dairy farms, the beer advertisements, the bar, all that. And you go to one town and it has the largest Hmong population in the country, which is a migrant, a nomadic group, first in China, I believe. Then they played a key role in the Vietnam War, allying with the U.S., helping us out. Then a bunch of churches in Wisconsin sponsor refugees. So anyways, fascinating history, fun fact, Suni Lee, the U.S. gold medalist gymnast from 2020, she is Hmong. And then you also had a Mexican majority town, again, rural Wisconsin, and it wasn't even migrant farm workers. They were working at a couple of factories. And so it was just like, this state is so much more complex than I think people caricature it to be.
So, absolutely. I mean, everywhere you go,
Yeah.
it really is amazing about the U.S. Now, so just to give, the 30,000 foot view, Trump is in good position in the Southwest and the Southeast. However, we still do not know anything from the blue wall. And if Trump does not flip a blue wall state, Harris will almost certainly win. So that is the nature of this. It could totally come down to those 3 states in the North, Michigan, Wisconsin, and Pennsylvania.
It's going to be a fascinating night. I'm also going to check we had a great graphic that showed when to expect different polling results. In Pennsylvania, we're not going to likely see those results for a while. I'd be surprised if we got out of here at midnight and knew what it was going to be. But I think Michigan was intending to get the bulk of its results out earlier. It's showing between 10 p.m. and midnight that we're going to have partial results from Pennsylvania and Wisconsin. Partial results from Michigan should come out before 10 p.m. So anyways, we won't get bogged down in the details of when they're going to report. But the blue wall, all eyes on those 3 states. And coincidentally, they're the 3 states we spent the most time in of all of the swing states. And they're each so nuanced, fascinating. Like, do you want to talk a little bit about like what to look for? Maybe we can even go to some clips.
I was going to say, Drew, pull up some clips from when we were in Western Pennsylvania. And the clip, particularly of the guy campaigning for Trump outside Erie. And we want to talk about 2 different counties. We'll talk about one major swing county in Pennsylvania to keep an eye on that we'll see in a second. And that is Erie County. That's right around Erie, Pennsylvania, northwestern corner of the state. So obviously Pennsylvania, the eastern part, Philadelphia, it's essentially the northeast. So essentially, pause that real quick, Drew. So essentially eastern Pennsylvania, you have Philadelphia and all that. Western PA, Steel Country, Rust Belt, and so on. We'll show you guys a quick clip here of there's one guy we met who says a lot about how this went from being a solidly blue area into an area that Trump won in 2016, almost won in 2020, and will have to win this year to win the election, essentially. So, yeah, we'll play this here.
The area's politics. He had been a lifelong Democrat. And
show it, Drew. Show the...
He flipped to Trump in 2016 and now is a Republican helping people get registered to vote.
And this is really simple. The opioid problem and fentanyl is a direct link to the failed policies of Joe Biden. We have an open border. And, do I always agree with President Trump? Absolutely not.
Can you pause that real quick?
I wish I'd call him and say,
this is one thing that commenters ripped apart, and it's an interesting point. He said the opioid problem is directly linked to President Biden. When the opioid problem really peaked before, the fentanyl problem is different. But just one thing that's worth calling out on this.
Very good point.
Opioids, that really peaked in like the 2000s. And now the fentanyl crisis, obviously a lot of people think that is linked to the border. But just a quick aside.
hey, Don, Brian Shank, Erie, Pennsylvania. You don't know me? Put your Twitter account down and just do your job. Have a nice day. So I don't agree with everything he says, and people are like, you guys are in a cult. That is so far not even true.
He explained why he and so many others in the area had abandoned
one thing that's
the
also
Democratic
funny.
Party.
Well, here, let it play.
The Democrats today are different. I was a state worker. I was a union guy. I was a Democrat. But then I saw the AOC and the squad with their philosophy of let's all go to work so somebody else doesn't have to. That's not America. You know, that's not who we are. You know, capitalism's evil. Well, it's been working for a couple hundred years and doing very well. You know, it's just unfortunately they want all the power. They're going to do anything they can to keep that power.
So one other thing that's interesting about him, and again, a lot of people you talk to, on the one hand, they resent the left's anti-capitalist, whatever. Mm-hmm. Yet they're also not free marketeers the way that the Republicans used to be at all. I mean, a lot of people who are very concerned about free trade, they hate NAFTA. That's one thing you hear over and over again in Western Pennsylvania. Something that probably got Trump elected in 2016 was going against NAFTA. And now it's not even on the table. He did renegotiate that when he was in office. But you have tons of people in Western Pennsylvania, just like them, just like that guy, who were Democrats, flipped to Trump, and that's why the state's now politically competitive.
And real quickly, just one other point here is Erie County, where that gentleman was. You can't overstate the importance of Erie County as a swing county. I'll give you its margin in 2016 and 2020. In 2016, Trump won it by 1,800 votes, roughly, 60,000 to 58,000. In 2020, Biden won it by about 1,400 votes. Some back of the envelope math there. So this county is separated by about 1,500 votes both times. And it is razor thin. If we had any sense of momentum, it certainly seemed to favor Trump. I think it fits a lot of the patterns.
Holy shit. Yo, yeah. Noise. Get us the noise.
Oh my goodness, Roca Nation.
They just called North Carolina for Trump.
Holy heck.
How is that possible? Drew, pull up the map.
I can't believe that. Let's get some intel on this. What happened? It didn't seem that we've been talking so much that we are a little behind on some of the ins and outs, but wow.
God, also the margins in the rural Georgia counties are comical.
Yeah.
This one Walker County in Georgia, Trump plus 59.
Oh my goodness, that's unbelievable.
Decision desk.
So North Carolina was not one I thought would be called this early in the night. Let's remember this moment. We're an hour and 27 minutes and starting the live stream, and North Carolina's already called. So now you can see the map up. We got it up there for you, and I just it's stunning. Drew, are there any numbers that we should call out here?
Yeah, let's look at Buncombe. So Buncombe is voted 60. That's where Asheville is. 61%, 61% Kamala Harris, and in 2020.
Kamala Harris, by the way. You'd think by the end of the election you know how to say her name, but there we go.
In Georgia, they call her Camila Harris.
Camila, yeah, we had some of that.
So Asheville voted the same.
Okay. Interesting. So pull up for context here. Well, Mark Robinson. This is interesting. This is especially interesting because the Republicans look like they were in big trouble here because Mark Robinson and everything that he said. For those of you who don't know, he was commenting on a porn forum, extremely controversial things about wanting to own slaves, and he didn't care if the porn star got the abortion. He just wanted to see her, do the thing. So he got crushed. He got 40% of the vote so far, but Trump is up 3.4 with 54% in, and Decision Desk, which is one of the big election callers, they said it's for him. So that's shocking. And one thing that's worth pointing out is the Democrats put a lot of effort into trying to win North Carolina.
Yeah.
And I know people on the Harris campaign, and that's where they were in the end, was trying to get North Carolina.
A big celebrity push there. A big push, obviously, in Charlotte and Raleigh. But also, I think their hurricane effort, they thought they could convert more people in the past. I don't know. Drew, what are you saying here?
Here, yeah. Well,
I think it's missing the cord on the back. If you want to put that on.
Yeah, I'll do it. Hold it down.
Yeah, sure. So, and by the way, a big thing that's happening right now too is that it's not surprising, but New York was just called for Kamala Harris, 65% to 35%. I'm very curious to hear what that was in 2020. I'm looking that up right now. 2020 New York election results. And yeah, I that was a state that a lot of people obviously didn't think Trump would win. Here we go. So it's 70%. Or sorry, that's his. Okay, Biden 61%. So maybe she widened her margin unless 65-35 is not final. Okay, So we're, by the way, working to make sure Drew has a microphone when he shares the results. You've heard an echo so far. Hopefully it'll be a little better. Okay, New York only has 31% of the vote in, so we don't know that number is final yet. We'll get back to New York. 31% of the vote in.
I'm gonna call someone.
For the $100 giveaway. Yeah. All right, and we got to cut these off soon. I mean, they called North Carolina. This is becoming unfair. This is the last one. This. Drew, go ahead and put it on the map. All right. So we're going to do another call. Let's check it out.
Hello?
Hey, how you doing?
Hey, I'm doing good. How are you guys?
We're doing great. We're here in New York. We watching a crazy election so far, some big headlines. How you doing?
I'm not too bad. I'm just trying to watch how the results unfold.
So you're the best position to win money tonight because we're getting close to the witching hour. We've had a couple states called, but we'd love to get your thoughts. Before that, where are you calling in from? And what's your name? We haven't even got your name.
I am right now in Cumberland County, North Carolina, which is Fayetteville for some of those who are unfamiliar.
Excellent. Okay, so in your name?
I'm Sherwood Dudley.
Sherwood Dudley. What an amazing Southern name right there. I love it. I love it.
Oh, I love you guys. You have no idea. The full name, Sherwood Dickinson Dudley IV. It's quite something. I'll give you that.
Sherwood Dickinson Dudley IV.
Wait, Sherwood, where are you? Sorry, I missed that. Oh, damn, my headphones.
Cumberland County.
Cumberland County, Georgia?
No.
Yes, Cumberland County, North
Carolina.
Yeah, Fayetteville. All right, so we're going to ask you to go through the electoral map.
Through North Carolina.
Yeah. And let's see how you do and if you're on pace to win some money from us tonight. So, as you know, we're giving $100 if you nail it. Let's start out west. Sherwood, let's do Nevada.
Nevada, I think, is going to be leaning Trump.
All right, we got Trump winning Nevada. Arizona?
Is Arizona, I think, is going to be leaning Kamala.
All right, we got Kamala winning Arizona. Now we're going to head to your region of the country, brother. We're going to head to the fine state of Georgia.
Arizona, no, Georgia, sorry. Yeah, my mistake. Georgia, I'm going to have to go with Donald Trump.
Donald Trump. I love the full name. And then we have North Carolina, your state.
I'm going to have to say Donald Trump again.
Yeah. Something tells me the odds are pretty good for that right now. And then now it's the pivotal blue wall. We got 3 big boy states up there: Pennsylvania, Michigan, Wisconsin. We're going to start off in the Keystone State, Pennsylvania. Who do you got?
I still think Donald Trump. Just battleground. I still think it's him.
All right, we got Donald Trump. How about Michigan? The Great Lakes
Michigan,
State.
It might be. Honestly, I think it might be Kamala.
All right. And finally, let's bring it home in the Badger State. Who do you got there?
I don't know where I'm lying at this point, but honestly, I think she had a really good pick with Tim Walz for the vice presidential candidate. I think Wisconsin might be leaning Kamala Walz.
All right. All right. So we got blue there. Drew, what does that vote total come out to?
Honestly, off the top of my head, I can't tell you guys.
276 Republican, 262 Democrats.
All right.
And in the chat, let me know how my audio is.
All right. So you have Trump winning the election.
Real quick, a few things we want to get on here. Just some updates here. The betting odds right now for Trump to win the whole thing, Kalshi 75%, Polymarket 78%.
Wow.
So it's up a lot from this morning. 58% was what they had earlier today. Some other stuff. New York Times needle, the prediction needle, just jumped 3 more percent, 69% Trump odds winning. Funny, the needle's even working. New York Times whole tech team is on strike
that is
right
pretty
now.
funny.
Thank you for those who want to bring down big news and are here to celebrate with the RocaNews crew. New York Times days are numbered.
By the way, we always love to learn. Sherwood, you've got, again, I still love your name. Wait, let me get this right. Can you say the name again? Dickinson Dudley the Fourth?
Yeah, I got you. It's Sherwood Dickinson Dudley the Fourth.
That's unbelievable. Oh my goodness. Tell us a little bit about your part of the state, Fayetteville, and then Cumberland County more broadly.
Yeah. So honestly, I think Fayetteville represents a very large margin of Cumberland County itself. As for the county, I think it's pretty evenly split. I think the state itself, as I said earlier, I think it's leaning a little bit more Donald Trump, J.D. Vance. It's one of those things. I think my stepfather made a very astute observation in the 2016 election. Donald Trump's election to president was not so much about how much Trump was loved, but how disliked and distrusted that Hillary Clinton was. And I think Kamala Harris and Tim Walz find themselves in a very similar situation. I think that I'm not going to say that they have bad policies. I can't speak for everyone, but I think that they find themselves in the unique position that they are distrusted amongst a majority of the population.
Very interesting insight to hear that on the ground, that there's kind of like an issue with the candidates that may not have been there with Biden.
You know, it's funny to hear you say that, because one takeaway that we had in our travels to swing states was that this election had a lot more in common with 2016 than 2020.
Mm-hmm.
And one of the reasons being 2016, you had a lot of just a total lack of enthusiasm for the Democratic candidate that ended up costing them the election, arguably. And this time around, I mean, even when we went to Democratic campaign offices, people did not say they were voting for Kamala Harris. They said they were voting against Trump.
Yeah.
And over and over and over again, it didn't matter if these were male Democrats, female Democrats, Republicans who had flipped, whatever. They all said the same thing. They said, we're not voting for Trump. But that doesn't necessarily, that's among the most enthusiastic voters who are telling us that. Whereas with Trump, I mean, I'm voting for Trump. And the number of people who said they were going to vote for him, they'd never voted before, or they'd never voted for a Republican before, or they hadn't voted in years. Totally different. And I think it gets to your point of, if there's low enthusiasm. Now, that being said, I do think it's going to be different in these blue wall states.
By the way, Sherwood, to switch gears for a second, if we were to visit Fayetteville, what's the best barbecue spot near you? Because we want to do more travels in the South.
Oh, man. So I'm a little biased. I'm not sure if y'all saw in the little spreadsheet thing, but, I'm active duty Army. So obviously my spot has to be Mission Barbecue. Veteran started, veteran owned, veteran run. I love those guys. They do amazing things for the soldiers. So I have to stand by them. They're great.
First of all, thank you for your service. We appreciate that. And we are going to head to Michigan Barbecue next summer in Cumberland County.
That sounds.
All right, yeah, no, sounds great. I appreciate it.
Sounds like we can make a whole video about Mission Barbecue.
I know, for real. I did not know that.
One thing you got to watch out. Was it Fayetteville where I got pulled over on that road trip?
Maybe.
I got pulled over outside Fayetteville.
Yeah,
that wasn't good.
And
they got strict driving laws down there. If you're going 80,
I cannot give a comment on that.
If you're going 80 or over and you get pulled over in North Carolina, you have a mandatory court date.
That's fun fact. Okay. All right. So Sherwood, thank you so much for calling in. Great to get your prediction, and I hope you have a wonderful rest of your night.
All right. Thank you guys. You as well. You have a good night.
All right. Take care.
Okay, two points real quick.
Yes.
From we were just on the phone there. One.
There we go.
Illinois called for Harris. That's about as. It's not exactly a shock. This is interesting. In Virginia, Senator Tim Kaine is only leading by 2 points.
You think you just fell out of a coconut tree?
Tim Kaine only leading by 2 points over Hung Cao, the Republican Senate candidate there. If the Democrats lose that Virginia Senate seat, that would be shocking.
Yeah.
I mean, Tim Kaine especially is a stalwart of the party. Another update, last one here I'll give. Asheville, this is according to NBC, they are not seeing a lack of turnout in the areas affected by flooding in Asheville. It seems to be about the same as last time. So that's good to see because a lot of people, we did have one guy in Georgia, very conservative guy in Appalachian, Georgia. He said the flooding essentially suggested, he said it was a good thing because you're going to wipe out the Democratic voters. That's what he said to us. Which now the thing we heard in North Carolina was that a lot of conservative voters were worried about how it would impact the election there. So
I just want to clarify. There are also a couple other issues that, frankly, listen, we should not be patting ourselves on the back, but we focus on two stories a lot that I think are really manifesting themselves right now. Number one is the Arab vote in Michigan, and there's according to AP Votecast, Trump may be winning around 30% of Muslim voters. That's from Shadi Hamid.
Wait, say that once more.
So Trump may be winning 30% of Muslim voters, and which is just, a significant chunk in Dearborn. I think that's nationally. I'll be very, very, very curious to see what that's like in Dearborn. My guess is it'll be higher. But the bigger trend that we're seeing everywhere is young men are moving more toward Trump. That is the biggest theme across racial groups, across swing states and big states. That is a massive trend.
One thing that's interesting is another narrative through this election, something we've covered, and you did that great YouTube video on, was about this battle of the sexes narrative with men and women becoming extremely different politically. And I think in a lot of the polling, women were favored Harris by double digits, and some polls found men favored Trump by double digits. But one thing that's interesting with that is they said that would help the Democrats over the Republicans because women are way more likely to vote.
Yeah.
And it seems like a lot of men are voting. And the initial data I've seen has suggested that. And one thing that I don't know how much it matters. A lot of people say endorsements don't matter. I bet the Joe Rogan thing got out.
Yeah.
Definitely thousands. I don't know how many, but I mean, with someone like him and his audience, I'd be curious what people in the comments think on this. What difference did that make, if any, for what we're going to see today and tomorrow?
And by the way, just to get a quick snippet in North Carolina, there's a very important county. Again, in every state, they have these counties that often pick the winner. They tend to be purple. And Nash County, North Carolina, it's picked the winner in the past 3 elections. So, that's Obama, Trump, Biden. It has Trump up 5 right now. So that's why North Carolina was called there. One of the many data points. There's been a shift in those purple counties and some obscene margins that you pointed out in rural counties. Like, by the way, it's sometimes you can get lost in the noise where you're like, urban areas tend to go blue, rural areas tend to go red. Generally true in swing states to varying degrees. But guess what? If you run up the score in either one, you can flip an election. Case in point, Philadelphia, 2020. Biden wins at 81% to 18%. So if it were 70 to 28%, it still would have been a blowout. But that extra margin is the reason he wins the election. So if you can run up the score in rural, if you're Trump, or for Harris, urban, you win.
Now, one thing on North Carolina right now, with 63% in, Trump leads by 4.8%.
Wow.
Which, I mean, that's a significant gain over last time. One thing that's interesting is North Carolina, Trump has now won it all 3 times. And this is a state that each time they say is up for play. I believe Obama did win it, right?
North Carolina? Yeah. He won it.
And Trump, for some reason, I mean, that resonates there. And another thing that's interesting about that, and again, curious what people in the comments say, because the Rust Belt, people say, well, Trump flipped that because you have a lot of these areas that have been kind of left behind and this and that. North Carolina is the opposite of that. North Carolina is one of the fastest growing, most rapidly gaining states in all of America.
By the way, this is incredible information here. Drew, why don't you go ahead and pull up on We the 66, which is our other YouTube channel. This is more a deep dive. We've kind of cheated a couple times this week because there's so much content to get out. So we posted a couple videos that might have been better fits for RocaNews on there. But if you go ahead to the black voter, Trump voter video.
Dated with a lot of...
And thank you for pausing. I'll let you know when to press play here. We're seeing now that Trump is getting 37% of the vote in Queens, New York, and 26% in the Bronx.
Just to give a quick anecdote on this, I live in Queens, New York, and specifically in the most diverse part of the entire... Queens is the most diverse borough in New York, and the neighborhood I live in is the most diverse borough in the world, Jackson Heights.
It's amazing.
And what's amazing is I've had a number of roommates in New York who have went to all different schools and men of different whatever. None of them ever voted for Trump. And I now live with a Brazilian woman who is in her 70s. Don't ask too many questions about that. She supports Trump, which goes to show it totally shatters the narrative. In my neighborhood, it's all Bangladeshi people. And there's signs up of Bangladeshi people saying, I'm voting for Trump, you should too. So it shows that the narrative is totally upside down.
Fascinating. And Drew, just to get a vibe check, do you want to play a little bit of this video?
Yeah, which person?
Let's do the first speaker. This woman right here. Yeah.
People should come into the United States legally, not to walk through the borders. And then on top of that, you're getting free Medicaid, Social Security, you're getting $10,000 in food stamp, $5,000 in cash, and we as citizens of the United States is not getting anything. I'm gonna tell you, she's not black. Kamala Harris.
Yeah. Yeah, keep playing this part.
Yeah, so give it another 10 seconds.
Indian. She is not black. And I'm not going to vote somebody based on race. I'm not doing that. I'm going to vote for you based on principle, based on what is your policy. By saying Trump is racist, Trump is this, everything is Trump. My son is 10 years old and he can speak better than this woman. Tell me what you're going to do for benefit me as American citizen. Everything is Trump. I'm tired of it. Trump is doing it. He was there 4 years ago and everybody prospered on.
Okay, so just a quick comment on this. A couple things. One is a lot of black people in New York are from the Caribbean or they're first-generation immigrants. And I just coincidentally at the Trump rally, the majority of black voters we saw there seemed to be Caribbean or first-generation immigrants. I met a Sudanese refugee who was adamantly pro-Trump. And the thing you hear a lot is immigration. And you're kind of like, immigration in New York? What are you talking about? The border's Texas, Arizona, New Mexico. And it's because, in California, because of the migrant services, like it's billions of dollars spent on migrant services per year, which frustrates. Drew's...
What are we looking at here, Drew?
Massive change. In the last few hours, Donald Trump is up to 75% electoral college in Kalshi.
Yeah. Wow. So it's looking good, but again, the blue wall could change everything in an instant. So if you're a Trump supporter and you're declaring victory, let's keep that champagne, probably not Bud Light, on the side. And if you're a Harris supporter, we're not done yet.
Okay, now Michigan, Kalshi now has Trump 56% chance. That's a major flip from earlier. They had Harris at, it looks to be over 70 a couple days ago.
Yeah.
And now it's 56.
I want to talk for a second on Florida. I just, there's so many narratives. There are a million different ways to slice and dice what we've seen so far. Maybe I'm biased because I'm from Florida and love this state dearly, dearly, dearly. But I just cannot believe it's by this much of a margin. This is like one of those massive political shifts. It's now looking like 13 points.
Yeah.
Dude, this in Ohio were the toss-ups. Bush won it by 500 votes in 2000. Obama won it twice. Like, it's just mind-boggling to think that.
So what do you think it is?
I think it's just a mixture of, I think it's, one factor I think that played into it is that they've had, I think, a couple of very popular Republican governors, now 3 really. Jeb Bush was the first 2-term Republican governor in Florida. Then you have Rick Scott. who's popular now, is going to probably win a Senate seat back. And then you've got Ron DeSantis now, who's extremely popular. And for anyone who pays close attention to Florida politics, you may not be surprised that Trump won Miami-Dade this time around, because the first signal that would happen was DeSantis' decisive, I believe, 2022 gubernatorial victory, where he won Miami-Dade. Again, like, you grow up just thinking, the sky's blue, and so is Miami-Dade. That's what you learn as a Florida kid. So I'm just seeing that result. Just saw a text from my dad where he's emphasizing that point, and he's lifelong Floridian. It's just sort of incredible to see that. And in Florida is just like, a lot of Florida men and the Latinos have totally flipped. It's just a different place now.
One thing I just want to draw attention to here is, again, North Carolina, which they keep saying it's. The other day on Bill Maher, they had Jamie Raskin on, the rep, and he said North Carolina is a blue state. He said and he said it's that he declared it a blue state, just to show how wrong that is. In 2020, Trump won by 1.3%. Right now, he's up by 5.4, 52.2 to 46.8 in North Carolina. And again, 3 times in a row. Now, what's going to be interesting too, Nevada, even now, if Trump wins Nevada and loses the top 3 states, he's not going to win. So Nevada isn't the most important state necessarily. But Nevada has never gone for Trump. It's the only swing state on the table that has never gone for Trump. So if he can change that, that's going to say something else too. Also, that's a very, a large Hispanic population in Nevada.
Here's another incredible bit here that I'm seeing now is that Trump is up 11 in Texas. Wow. This was a site that Kamala Harris just campaigned in. I mean, she was there with Beyonce and that much. I believe that was in
Beyonce,
Houston, right? Yeah,
and Willie Nelson.
And Willie Nelson, right.
What's it looking in the Ted Cruz race? Have you seen it?
I haven't seen it, but I imagine if it's plus 11, which is double his 2020 margin, 3.5 points ahead of his final poll. I mean, people were talking about Texas being in play, and it's plus 11. I'm sorry, we haven't seen the blue wall state, but Kamala Harris, it's not looking great for Kamala Harris right now.
Now, this is interesting. Let's see. U.S. Senate, Nebraska. Dan Osborne is leading over Deb Fischer. The Independent is leading now, only 45% in. He's up 53.8 to 46.2. Now, it's possible that maybe they're counting Omaha first or something that's skewing that. Now, Dan Osborne's a really interesting guy. He's a trade union leader, tatted up, working class, independent guy who's kind of come out with his own Trumpian thing. He's talked a lot about illegal immigrants and how they're undercutting labor, stuff like that, whereas Deb Fischer is kind of a Republican stalwart, very traditional Republican. But that's a deeply red area. I mean, and for her to lose, a lot of attention has been played to this because they're saying if he wins like he is now, it's going to pave the way for other people to do what he's doing, which is kind of this Fetterman unique populist democratic style.
Just a comment. I did a poll. What state do you guys want them to talk about? And the number 1 was Michigan.
Okay.
31% want to talk about Michigan, but I also have another poll with Virginia versus Michigan. Supposedly interesting stuff is happening in Virginia with someone commenting that Trump is up with 70% of the vote in. I don't know if it is true.
I think Virginia they've already called. So, right? Didn't they call Virginia?
If you want to look into that, then I will give the Michigan
if you want to talk about Michigan.
Rant here. So, yeah, we spent a week in Michigan back in September, and the state is interesting because it's not what we thought it was. I mean, I'll speak for myself. When people talk about Michigan, they talk about Flint and Detroit and these kind of really struggling areas of the state. And the fact is, Michigan, only a little chunk of Michigan is Rust Belt. And if you go to northern Michigan or western Michigan, it's not really like that. And northern Michigan in particular is extremely, very prosperous, a lot of tourism, stuff like that. Western Michigan also a lot of very popular place for people to live. It's eastern and southeastern Michigan that have kind of given it that Rust Belt idea and that a lot of people think of it for. So it's a different state than we expect it to be. Now, one thing we found there, we went to 2 different offices. We went to a Democratic office, we went to a Republican office in the Tri-Cities area, which is in central eastern Michigan. It's considered like the swing district of Michigan. And one thing that was interesting there was the Democrats had a much better ground game than the Republicans. And we tried to go to 3 different Republican offices, and all of them are closed or just not willing to talk to us. So we were there, and we were shocked that the Republicans seemed to not be doing much. We ended up getting into one Republican office in Saginaw County, though, which is one of the most purple counties in the state. And the main thing they wanted to talk about there was that Kamala Harris is a communist, and that their election was rigged in 2020, all this kind of stuff. It really was not moderate. It struck me as a hard line in a very purple state.
I could be getting these numbers wrong. That's a terrible thing to say if you're a news company. I'm pretty sure. All I know is that the trend line is correct here. I think Trump won Saginaw County by 1,000 in 2016, and then in 2020, Biden won by 300. That's how close Saginaw County is. So when Bratz is talking about the ground game there, you cannot stress how important Saginaw County is, and sort of how those sort of smaller cities reflect the state at large. It has sort of more of those rural elements, traditional values, but also more urban than, again, some of the rural areas. Now, we have a special opportunity here. We're going to get on the line this secret special correspondent you've been hearing about, Xander. So let's get Xander from, as Frost calls, real New York, to give us a rundown on Nevada. We're going to
Hello,
Xander. How you doing?
You have an off the rack. Hey, are we watching you? Hold on, let me mute it.
We're gonna have
all right.
Some streamception here.
Hey guys, hold on. I'm leaving the room so that I don't hear the echo.
All right. So that one thing that we've been hearing since you started texting us as soon as we woke up today was about Nevada and the data coming out of Nevada. Educate us here.
So do you so Nevada is a really interesting state because it's the only state that has consistently had an incorrect poll, but where Trump was overestimated. But so that's consistently in these cycles for the swing states. And Trump has never won Nevada, which Max said earlier, Max Frost. So the interesting thing today is that going into Election Day, Republicans had a 40 to 45,000 vote advantage. Last time, 4 years ago, Democrats, 45,000 vote advantage.
And then the question then became, was that cannibalizing the Election Day votes or not, correct?
Exactly. So then what happened here today is that the rurals did well. Clark County's been doing pretty well for Democrats, but Republicans have been holding serve in Nevada, and they already have obviously a little bit of a firewall there. The big interesting thing is the group that won Clark County, and I don't know the other off the top of my head, but no party affiliation beat both parties in Clark County today.
Wow.
How does that, do you know how that compares to 4 years ago? Also, do you have a sense of why Trump has never won here when each time they say it's a toss up and he can't get it past the finish line?
Well, I think that what people say is that the food workers unions have done a really good job getting out the vote, and the old Harry Reid machine. That's what people believe but there's a sense that, especially with no tax on tips and inflation, and there's also been some internal discord. I'm not in Nevada, but some infighting in the Democratic Party there that might have. And if your viewers don't know, Harry Reid was the longtime kind of legendary Democrat senator from Nevada. So there's a sense that they had these advantages in the past that don't really exist this time. And if you combine that with Trump's improved performance with Latino voters, which seems to be true, it turns Nevada into a potential flip.
So, Xander, I think that it is kind of fascinating that, as you pointed out, like if you look at the polls from 16 to 20, especially the swing state polls, I mean, holy shit, they were way off on Trump. in every state, but Nevada, where they, again, over budgeted him.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, like the swings, just to give two quick data points here, is in 2020, the polling averages showed Biden winning Florida by about 3 points. They had Biden winning Florida by about 3 points. That was 5 points up. And then obviously Wisconsin in 2016 and Michigan in 2016, both were around 5.5 point favorites for Clinton, and she lost both by less than 1%, but she still lost both. So just that makes Nevada a fascinating species. Xander, you've been tracking this stuff so meticulously. Thank you, first of all, for feeding us so much tonight. What are your big takeaways or surprises from the day so far, even outside Nevada?
I think exit polls are kind of unreliable, but I think that one of the big things, obviously, is that Trump had maxed out the rural vote. So he got more out of that. And he also won back parts of the suburbs by like 4, 5, 6, and 8%. And that's where you see that Virginia tightening, see that in a lot of these places. And I think, for years, the Republican Party has been saying they were going to make inroads with, Black, Hispanic voters, which of course is very like a flattening term that flattens a lot of very diverse people.
Mm-hmm.
But I think it's clear, it's very clear that the Republican Party has flipped Black and Hispanic voters. I mean, I don't know how this could be happening in these metro areas in Texas, in Florida, if that wasn't the case.
If we have any either Black or Hispanic voters in the chat, I would, get in touch with us, say something in the chat so we can get in touch with you and have you call in, because we're curious. And we did ask a lot of people this, why this happened and why this shift has happened. One thing a guy said to us in Atlanta was, he said it's simple. It's because we like money, and people made more money when Trump was in office. So who knows how representative that is. But a lot of Hispanic voters that we spoke to around the country, two different things we heard. One was about the economy. The other is about social values. And they really feel that, especially ideas of masculinity, pro-life, all this kind of stuff was really under attack. And it seems like as much as that's been kind of portrayed as a white male phenomenon or something with that stuff, that's really just not the case. I mean, it covers all cultures.
Can I posit one more thing?
Yeah.
So obviously the Democrats did not have a primary. And in past primaries, if you remember, do you guys remember when Biden became the presumptive nominee, when he started to momentum?
It was late because Bernie had the lead for a while. Mayor Pete won Iowa. When was it? It was like
South Carolina.
That's right.
Which was Clyburn.
Yeah.
And
it's a big black voting state.
It's the Democratic Party there is a big black voting state. And and that state kind of acts as a moderating force on social stuff within the Democratic Party. That voting bloc is to the right socially of the, kind of DC mainstream Democratic Party. And Harris did not go through that filter.
Mm-hmm. And she,
so that was not, she didn't adjust for that, and they didn't sort of get their voice in it. And I think that you're seeing the problems with that.
Well, Xander, we're going to let you go here. I'm sure we'll be calling you later. But just one final note. The only time she did kind of go through that in South Carolina was 2020, where she polled terribly. So not this cycle, but she polled terribly in South Carolina. I remember that vividly. I can't remember if she stayed in the race for that one.
I don't believe she made it that far. Yeah, she didn't get that far.
But the polls were terrible for her, because I remember a lot of people were saying maybe she'll do well. So Xander, thank you so much. We'll check back in soon. The chat wants to hear a little bit about Virginia. So I'm going to real quickly go over this state. Okay.
And I'll pull up a map.
Okay. Thank you, Drew. So right now, with 61% of the vote in, it shows Trump 50,000 votes ahead. And to be clear, for anyone watching who's not paying super close attention to politics, Virginia was supposed to be safely blue. It has a Republican governor. It's not that blue, but for presidential elections and Senate elections recently, it's been very blue. Now, there are, Drew, if you could go ahead, the top Northeast Virginia, it would be Fairfax County. It should be
here.
How much reporting in Fairfax County? Because that's a very blue area.
Yeah, so that's 70% expected votes are counted, and it's Kamala at 66 and Donald Trump at 31, and Jill Stein with 2%. So
Give me the numbers, because the numbers are going to really matter.
So Kamala 278,000 votes and Trump at 131,000.
So
votes.
Kamala,
sorry if I'm offending anyone.
Is 140K ahead in Fairfax?
Yeah, she's around 147K, and then we can compare that to 2020 with Biden, and Biden won with 70% of the vote. So Trump has shaved off around 3% with 70%.
But those raw numbers make you think that that's probably why Virginia. I'd be curious to see where Richmond's at.
Yeah, the three population centers in Virginia are the DC suburbs, Richmond, and then 757, which is the Southeast Virginia Beach area down there. And each are very blue. I mean, Virginia is an extremely polarized state between the rural areas and not. And I mean, I'm curious to see, there is a large Arab population in Fairfax that probably explains some of that Jill Stein vote. So how many votes is Trump up right now in Virginia?
Trump
50,000.
50. Yeah, let me see. So if the trend holds in Fairfax, that would essentially.
I think so, but I just did sort of a scattered. Drew, go ahead and zoom in on the map and hover over a few of the rural counties and let me know what that turnout's like. Because I want to get a sense real quickly.
Yeah, so in all of the southwestern counties, it's around 90 to 95% already, and these are strong red.
Are you keep going?
95, 95, 95, 95, 90, 83,
How about
95.
How about northwest on the Maryland border?
Yeah, on the Maryland border.
The West Virginia border.
The West Virginia border.
Yeah.
57% for Rockingham. That's a 26,000 votes in.
Is that where Front Royal is?
Highland.
I think so.
Yeah, these are low population, but I think one interesting note is Richmond, which is 78% Kamala, is only 20% votes in.
Yeah.
So that's a huge.
But Drew, I'm pretty sure there's some more rural votes because I was just hovering over some other counties.
There's one with 66%. That's only a 7,000 voter.
Okay. How's Albemarle County? That's light blue in the center north. That's where Charlottesville is.
Yeah. So Albemarle, 43% are in, and it has Kamala at 59% and Trump at 38%. And if we compare that to 2020, that's a major drop.
That's shocking to me. I was just there last week, and all you see are Harris signs. That's what the University of Virginia is.
And so that's still only 43%, but still a drop.
Interesting.
Okay, there are some other counties, but they're really small. So okay, and then real quickly, just go ahead and look at the New York Times. Have they called Virginia? If the chat wants to know, I want to make sure that we're giving the latest information. Because chat, you might see Trump ahead with 61% of the vote in, 50,000 votes ahead. But again, that's still not reflecting some of those deep blue counties. So,
or check AP.
AP, New York Times. And okay, listen to this. Breaking news. All right, go ahead and read this, and then we'll do breaking news. Go ahead and read this first on Virginia.
AP has not called Virginia.
AP has not called Virginia. So that means there must. I'm telling you, there's more to it. All right, go ahead and play breaking news. The New York Times is now projecting that Donald Trump will win the popular vote.
Oh, my.
Holy heck.
That's insane.
Jen Psaki this morning, who, for those of you who don't know, she's an MSNBC anchor. She's formerly the press secretary for Biden. And fun fact, she previously found this in a Think Tank Deep Dive video, which is on We the 66. Make sure to subscribe. But she was the communications director at it was Carnegie. So a think tank, basically. She's deep DC. Anyways, let's not get on the Jen Psaki tangent. But she said that they should consider eliminating the Electoral College, which is not like some fringe belief. That's what a lot of people say. It's just becoming more popular. But this goes to show, okay, it's looking like the popular vote's about as close as the Electoral College, because the Electoral College ain't done yet at all.
Right now we've got just people saying it's an estimate. It could go, but essentially it's a coin flip. Popular.
The popular vote. I thought you were talking about Virginia for a second.
No.
I was like, holy heck.
Okay, that is
so totally an estimate. I just the breaking aspect of that is going into tonight. Most people thought this was off limits, and now we're letting you know the race is on. It's on for the popular vote. So
again, what's so insane about this though is again, it's gonna come down to the blue wall.
Yeah,
that's it. It's possible that it's possible we've wasted all of your time tonight, guys. None of it matters.
We want to do a caller. There's a good caller that.
Yeah, absolutely.
Do we have anyone for Virginia?
No, we have someone who says they have a pulse on Wisconsin, born in Atlanta, and currently lives in California. Can speak on swing states and is great on the phone.
All right, perfect. Let's hear.
I love the confidence.
That was interesting. Okay, I'm putting the call in, so give me a little time.
While we wait, thank you guys all for watching this.
Yeah, this is incredible. We honestly thought not as many people would watch.
I mean, to be totally frank, I mean, we've been doing obviously Roca for a few years, but we haven't really done anything with video. We've always been focused on social media, the app, all written stuff. And now that we're getting into this, you wait 4 years from now, we're going to have the whole Jumbotron up here. We're going to be touching that map. And thank you for sticking around now.
Hello.
Hey, how we doing?
Good. How's it going?
With whom do we have the pleasure of speaking?
This is George.
George, how you doing, man?
Doing fantastic. How are you guys doing?
George, we're calling about your car insurance.
Yeah.
This is Max and Max at RocaNews.
Your test results are back.
Oh, you guys are impounding my car. Yeah,
totally. Exactly. We saw the catalytic converter was missing, so we just took the whole thing. But so
funny, I mean, I went to school in Milwaukee, and that was a huge problem that actually happened to Mike. So
was it UW Milwaukee, Marquette?
Marquette.
There you go. Shout out Marquette.
You're not Dwayne Wade, are you?
Or Jay Crowder.
I wish. Jimmy Butler. Maybe.
Jimmy Butler.
Well, so George, where are you now? Are you in Wisconsin now?
I'm in California currently, San Francisco.
Wow. San Francisco.
How's that going to go? Is that red or blue?
Up in the air, I think.
Up in the air, yeah.
No, we're curious. We're curious to hear your take on Wisconsin because obviously, despite Trump having some success in the Southeast, it potentially might not matter because the blue wall is what's realistically going to decide how this goes. So we're curious. What do you think is going to happen in Wisconsin? How's that looking?
Yeah. So I spent 4 years there. Still have a lot of friends there in Milwaukee. A couple of the key areas. I think it's going to go Trump. We'll see. We're following it closely. I mean, he's kind of has all the momentum right now. And to me, it's looking like, if they get the ballot situation, whatever's going on in Milwaukee, figured out, that it'll be towards.
So, would you mind shedding some? We haven't talked about that yet. You might want to shed some light on what's going on with that for our viewers, the ballot situation.
Yeah. Oh, awesome. So I got a couple of screens going, but apparently they just recounted or are going to recount of like 30 or 40,000 machine ballots because of machine issues in Milwaukee. And it said it's going to take till like 2 a.m. because they're now hand counting and recounting.
Wow.
I smell the conspiracy.
Yeah, that's not going to be.
That's it. So now Milwaukee though is deeply blue, correct?
Yeah. So 1,000 probably won't have an effect, but interesting.
So So okay, your overall take on Wisconsin and why you think that way? Can you lay it out for everybody on the stream?
Yeah. Well. So I think, and if I'm wrong on the heat map, but it's Madison and Milwaukee that are the two majorly blue hotspots that are also have most of the population of the state. But basically everywhere else within the state looks red, and I think that'll kind of Trump's case.
Yeah, and it's interesting too in Wisconsin. You have some smaller cities that have a bit of blue, like Appleton, like Eau Claire, and some of those more artsy, trendy cities. But outside of that, it is dark red. I mean, Milwaukee, what was it like? It has the title of the most segregated city in America. What was it like going to college there?
It was a bubble for sure. You have
So Marquette is mostly liberal college as well. But, 4 blocks of Marquette and you go right outside the university lines and you're in kind of the inner city feeling. And then immediately outside of that city layer, it's clearly rural and gets into almost like
We lost him for a second. Sorry about that. It looks like it got disconnected from our Bluetooth system, so bear with us amid the scintillating analysis. Drew's getting it back on.
Okay, you should be good. Keep talking.
All right, George, you there?
Here, we can go ahead and move on as wonderful as that was. But he's exactly right. I mean, it's, again, you see this in a lot of states that can get tired and there are always nuances. Don't just accept the patterns and ignore the details. But like, it reminds me of Pennsylvania where it's a lot of red, 2 blue dots. Like Philly and Pittsburgh are the 2 blue dots in Pennsylvania. And we're going to see exactly just how blue they are tonight. And it's not just those blue dots that matters. It matters how red or blue the suburbs are. Because the suburbs in some places, like for example in Washington, D.C., are very blue. Very, very, very blue. You just heard about those Fairfax County results in D.C., which is a lot of sort of D.C. workers, consultant class, political people, uppity,
wealthiest counties in the country.
4 of the 5 wealthiest counties in the country border D.C. How crazy is that? So these places are very D.C. Yes, sir.
So real quick, we're about to get another call on the phone, but just want to touch a couple things that we've had sent to us here. So one, people keep saying, or we keep saying that it's about the blue wall, but theoretically there is another path for Trump to win without it, and that would be winning Nebraska too, the 1 vote district in Nebraska. So technically it's possible, but right now New York Times is giving that 87% chance Harris. It's looking like Trump's not going to be able to take Nebraska too, but anything could happen. And if he does take that, loses the blue wall, you get 269 if he wins a Sun Belt.
There you go.
One other note here, just to give the overall overview. New York Times now has Trump plus 0.6 on the popular vote.
Wow. Stunning. If I can on Nebraska, you go.
Breaking news. Iowa for Trump.
By how much? Do we have a sense?
Let's see. That was
in jail.
That was a Billy text. Do you see how much they're saying for Iowa?
They didn't say. I have a lot of real quickly, not a lot. If you are someone who's wondering, okay, what are these special districts? We have all these winner-take-all states in the Electoral College. Why are we talking about a rural district in Nebraska and Maine? Real quickly, here's how it works. 48 of the 50 states are winner-take-all. You win it by 1 vote, you get all the electoral votes for that state. There are 2 that aren't that way. Nebraska and Maine. Nebraska, here's how they divvy them up, has 5 electoral votes total. It has 3 congressional districts and 2 Senate seats. Obviously, Maine has 2 Senate seats, and it has 2 congressional districts. So 5-4. The way they divide them up is if you win the popular vote in Nebraska, you get the 2 Senate seats. Same thing with Maine. You get the 2 Senate seats. And then they break it down by congressional district. So because Nebraska has 3 congressional districts, it just takes the winner from each one. And Maine does it for its 2. So for Maine, its populated district right around Portland is dark blue. It's going for Kamala. So they get 3 out of the 4. Its rural district is going Trump. Nebraska, 2 of its 3 congressional districts are going for Trump. Its urban district, which is the area surrounding Omaha, is that blue one we're talking about. So when we talk about Nebraska, too, we're talking about their 2nd congressional district, that if Trump were to flip it, the blue wall no longer wins it for Kamala. It just makes it a tie.
Yep.
So that's how, I'm not going to say an expletive, but that's how important that district is.
So now, just to give some broader overview, right now, 6 states have been called for Harris. Yes, 6 states. Massachusetts, New York, Vermont, Maryland, Illinois, Colorado, and Delaware, I believe. So Someone fact check that. Fact check me on Delaware.
Joe Biden voted
I'm
6
looking
times.
at the AP. I got the AP map right here.
Check Delaware. What's Delaware looking like? Some people had thought Delaware could flip because Biden has been on the ballot in Delaware. I mean, Biden or Obama.
Delaware is at 90% reporting with Kamala at 56.5%. So I think that's got counted for her.
Okay. So that's, yes. So there's 7. Democrats have won 7 versus many more than that for the Republicans. But a lot of the Republican ones that have been called already, North Dakota, South Dakota, Montana, and so on. One thing we just want to touch on quick here, betting odds. Kalshi has Trump at 88% chance, Trump 89, and the New York Times 79.
Wow. So it's just shifting every, but again, it's still holding out hope. I mean, all the momentum, I imagine a lot of people are sort of frantically buying Trump. You never know what we're going to see in the blue states, because a lot of these results are correlated, but not perfectly. I mean, that kind of is obvious to say, but it again, these are unique states with unique challenges.
One thing to note too on Iowa, New York Times is now predicting Trump's margin of victory will be plus 11.
So Ann Seltzer, I mean, that was her name, right? The pollster?
Plus 3. She had Harris by 3.
Real quickly, for anyone who wants to know the Ann Seltzer drama, this is a historically super reliable pollster from the Hawkeye state. She's super, and Iowa, sure, it's a small state, but it's where both caucuses start. So the primary systems run out of Iowa. They get a ton of attention. She's their big dog pollster. Now, she partnered with the Des Moines Register and did a poll with Iowa, which had a 3-point margin of error. 3-point margin of error. Well, she was a little outside that, to put it lightly. It turns out that she had Harris winning Iowa, and now it's going to be plus 11 Trump. Is there any accountability for pollsters? Like, everybody's relying on their information.
Well, a lot of people said this could be the death of the polling industry.
I mean,
because that's just. But what's amazing is, I mean, we'll see if it comes out to plus 11. That's a prediction. But the same poll, the Emerson poll that came out the same day as hers, I believe was plus 9 Trump. And even that, if it's plus 11, has understated it. But it just goes to show. We didn't go to Iowa. My guess would be if you walked around Iowa and spoke to 800, because I think that her poll was about 800 people.
Yeah.
If you just walked around and spoke to 800 voters in Iowa, I almost guarantee you would not have had Harris up 3.
Yeah.
Just because like us being in Georgia, like when we were in Georgia, we talked to people, we walked away from there, we're saying there's no way that it's as close as the polls are saying. And now, of course, we didn't talk to 800 people, but just a sense. And that's why these other 3 states are going to be interesting, because they're honest. I mean, I think our main takeaway from those 3 states, the blue wall, Pennsylvania seemed the Trumpiest, Michigan less so, and Wisconsin in the middle.
Yeah.
And it's going to be interesting to see if that's how this plays out here. But also, it's tough to say because Philly is so dominant in Pennsylvania that you can't really weight that mentally.
And thank you to all of you who watched the On the Ground series, because again, they matter, sometimes maybe even more than polls, because you can pick up on enthusiasm, momentum, things like that. And also just talking to people like, we've heard the last, 10 of the last 25 people we talked to say they are flipping one direction, nobody in the other direction. That's something. So, okay, my only thing on the polling is just boost your damn margin of error. Just start saying it. Like, if you're outside your margin of error.
Did you hear Trump talk about it on the Rogan podcast?
No.
Trump said it's a business. And now, again, he's bullshitting on a lot. But because he gave, it was a Washington Post poll last year that had him down 15, I believe, in Wisconsin. And no, sorry, it's 2016. It's the year he won. I think it had him down 15. And the poll came out the day of the election. And then he won the state. And he was talking about this, and Rogan asked him why he thought this was the case. And what Trump said was they don't even do it. That was Trump. Trump's theory is they make up the numbers. And they take the money, they sign a contract, and then they just make it up. And they don't have any incentive to actually perform. Okay, we've got someone calling in here.
Yeah, we have a caller who submitted named Carmen. She said, from South Carolina, she said, excited for the opportunity to discuss why we are not a monolith, and in we, it's a Latino population. And she said, and we are the wild child of elections.
All right.
So
let's talk to a member of the Wild Child Nation. Drew, can you pull up the odds on the popular vote too, just for the audience? I want the audience to get those visuals too, because they don't want to look at the 2 maxes all night. As enjoyable as that. As it
we
is,
also,
I'm sure.
I want to hear from some Harris people and call in too. So hit us up in the comments if you're voting for Kamala and get at us.
Well, let's see. The audio is having a bit of a challenge, so let's see if this works. Hello, can you hear us? Hello?
Is it connected to the Bluetooth, Drew?
It's not connected to the Bluetooth, but we'll just try this for now. That works.
Can we figure out how to do that?
Hey, Carmen, we might need to call back. Our Bluetooth is not working right now.
In the meantime.
I'm sorry about that.
No worries, I'll be here.
Okay, awesome. Appreciate it. Thank you.
All right.
Okay, this is actually not sponsored, but in the meantime, we should give a shout out
to Element. Joe, pull up that map.
We always keep our Element on us.
Map? Popular vote.
Popular vote.
Yeah.
Awesome.
We love Element. Again, not sponsored, but great product.
I love it. I'm not kidding. I've started to steal some packets. I'm not kidding.
Oh, they're great.
Like I have a few. Oh, my backpack's over there. But dude, the citrus, I love them. Like they're very salty.
I like the new chocolate ones. I know that's a polarizing take, but
yeah,
I
haven't been tempted. Okay, so far it's looking very good for Trump Nation tonight. And now we're going to go ahead and take a look at the popular vote situation, which again is not that consequential, but we also aren't getting blue wall results. So we're eager to sort of see how that's shaping out, because that would also change so many national narratives.
We're starting to get some stuff now from Michigan.
Oh, we are.
New York Times is up to Michigan 64% for Trump. Also Pennsylvania, the Republican Dave McCormick is leading in the Senate race there over the incumbent Democrat Bob Casey. 49.1 to 48.4. Now we're gonna have to get some more information on that, but that's a major race for the Senate control that we're gonna have to. And beyond just the presidential implication, the blue wall, there are 3 major Senate races ongoing there that will determine how who controls the Senate in Pennsylvania, Wisconsin, and Michigan. So we're gonna have to keep our eyes on those coming up here as well.
Just seeing now that Joy Reid, we've talked about Florida a lot tonight. She's an MSNBC commentator. She called Florida an extreme right-wing fascist state. I'm just seeing this on my feed here, which seems a little unfair for the fine Sunshine State, but maybe
if it's
that's
a fascist state and you're from there, what does that make you?
I'm an extreme right-wing fascist, apparently. Anyways, it's a.
I'm gonna go ahead and defend. I can't stand Joy Reid, but I'm gonna defend her. Just to swing it back in the Roca bipartisan, nonpartisan narrative.
I just got triggered
on
there,
Fox News. They also say California is a communist state.
Oh yeah. Well, I think they're both insane. I just think that this is why we're so grateful you're on the stream. Why we thought maybe some people might be interested in a different perspective is that that kind of, it makes no sense. I mean, even the most dark blue states have a lot of political diversity. Yeah. The most dark red states, and Florida's not dark red. Florida would just argue that it's been sort of ignored, and comments like that, I'll tell you what, aren't going to bring you more to the middle. But there you go. So, wow, dude, I just taking all this in is kind of fascinating. It's fun. It depends on the side you're on. For us, as reporters, and seeing all these states and then now seeing the results come in, it's kind of interesting to see how what we saw translates into voting.
One thing I want to bring up here too is something that we had shared in our Roca group chat yesterday, and it was voting data. It was someone did a study of different countries and how they would vote for Trump, whether or not they would vote for Trump. And this was a really interesting study. It was Eastern Europe was pretty much the only place that seems to prefer Trump. So just to go through this, the number one most anti-Trump country in Europe is Denmark. In this poll that was conducted, now again, the polls, you never know, Denmark would have gone 96% for Harris.
That's unbelievable.
Finland, 90%, which is interesting because Finland has a right-wing government. Sweden, too, 90%.
It looks like Drew got it. Awesome, Drew.
Oh, yeah. So these stats are really interesting. And, I mean, a lot of people are going to say this is total bullshit. They say that Russia is the most pro-Trump country there is, followed by Serbia, Georgia, Hungary, Bulgaria.
That's not great company.
Yeah, so it's not the countries that you want to vacation in aren't exactly the.
That's a nightmare blunt rotation for
UK, they give 32%. I think that kind of lines up with our experience.
Probably about right.
When we were in the UK in May, we met a lot of Trump supporters.
We did. We also met people who just loathe him, who by the way, like, were pro-Brexit, but loathe Trump.
A question I'd have for you two is, would you want European countries' residents to want your candidate to win? Is that a good sign for the candidate or a bad sign for the candidate?
That's a good point, because like I think a lot of Trump people would say shows were working. You know, that you know, he makes Europe pay up more. You know, he's pushed the EU on a lot of fronts. He pulled out of the Paris Climate Accord. Like there are a lot of things he did that they're proud of that Europeans hated. I don't know. What's your take? I don't know why I spoke.
It depends. I mean, there's a lot of reasons they could hate him that are justified. There's a lot of reasons they could hate him that are not justified.
Yeah.
And I think that typically nationalist politicians, which I would say Trump is, are not loved in other countries, and that's kind of their appeal. And the more that another country hates them, the more they can say, "Look how great I am." You looked at Viktor Orban in Hungary, and he's like he's a pariah in the EU, and they hate him in Brussels, and they hate him in Washington. And there, he's wildly popular. Now, there's issues with like freedom of speech and that kind of stuff there that might obscure his true popularity. But everyone I know who spent time there said he's very popular. And it's true in a lot of places. I think it's true in Russia to some extent.
Also, I know he's violated the decorum and manners around, for example, the Queen, the late Queen. And, you know, there are other times where he kind of upsets the norms and customs of a place. And I get why that would annoy you. It's also true that a lot of these people rely on more establishment media to get their information on the U.S. And I think, frankly, it misrepresents some aspects of American discourse. Like, it's a very specific view of America.
Yeah.
So anyways, I think...
Real quick, Drew, can we get the noise? The noise. We just hit 38,000 subscribers on the YouTube.
Hey!
Let's go!
There you go.
We only started this channel in July, so thank you.
Wait, what were we at like at the start of this stream?
Right.
Like
37.4.
Oh, were we that high?
37.4?
Yeah, 37.4.
Yeah, well, still great. But the reason I actually made the sound was New Mexico Trump is leading. Huh? Trump is leading by 1.4 in New Mexico. It's still projected to go Harris.
These guys are just weird. That's who they are.
But that's interesting. And Trump was campaigning in New Mexico last week. And a lot of people were wondering why he was there because it wasn't even in play. And he said he was there because it was good for him to court the Hispanic vote. Drew, is the phone hooked up yet? Yeah, you have any luck with the Bluetooth?
The phone is saying it's connected, but when we call, it's not kind of putting any sound.
And you changed the input or output or whatever? Is it possible you muted the Bluetooth input on our thing? Or no, because it's not even coming through that?
No, I don't see what it is, unfortunately. I guess worst case, we could try a few things. We could also just try to put it speaker.
Well, we have a breaking
news sound
development. Georgia decision desk, Trump.
No way.
Oh my.
Let me. I want to like confirm that, but I. And by the way, another is that Bernie Moreno's projected to win the Ohio State Senate race, so that kind of locks in.
Ohio State,
the Ohio State Senate race.
Yep. Decision desk confirmed Georgia 51.2 to 48% Kamala with 88% reporting.
And I mean, given the fact that he has a 150,000 vote lead there. So I imagine a lot of those reporting, I imagine it's more than just Fulton County. It's got to be more than Fulton County because otherwise Fulton could flip
wow.
I did not think we'd know this much so early in the night.
Georgia was the one place when we were there and we said, there's no way this isn't going to be Trump.
Yeah.
You know, also,
we almost should go to that part in the video. At the end of the video,
we did say.
Yeah, we did say Georgia is the most likely of the four swing states.
All five or four of them, we said Trump, right?
Yeah, we didn't make a prediction for North Carolina, and the others Trump, but varying degrees of prediction on it. And people called us biased for saying that, which is just kind of like...
We truly did not. I mean, I know it's kind of like you can roll your eyes or whatever, but like we truly did not go to any of these trips with A, expectations we didn't know what to expect, and B, with nothing we wanted. You know, I mean, I know that maybe... I hope you spend enough time with us and our channel to sort of believe that. But that was just from the gut. And we also didn't want to do the thing where we said Trump so many times that we stopped saying it. Like we just went with what we felt was right for each one.
Yeah. Okay. Well, I really want to hear from this caller, but
yeah,
if
we could. I'm trying to think. I'm gonna try it one more time to see.
Throw on some of the Georgia video while we figure this out, Drew. How about we do that?
Yeah. What do you want to watch in Georgia? Maybe we go
to Appalachia. Go to some of the Appalachian.
Yeah. So this is country. So this is northern Georgia.
Please. Sign
Before this ad, then we'll see.
You guys got to start watching more videos so we can afford to get YouTube Premium for Drew.
Yeah.
Turn them subtitles off if you. Yeah.
I'll turn these off.
Biden said last time, and they ain't done none of it. They've just messed everything up.
You're not showing it, Drew.
There's a chance Trump loses. Everybody I've interacted with is
Rewind 10 seconds. Sorry, everyone. Rewind 10 seconds because his take might prove prophetic.
This is northern Georgia.
All the stuff Camilla Harris is saying right now is the same thing Biden said last time, and they ain't done none of it. They've just messed everything up.
There's a 0% chance Trump loses. Everybody I've interacted with is all Trump fans. No offense to you two or any of you, but I mean, really, I don't even like Trump, but come on, there's no way you can really think that those are who was the best choice. You know, regardless of Trump, he may talk, you can complain about that, but he held it down tight. Tried to assassinate him twice. It's not a big show if the Democrats were trying to kill him, and I don't know what is.
So you can't be trusted. All he want to do is attack people. Trump. Yeah. That's all he does. Oh, Kamala, you're this. Oh, Omarosa, you're this. Oh, it's dark around.
Just for context, this guy was from Atlanta. He was working on power lines.
Yeah. Everything that he's trying to put on other people, he's guilty of.
Yeah.
He's a super predator. You'll see. I think it's going to be a blowout.
That didn't age well.
But I sure would not vote for that woman. Young men, are you 50, 75, or 100% sure you're going to heaven when you die?
Comment your answer in the chat.
Yeah, comment your answer.
A lot of people in the video, they're like, 100, I'm 100.
What do you think about politics? With an election coming up, do you support Donald Trump?
I will vote for Donald Trump, but I'm not crazy about Donald Trump. But I sure would not vote for that woman.
Do you think Donald Trump is a Christian?
Shout out Frost. That's a great question. This is good stuff, Brian.
Oh, thank you.
I don't know, just to be truthful with you. But as far as when I vote for the lesser of two evils. And the lesser of two evils is right now is Donald Trump. I voted for him before and I'll vote for him again. But that don't mean that I agree with everything he says and does. And when somebody starts talking about this transgender junk and killing babies, there ain't no way I'd vote for him.
This is some of the most... All right. One thing that's worth commenting, Drew, can you pull up the video of the Trump transgender ad they've been running in the battleground states? This is their #1 ad that they've been running, and they've put in, I think it's 4 times as much money to run ads about transgender policy than they have ads about the economy. This is the Trump campaign, so think about that. They've spent, we'll have to double check this. I believe
Jim Heath
4 times as much money on the transgender situation than on the economy in Trump ads, which goes to show this is an issue. A lot of people said it is niche. It wouldn't really hurt the Democrats. And clearly their data showed the opposite because they spent hundreds of millions of dollars on this. Can you find it? It should be.
I think this is it right here.
Channel playlist of 2024 campaign ads.
Kamala supports taxpayer-funded sex changes for prisoners.
Surgery.
For prisoners.
For prisoners. Every transgender inmate in the prison system would have access.
It's hard to believe, but it's true. Even the liberal media was shocked Kamala supports taxpayer-funded sex changes for prisoners and illegal aliens.
Every transgender inmate would have access.
Kamala's for they, them. President Trump is for you.
I'm Donald J. Trump, and I approve this message.
So that one, I want to pull up the exact stat here, so I'm not lying. And then there's the other one with Charlemagne the God. I don't know if you've seen that.
Yeah, I can pull that one up.
And they use this, and they played it like crazy. And it's clear that it had a huge, it resonated with people much more so than whatever he's going to say about the economy.
Yeah, I'm going to pull up the Charlemagne ad while we're...
Channel playlist of 2024 campaign ads.
Kamala supports taxpayer-funded sex changes for prisoners.
Surgery.
For prisoners.
For prisoners. Every transgender inmate in the prison system would have access.
Hell no, I don't want my taxpayer dollars going to that.
Kamala supports transgender sex changes in jail with our money.
Kamala even supports letting biological men compete against our girls in their sports. Kamala is for them.
You're not showing it. Oh, shit.
President Trump is for you.
I'm Donald J. Trump, and I approve this message.
So for context, The Economist,
For prison.
Yeah. The Economist did a study on this, and they said what they found was 19% of Americans support the idea of trans athletes playing on the sports team that matches their gender identity rather than their biological sex. 19%.
Yeah.
That's it. And then they found that just 19%, the same number, believe transgender youth should have access to puberty-blocking medication. That same study found 27% were unsure, 54% were opposed. So this is an issue that obviously resonates a lot. And even though it's not like a major policy that either candidate, frankly, is really even talking about, from a marketing perspective, it definitely was gold for Republicans on these ads.
Yeah, and just a quick update, overall point is that the entire Harris hopes now come to a blue wall sweep. That's where we are. She needs a blue wall sweep. We're now seeing that the odds of Trump winning Pennsylvania are in the 60s. So it's looking better there than it was at the start of the night. For context, the Real Clear Politics polling averages were about 0.3 advantage for Trump going into tonight. So it was in razor thin margins. I just, a couple quick, yeah, go ahead.
To go through a few things here that are interesting.
Yeah.
Right now, New York Times projections, New Hampshire, Harris plus 3.7. Minnesota, 3.7.
Oh my gosh.
New Mexico, 4.2. Virginia, 4.8. Although some people are saying it could come down to less than a point.
Yeah.
Maine, 5.9. New Jersey, 7.6.
That's officially the craziest one so far.
I mean, New Jersey is one of the bluest states in the whole country.
I just, the thing I'm seeing right now, I also saw some interesting data about how Puerto Rican voter groups in Florida actually swung toward Trump from 20 to 24. So that goes to show that there were a couple key noise, and I had no clue how to distinguish between them, frankly, but it was kind of like the Tony Hinchcliffe line at Madison Square Garden rally 2 Sundays ago, where he says there's a floating island of garbage in the Caribbean. I think it's called Puerto Rico. That line that's been played in attack ads was part of LeBron James's endorsement, and it was just become a galvanizing moment for the Democrats in the Harris campaign. That proves to not be making that much of a splash. But you know what seems to have made a big splash is that Joe Rogan interview with Donald Trump, and the one that followed with J.D. Vance, and the one that followed with Elon Musk, and then finally the endorsement of Joe Rogan, whose interview with Trump has about 40 million views. And you might go, hey, you might think that his viewers are all Republican. They're not. He endorsed Bernie in 20, and he has a very diverse group of viewers, and it probably boosted turnout a ton. So that's just my thinking so far. What are you saying, Frost?
Well, I'm very curious to look at the data once we have it on how young men in particular voted.
Yeah.
Did you watch the Elon Musk interview or any of it?
Parts of it, not
Did
much.
you see at the point where he really went after, you know how he's been saying this thing, if Trump loses, we won't have an election again.
Yeah.
He had a segment on there where he laid out why he thinks that. And then they sliced it on Rogan's YouTube, and they put up a video that said, it was something like Elon Musk and the reason that he had to enter politics. Something like that. So of course, everyone had to click that and watch it. And in it, he essentially lays out that if Trump loses, we're done.
Yeah.
And his argument was that they're flying illegal immigrants to swing states. They're going to legalize the illegal immigrants. They're all going to vote in the next election. Now, obviously, that's total conjecture on whether it's true or not. We're not going to say, but it undoubtedly would move a lot of people who heard it. And when I checked today, tens of millions of people had already seen the clip. So
wow. And by the way, just a quick update. We're at Trump with an 88% chance to win the election, according to the New York Times. So there's an 88% chance to win the election. I'm kind of surprised the models are priced so high at this point. I mean, you have him leading in Wisconsin, Pennsylvania, and Michigan right now. And in terms of how many people are reporting, so listen up. Trump's right now leading in Wisconsin, Pennsylvania, Michigan. We have 55% reporting in Wisconsin. We have 60% reporting in Pennsylvania, 24% reporting in Michigan. Now, on Wisconsin, thanks to the call-in we got from the Marquette grad who now lives in California, shout out. George, there we go, George. It's possible that the Milwaukee precinct will be slow, and so that 55% doesn't reflect a very blue area. But all that's to say, Trump's leading in the blue wall, which she needs to win all three.
So, okay, let's see.
Shout out to my English teacher. Told me to never end a sentence with a preposition. So there you go.
Drew, have you had any luck with the Bluetooth or?
Yeah, let's try to make another call and we'll see how.
Okay, I really want to hear from the one lady who we got a hold of.
Carmen. Shout out Carmen. Carmen, we're there for you.
Okay, current NYT estimate. Pennsylvania toss up. Wisconsin lean R.
Okay,
Michigan lean R. Arizona lean R.
Yeah, it's not coming up with the Bluetooth, but the speaker could work, but that's probably not.
Let's I think we should just let's keep reporting on what we learn as it comes up. By the way, I'm very curious to see how Jill Stein is doing.
That's one thing we haven't talked about at all. Drew, can you pull up the video from Dearborn? And
yeah.
So for those of you who don't know, Dearborn is it's the Arab capital of America. It's the only city in America with an Arab majority, about 52 or 53% Arab. And it's being in Michigan emerged as extremely politically important in the last year for Harris to win Michigan. And one thing when we were there that we realized was, I mean, it wasn't just like a few people not wanting to vote for Harris because of what's going on in Gaza. The norm was that people there didn't want to vote for Democrats because of what was going on in Gaza. Now, obviously, a lot of people could say Trump has been staunchly pro-Israel and isn't going to be any better for the Palestinians. That being said, it was Harris who had their ire and Biden who people were angry at. And now while we were here, Drew, if you want to go to the end of the sequence with the imam, we interviewed the leading imam, which is like the Muslim community leader, religious leader in Dearborn. We'll play the clip here, but essentially he lays out his logic and what he was going to do this election.
The community's most prominent imam or Muslim leader told us he wouldn't vote for either candidate and couldn't tell people to vote for one either.
I'm not satisfied with the Democrat. We are choosing between evil and worse evil. I'm not happy with Kamala Harris. She says, I will continue sending weapons to Israel. You think she doesn't know that those are innocent people being killed? Kids? But I see there is evil and there is more evil. Yeah. I believe Trump is more evil than the Democrat. Who should we vote? Honestly, I don't know. This is a question that I myself I cannot answer. I participated in most presidential elections since I became a citizen in 1998, but in this one, most likely I'm going to stay home.
So to conclude, a lot of Arabs won't vote for Harris. A lot of people.
Yeah, a lot of people. This is a broader Michigan.
People are angry at the country's elites for allegedly shipping their jobs overseas. And people repeatedly said that inflation, immigration, and crime are major problems. The state cities will lean Democratic, but in the heavily populated South and the rural areas, disaffection is widespread.
This is Michigan.
For this reason, we think Donald Trump will take Michigan. Have you enjoyed?
By the way, we're just starting to get results in from Michigan. It's only about a quarter of the results are in so far, but that key Saginaw County, this is just funny how it works. It's only, I think, 1% in, and it's already like 50-50. So that's Saginaw. Again, for those of you who missed this part of the stream earlier, Saginaw County is their big county. It's where there are the Tri-City area of Bay City, Saginaw, and help me out with the third, Midland. And it's historically super important. Dow Chemical's headquartered there. They're kind of like middle-sized cities, so it's not as big as Detroit, but it's also not the rural area. So it's like a great reflection of the state. A lot of industry left, but also a lot of racial diversity. So it's like the perfect bellwether. Trump won it by 1,000 in 2016. Biden won it by 300. So to call it razor thin is accurate. And right now, it's razor thin.
A few more things we just want to address.
Did we get some new stuff?
Well, to talk about the Senate a little bit.
Oh, let's talk about the Senate.
So Texas is, a lot of people are saying Texas was competitive this year, and Democrats thought they had a chance. New York Times says it is Ted Cruz +9.
So not even close.
This is something they keep saying. Every election they say Texas is purple.
Yeah.
And it kind of...
Obama just campaigned there, right? He did the all red thing. I saw him calling about calling all red. Yeah. So, I mean, they put a lot of again, the Beyonce rally was there where she didn't perform, and I know a lot of people were mad about that. And Willie Nelson, as you pointed out. And then more recently, this past week, Obama was there. And just one other quick thing here is Jill Stein, we're going to learn a lot about, for context. She's the major...
Big news. Look at your phones.
Oh, my goodness.
Wait. We just gotta hold
we're
on
going to
that.
hold on. Potentially big headline. So this is what the Gen Z called.
Also, there was a question on the live of what people want to talk about, and one state that was brought up that we haven't talked about much is probably Arizona. So
okay, we'll get to Arizona, and would love to talk about it, which again is fascinating. 60% of the state's population resides in one county, Maricopa County. But real quickly, there are two third-party candidates that are kind of like making things interesting. Jill Stein, so she's a very progressive candidate, and she has mounted a campaign against Harris because of the Gaza issue. She's very pro-Gaza, very anti-Israeli, and of course very anti the U.S. involvement in the Israel-Gaza war. So she has kind of been a disruptor for them.
Yep.
And in somewhere like Dearborn, she may capture a lot of votes. But I'm also seeing, we just saw this, that RFK has 300,000 votes nationally.
Well, okay,
Which is crazy.
This is an interesting point. I spoke to someone recently who lives in northern Arizona, a journalist, and what they said was what they're seeing out there a lot of is signs saying RFK Democrat for Trump or Democrat for RFK. I was in New Mexico last week, and there I saw the most hippie car I've ever seen, world peace, whatever. Then on the sign was a giant picture of RFK, and it said, "Make America Healthy Again." And that seems to be kind of a Southwestern thing of, that RFK kind of like libertarian-ish skepticism of government and all this kind of stuff. I think the RFK thing has been totally underplayed.
Yeah.
His endorsing Trump. Because you look at it, so many people liked him. And it wasn't like a Gary Johnson, like a passive, maybe I'll vote for a third-party candidate. But a lot of people who are like, I love RFK. RFK's my guy. And then when RFK dropped out, the polls didn't really budge, which should have been kind of a red flag. Because it would make sense that a lot of people who are supporting him would change over there. All right, so just on the Senate real quickly.
Which is incredibly important, by the way. Like, you can't overstate the importance of the Senate, especially when it comes to Supreme Court justices, when it comes to obviously getting legislation through. But go ahead.
Well, and the Senate is becoming more and more important with every single election. For example, Harris had said she wanted to eliminate the filibuster to enshrine abortion rights. It was unclear whether she meant eliminate it totally in order to do abortion rights or eliminate it solely for the abortion issue. But I think that's something that got a lot of conservatives probably to vote. I bet we met a good number of Republicans, not a good number, but a handful of older Republicans, exclusively older, who said they had voted for Trump before, but wouldn't vote for him again this time because of January 6th, democracy, this and that. I think stuff like the filibuster point probably gets a lot of those people who wouldn't have voted for Trump to vote for him because they're really not progressive people. They are not necessarily pro-choice, and they do not want this stuff passed. And yet, all of a sudden, they saw it at risk if Harris got elected. Obviously, a lot of people support eliminating the filibuster. But the other day, a prominent Democratic congressman, he laid out the Democrats' agenda as being eliminate the filibuster with the goal of eventually adding 2 new states, Puerto Rico and D.C.
D.C., yeah.
And eventually attempting to eliminate the Electoral College. And I think that alarms a lot of people who theoretically would be alienated by Trump and older conservatives who don't like that, especially in the Midwest, who don't like that really brash, obnoxious attitude. But then when they hear that's the alternative, I think a lot of them are like, yeah, I'll still vote for him.
Yeah, totally. And I just got another quick tidbit. I know we're throwing a bunch of these little random tidbits at you tonight, but you guys might find this very interesting, is exit polls, again, put a little bit of grain of salt. They tend to be pretty accurate, but not totally. It's showing that in New York, so again, the state safely blue, they did a breakdown of religion, votes by religion, and the something else category, so atheists, let's call them, 70% for Harris, 26% for Trump. Blowout. The Jewish vote, the highest rate for a Republican presidential candidate in decades. Trump got 43% of the New York Jewish vote.
Are you serious?
Trump got, let me say that again, 43% of the New York Jewish vote. And this is a population that is concentrated in New York City and Westchester County and parts of Long Island. So it's very high education, high earning, and historically very liberal.
Tim Dillon said the other day on his podcast, he said, I don't know a single New York Jew supporting Harris.
Wow.
So that's
I did hear that. I did hear him say that.
Thing. Now, one other thing. This is interesting. This is too early to call. Massachusetts held a referendum on legalizing psychedelics.
Oh.
And so far, only 32% of the vote in, but over 1 million votes. They must have already counted a lot of the Boston area. 57% no.
You're kidding.
In Massachusetts.
Dude, is this like what?
Well, you know what's interesting? So here's the proposal.
Yeah.
People 21 and over would be allowed to grow, use, and possess psilocybin, magic mushroom, psilocin, derivative of that, DMT, mescaline, ibogaine. These psychedelic drugs will only be available for purchase at approved locations and for use while that's a typo, but with a licensed facilitator.
Uh-huh.
That's interesting. But I wonder, like, on that, it's like the DMT thing seems like a little bit of a step above maybe some of these other drugs.
Yeah, but I know we've talked about this before, but the first state to legalize, if I'm correct, is Oregon.
I think so.
Right. Or it was either
Oregon
parts
or Colorado.
of it. I think Oregon.
Yeah.
I think Oregon. I think, and I'm it's always tricky getting these timelines right. I know for like weed medicinally, it was California in the 90s, then recreationally, a bunch of states at once in the early 2010s. But for psilocybin, it was Oregon, but then they are like getting rid of it, right? They're phasing it out, I think.
Well, they did, I think psilocybin first, but then they legalized all drugs in 2020.
That's right.
And that one, they canceled it.
That's right.
And
that's the one they canceled.
That was the first domestic, I think, Roca on the ground report we did in Oregon. And it was the most obvious thing in the world that it wasn't working.
Yeah.
And again, I like from a libertarian perspective, I know a lot of people really, really support it. But the issues they did it to solve issues in Portland, and it wasn't like out of some kind of libertarian philosophy.
Yeah.
And instead, everything just got worse in the next 2 years. And then now they repealed it, and it became like an extremely toxic political thing.
Just a quick interjection. One commenter, once you're finished with this conversation, would love to hear what's the current stats of the race to 270.
Okay.
How do we feel about that? I think that would be a good thing to kind of.
Sure. So we can go straight into that actually. So right now, you obviously have Trump. Okay, most states aren't official yet. So for example, like Washington and Oregon are not locked in for the Democrats, but obviously once they start reporting, they're going to go for the Democrats. So take this with a grain of salt. But what are the current numbers on that screen you have right there? 207?
For which one? Yeah, 207. This is Reuters, and it's 207 Trump, 91 Harris.
Okay.
Obviously, California is not in yet.
Yeah.
Show that screen so people can see it.
Yeah. Take a look at the screen. And again, take it with a grain of salt. So I'll give you some... is this a map we can change or no? This is just...
Yeah, I can go in at an individual state level.
Okay. But okay, so you see Washington, Oregon, California all go blue. Nevada, we don't know yet. Probably red, but who knows? Idaho will go red. New Mexico expected to go blue, but by narrow margin. Nebraska is going to go red. So you can start to pencil in, obviously, Maine, red. But basically, if you're wondering, practically speaking, who's going to get to 270 first, Kamala has to swing, has to run the table with that blue wall.
Let's do 270. We'll do it. Let's do one right here with what we're at right now.
Okay. So this is a map that has, okay, so this is, you guys are looking at a custom map. We can go ahead and fill in North Carolina and Georgia for Trump. Here we go. Go ahead and put Georgia and North Carolina in for Trump.
1 second. Georgia. Yeah, so Trump will do mid red, or we'll do full red, and then North Carolina.
Yep, and then...
So that puts him at 262 Republican.
So now all he'd need is one of the blue wall states.
No, that was with Arizona as a red state.
Okay, so
it's
take
251.
Take Arizona out.
Yeah.
So he could win with
Pennsylvania. That's
Pennsylvania
all.
would do it.
Pennsylvania would do it. And then some other combination of what about and then if he won Nevada and Arizona, he'd still be one shy, right? He'd need Nebraska too at that
So
point.
let's give Michigan to Kamala. Sorry.
Why are we giving are we just doing this for scenario play?
Yes, scenario play.
Okay. Okay, let's do that. And then let's give Arizona and Nevada to Trump.
That's 268 Trump, 241.
It's just so funny how important Nebraska too. They should have held a bunch of rallies in Nebraska too. That Omaha district is becoming so freaking important.
Also, they just called Idaho for Trump.
All right. Potatoes.
Idaho, that is a very, very Trumpian. It is it's like the 5th most pro-Trump state. For context, in 2020, trivia question, which U.S. state had the highest share pro-Trump, or was the most pro-Trump?
Oh, gosh, that's a great question. I'm going to go with...
comment your guess in the...
Yeah, comment your guess in the chat. Make me look dumb. I'm going to go with Wyoming.
Yes.
Let's go. I'll take it.
Now, can you guess how much? What share voted for Trump?
I bet it's not obscene. I bet it's like... Nah, maybe it is obscene. 72?
70.
Okay, 70. I'll take
70.
it. Okay, so just one other... Idaho. It's funny we talk about that. My brother, shout out Joe if you're watching, he's probably turned this off long ago, but he did farming in Idaho. And he was talking about this summer how in Idaho, you'll see a bunch of stickers that'll say, "Don't California my Idaho." So they're worrying about a different migrant situation out there. Although migrant farming is also a big part of it, but like they don't like those California migrants.
Yeah, California just got reported at 0% expected
Literally the
vote.
first vote comes in, they're like, yeah, it's going blue.
It takes California a long time to count their votes, though, and that's what could decide the popular vote. California, I believe, in the last election had the 2nd most Republican votes. The 2nd most votes for Trump.
That's just
After
crazy
Texas.
to think about.
Yeah.
Damn, you should have told me that before. That's a good fun fact. We've had a lot of like boring pauses in our lives. Could have filled that up.
Is there a specific swing state you guys want to look at? We got Wisconsin, Michigan.
We haven't talked about... Yeah, Pennsylvania. Okay,
Let's do Pennsylvania.
Let's...
Wait, do we get... Okay, we just got some new... Okay.
Okay, so Pennsylvania has 69% reporting. And Trump is leading 51-48.
In New York Times, the New York Times has shifted Pennsylvania into a lean Republican state. That is a big statement for a state that has had a 0.3 Trump polling advantage going into today.
I just got to say, if Trump does win these and the predictions in each of those YouTube videos was accurate and people call us biased, that would be vindication.
Yeah, it would feel good.
This is not because of Trump becoming the president, but purely because we interviewed these people in Pennsylvania. We left Pennsylvania and we said the support for Trump was shocking.
I've talked to, one thing we try to do is keep like a very balanced group of people that we talk to. I personally, my friends are very all over the map politically. And I still think that piece, I keep coming back to because it's so boring, but I think most people haven't wrapped their heads around it. Or it's not boring, but it's like, I've repeated it a few times, is that minority switch. Like, so for example, Pennsylvania, talking to people in Pittsburgh, in Philadelphia, who were self-reportedly former staunch radical progressives, one member of the Black Panthers we talked to in Pittsburgh, and then a young woman who's a college student, black woman, she's like 21, and undecided, kind of leaning Trump. The other guy, the former Black Panther, leaning Trump.
One thing, speaking of leaning Trump, can we get that noise?
What is it?
So, Minnesota is now ranked a toss-up by the New York Times. Minnesota has become like California. I mean, that's how like
I can't believe this.
It's become one of the most progressive states in the country.
Tim Walz is the
state.
Freaking governor.
Now they still project him to win. The Times, they got him at plus 2.5, but they've downgraded it from likely Dem to toss up, or either lean or likely Dem.
I just can't believe it because Walz is a 2-term governor, right? He got reelected in 22, I think.
Yes.
Yeah.
And one thing interesting here is only 11% of the vote has been reported, and they've done that, which would suggest they're seeing something in the vote that they can extrapolate.
I wonder what they're saying. So Drew, it looks like we
can look at Minnesota.
I was actually going to say, why don't we go to your neighboring state? Could we go to first since we know those counties a little bit better?
Oh, wait, what? Well,
yeah, so I was thinking we look at Door County and Bucks County.
Yeah, I was going to say Bucks too. Yeah, perfect. Let's do
Door County.
We'll start at Door County and
Frost, tell us about Door County.
You can go right here. We got the YouTube video.
Oh, perfect. Yeah, just feature that on the...
Smithy is changing.
We got to get this guy YouTube Premium.
Yeah, we're going to get... Hey, guys, next stream, we're getting YouTube Premium. We're going to break the bank.
Okay.
Also, you guys should comment what we want to do more of these live streams and stuff. Comment some ideas or like, we're gonna start doing these, but let it rip.
Drew, you're on the camera.
County, one of the only U.S. counties that's voted for the president.
Can you turn it up a little bit on there?
2000. Yeah. The way Door goes is likely how Wisconsin and the U.S. will go. Door County is a quaint, forested peninsula sticking into Lake Michigan. The signs we saw suggested it's a dead heat. Half were for Trump and half were for Harris.
And to be clear, this is...
People we spoke to told us the same thing.
They've picked every president since 2000, this county.
I would say Door County is probably going to lean towards Kamala right now.
Specifically, honestly, I think they're going to go Trump.
Yeah.
I don't think that a lot of people here are ready to vote a woman into power, frankly, especially a black woman.
Who do you think's going to win based on the vibe here? Yeah.
It's been very volatile the last 60 days with all the changes, and I'm not sure everybody's picked their way yet.
Yeah. So we're still to be decided.
It's still a coin flip.
But people also said the cost of housing is the number one issue.
I think even 4 years ago, 5 years ago, right before COVID, you could get a nice house for $150. Now, starting house, I think, is around $310.
Our guess is that Trump has an advantage here because people said housing costs have soared under Harris. And among the swing states, Wisconsin has seen the highest increase in housing prices in the last couple of years.
Yo, pause it real quick, Drew. One thing that I think that's interesting to note here is a lot of people, and they commented it on this video, and they said, well, that doesn't make sense because Harris isn't responsible for housing prices.
Mm-hmm.
But in politics, that doesn't matter. People don't look at what the president does. For one thing, a lot of people would say she is, but more importantly, it doesn't necessarily matter what the president does directly. I mean, the president is held accountable for all the different conditions in the country.
Yeah.
And that's one reason why when we knew going into this, the Democrats had, a lot of stuff to overcome because everywhere you go, you hear the same exact stuff. Immigration, cost of living, inflation, foreign policy, all this stuff working against them. Now, that's not to say it's their fault. That's turn on Fox News or CNN if you want the opinions. But that is to say that this stuff is undeniable. Everywhere you went, you heard this. And it seemed that the argument that because of January 6th and democracy stuff, people would turn against Trump, what we heard over and over and over again was it was a small percentage of older Republican voters and liberals who cared about that. And the vast majority of independents and conservatives didn't. Just flatly stated.
Do you want to look at...
Show us Door County.
Yeah, so look at Door County and not to talk about myself, but I'm from Wisconsin, and I think this is fascinating because Door County, 6 times in a row, it's got no other county in the country. But right now, it looks like Kamala is in the lead at 50.4 to 48.2 with 95 plus. Wow. So it looks like it will have gone Kamala. And the betting markets are showing that Trump is favored to win. So if Trump wins and Kamala wins Door County, it's lost its streak. And the question is, why is that? And I guess a theory would be that, as that guy said, housing prices have gone up. And a lot of people from Milwaukee and Chicago suburbs have gone up there to live full time. So potentially the demographic has changed to slightly more wealthier and slightly more Kamala. So it's not the swing county it once was.
Someone pointed this out too, the myth of swing counties. I read an interesting analysis piece on this. So you'll hear a lot about, again, Saginaw County in Michigan, Bucks County in Pennsylvania, Door County in Wisconsin, these counties that sort of seem to predict every single presidential election. And they kind of say, well, these counties change a lot. And they change demographically, and there are patterns like this where some of the more well-off counties, like for example in Pennsylvania, you have Erie County, which is not getting a lot of people from out of state who move there because it's quaint and nice. But Bucks County, the other big bellwether county of Pennsylvania, it's a very nice. I mean, we were driving through Bucks County going, Let's head to Bucks County for a second. Drew, take us to Bucks County and make sure you kind of give our viewers a sense of where it's situated in the state. So it's right outside of Philadelphia.
I think they call it like an exurb. You know, it's not
Exurb,
it's not like the
yeah.
first round of suburbs, but the next.
Yeah, I like that, the exurb.
Very, very well. They said it's divided. We had some great conversations here, including with a Roca reader who works in local politics and owns a business, and he told us that it's divided between a rural, a mix of like rural and blue collar voters that makes up kind of half the state, and the other half is like highly educated Philly workers who live out there and commute in.
Yeah, we can have some results from Bucks County. So only 46% of the vote is in. But Kamala is up 50.4 to 48.7. So almost exactly the same as Door County. So just slight Kamala leads right now.
Okay, so I want to find the exact statistic that we were told from our reader in Bucks County. He said, let's see.
And it went for Biden 51.7 to 47.3. So there's a 1% difference as the current reporting.
So one thing that he said, it was always neck and neck. It was very close, but there was a lead there for registered Democrats. There are more Democrats than Republicans in Bucks County. And that's changed. And the Republicans have essentially eaten away at that lead. And he said that boded well for them. And it gets back to the point you made to me before about the migration to Idaho.
Mm-hmm.
People keep saying that when you have people from California and from New York moving south or moving to these different states, because they had a lot of people from New York and New Jersey move into Bucks County, and they keep saying that's going to turn them blue. Like Florida and Texas, you have all these people moving from the north down there. That's going to make it blue. But that doesn't seem to be happening.
No, it doesn't. I mean, I think it's probably a little bit of something like the adage of migrants, you know, you become more like the country, but the country also becomes more like you. I think you see that on a smaller scale with a lot of these counties where they are leaving their home place for a region, but pretend they don't bring any of the sensibilities or any of the beliefs that they had in their previous state. Were just like baseline assumptions. People are so different in this country. The way they view community, the way they view front yards. Like there are parts of front yard. I like grew up, you know, and maybe it's just having Southern relatives in the South and love it, but like property's a big deal. Like there are places in the country where you like zigzag on people's yards. It's not a big deal. Like you don't get on someone's property. It's not an important point to the stream, but we're talking about like property. I just grew up that way.
How many people you shoot as a kid?
Get off my lawn, son.
So we're past 3,000 viewers, which is the first I've seen.
All right, we're about 3,000. Thank you guys so much. So guys, we are seeing a historic night. I mean, I know that word is used a lot, but we came in tonight thinking, what? Do we have a breaking update?
Press it. So Mark Halperin, journalist.
Yep.
Am I pronouncing that right?
Yeah, Halperin. Yeah.
Halperin says Kamala has summoned the press pool.
What does that mean?
Probably to make some kind of a statement.
Oh, like
I don't know. But I mean, summon the pool. That's when you get the journalists together. That's when you get the RocaNews team out there to tell us something important. Drew, maybe on YouTube. Let's just see if there is a speech either candidate's going to give. We should drop into there on the YouTube and feature that. So just keep an eye on that. Some updated odds.
This is just go.
MIT moved Nevada to lean red. Again, Trump has never won it before. NBC called Oregon for Kamala.
Yeah, I popped this up on. I'm doing using Reuters.
Yep. Oregon's an interesting state. I'll have to do some stuff there. Okay, so
Reuters has 153 Harris and 211 Trump.
Okay, so were you about to break into something? Because
no,
I got something to discuss, which is I want to go back to this poll that dominated the media cycle for a bit. Drew, go ahead and pull up Ann Selzer, and then I'm sure the top result will be her poll. So Iowa, have you seen what the latest margin is?
No.
It's looking like Trump is going to win it by get it on screen. So this is Ann Selzer, prominent Hawkeye State pollster. and I'm just upset because of like how many people this misled. Trump's going to win, I think, by 14 points is what I just saw.
Are you serious?
We can look at Reuters right now, and Reuters is showing 56.7% Trump to 41.8.
So she's up 13.9 according to that. Yeah. That means she's off by 17 effing points. A week of the election.
Now, it's worth saying that a lot of people on like Republican Twitter were speculating that the poll was faked to give the Democrats a boost, and I mean, frankly, I wrote that off as just like them, whatever. But
wasn't there an interesting reason you pointed out? Yeah.
So the reason they thought this was because the poll, which was supposed to be kept under tight wraps until a specific time on Saturday night, Saturday afternoon, several hours before the poll was released, Pritzker, the governor of Illinois, kingmaker in Democratic politics, billionaire, Hyatt hotel family fortune, one of the most powerful people in American politics, he said in a meeting at Duke University that this poll was coming out that night with a +3 thing. So people are saying, okay, if this is a legit poll, why is it that this Democratic governor has it hours early? And Republicans are saying that the theory was because Kamala was struggling so much, they're going to use it to give the Democrats a shot in the arm. I wrote that off at the time, but maybe it's true. But the other thing I gotta wonder is how many people who were gonna stay home went out to vote because they were like Republicans, and they're like,
oh wow,
like I bet there are a lot of Trump voters or like would-be Trump voters who are like, fuck that, I'm gonna go vote. But
well,
part of my friends.
I think the other aspect, I think you shared this too, is that maybe she's also in the final years of her career. And, kind of doesn't care about going out with a little bit of a, maybe friendly nod to the one team. Like her reputation isn't at stake because she's about to retire. But the point is, I guess as like a polling junkie, it's just kind of frustrating to see these radically off misses. Obviously, there are things like margins of error. But when you're consistently out, in this case, several margins of error, like, what are we doing? What are we doing here, folks? Like, this is like the weatherman saying it's going to be 80 degrees and thunderstorm and there are flurries. Like, if you're a weatherman who does that, I'd say you're fired. I'm going to go to a different weather channel or maybe not check the weather at all. And I think that may happen to the polling industry when people go out in T-shirts and it's snowing.
Totally. There's some. What was the other? There was another.
Do we have another breaking update?
Oh, just the odds. Drew, can you show Polymarket or Kalshi, and let's check on these odds here.
Yeah, so right now it has Trump at 90% on Kalshi and Harris at 9%.
That's not good for her.
Yeah, that's not great.
And on Polymarket. Also, before we do this, just for the people who are skeptical of this, why is this interesting to you guys as Roca founders? Like, why would we look at this over polls?
Well, I think the obvious argument is that polls they don't work and they're politicized and people are doing them out of ideology and kind of preconceived notions. It's a broken market because who's paying a pollster when they're wrong over and over again? Obviously, the market's not really functioning. Whereas here, people are making bets to win money.
Well, I think also it's kind of like, to me, a betting market takes into account more than polls, but they do take into account polls. Like, polls have moved betting markets. So, like, I think betting markets are basically saying, okay, here's what the polls say. Now, here's what we think of those polls. And then other sort of factors on what we think turnout will be, what we think candidate enthusiasm and campaign sort of energy and on-the-ground operations like. So I think it's just like more of a meta-analysis of polls is how I look at betting markets. And so people probably rightfully said, okay, the polls showed narrow advantage to Trump, but the polls have always been wrong about Trump, so we'll probably add a little on top of that. So that's my sense. But it's a fair question. I mean, maybe, and notice, by the way, we're trying to tie in the New York Times prediction index. Say what you want about the New York Times. It's a biased paper, but they also have very sophisticated operation, and they've been pretty good the last two elections throughout the night.
Sound. New York Times calls North Carolina for Trump.
Okay.
So I know earlier been called by someone else.
Decision Desk, but now New York Times a little more. Decision Desk is often an outlier, so.
Yeah. Pennsylvania is rated a toss-up again. I don't know what it was before.
It's now from lean red to toss up?
Maybe.
Wow. So Pennsylvania could be in play. I wonder what Wisconsin's like, and then he's just got to win the Sun Belt. I don't know why people are so enthusiastic with that much still left on the field, frankly.
Also, from the comment section, 2 states that people would like to be discussed is Nevada. Hopefully I'm pronouncing that right.
Oh, wait, sorry. Pennsylvania just moved back to lean red, 68% in.
Yeah.
Sorry about that. But sorry, Drew. What were you saying?
You go to, and then I'll finish that.
Well, you can go ahead.
Yeah, I was just going to say Nevada and Virginia were 2 states that people in the comments wanted to be discussed. So.
Also, if anyone's from Nevada, can you say, do you prefer the VA or VA? I think it's VA, but it could go both ways. I don't know. Nevada.
I'll just talk on Virginia quick.
Please.
I lived there for a while. I went to school there. It's a state near and dear to my heart. We gotta see. This happens pretty much every year, though, where the suburbs in Northern Virginia, come out. I mean, that's millions of people. It's one of the most densely. What did we say the other day? The DC area is the 5th or 6th most populous.
I think 6.
Most populous metro area in the country, and most of that population is concentrated in these populations. Okay. Northern Virginia.
I got Virginia up on the screen.
So let's. It's Fairfax, Loudoun County. Now, one of these.
So we got 2020 and 2024, so we can compare.
Yeah.
Which county are you looking most interested in?
Arlington. What's Arlington County showing?
Where is Arlington?
Or it's Arlington County, right?
Yeah, I think it's Arlington, Fairfax, and Loudoun are the 3 that border at the top.
Arlington would be just west of DC.
Okay, so we'll start with Loudoun. Sorry. So 95+% of the votes are in. Harris with 57, Trump with 40.4, and Jill Stein with 2%.
Okay, one note on Loudoun. In which year did Glenn Youngkin win? 2021, right?
Yeah.
So when Glenn Youngkin ran as a Republican and turned it from a blue governor state to a red governor state, one of the reasons was because people in Loudoun County switched to the right, and a major issue is education. Mm-hmm. This is an area that's very blue and very wealthy, but not necessarily progressive, I think.
Yeah.
And a lot of people there in that area got angry about the school shutdowns and about critical race theory and all this kind of stuff. It's very much like an upper middle class, stable area. That's not to generalize 100%, but it's one of the wealthiest counties in the country. And that was where a lot of this Moms for Liberty kind of stuff really took root. And that's what got Youngkin elected governor, largely was the shift in those counties up there.
To be clear, too, Loudoun is 17. I'm pretty sure Biden won it by 25.
Yeah, can we go 2020, 2024 for those 3 counties?
Let's do it.
Well, it's an 8-point difference, right? Isn't that correct?
So he was 61.5 to 56.5, so a 5% swing, or a 5% lower. So would that be a 10% swing, or?
Depends on how much went to Trump, but yeah, 10%-ish.
Yeah, and then Fairfax this year, Harris was 65%, and in 2020, Biden got 70%. So another drop. And then lastly, with Arlington, Harris with 77% and Biden with 80.6. So 3 to 5% in those 3 counties.
Arlington. You know the nickname for Arlington.
Which is it?
Pyongyang on the Potomac.
Oh yeah.
So it's very left.
My folks are in Fairfax County. Shout out mom and dad if you're watching. I know they were for most of the night. I think one of the trends, I'd love to see numbers on this, but it seems like it's become a lot more Hispanic. I mean, it's super affluent.
Yeah.
Like all 3 of those counties are extremely affluent, as we said earlier, in case you missed it. 4 of the 5 wealthiest countries in America border DC. Like that is kind of crazy to think about. And but Fairfax, this education issue is huge, and a lot of immigrants live there who, again, it's a lot of very progressive, highly educated. One fun fact about DC is 1/4 to 1/4 of the people who live there have master's degrees. It's like this hyper-educated, progressive, obviously political city, and that's true of a lot of its suburbs. But I've just noticed in Fairfax County there are a lot more Hispanics. We last Sunday went to church in Spanish when I was visiting them, so it's just kind of like you see that more and more in that area. So I wonder if that's part of the movement toward Trump.
This is going to be. I can't wait to see how the media reacts to this.
Yeah.
Because I think one thing that backfired was again, it's too early to say. Anything could happen in these blue wall states. I do think the fascism thing didn't work.
Oh, their accusation toward Trump.
Just
that
out.
label.
I mean, you just talk to people, and most people are. If you are in the bubble, you spend a lot of time online and whatever, then those ideas are really important. But for most people, it's not about the ideas; it's about the material thing. And they're not going to elect Hitler, but like these allegations and this like the strong fear of the strong man and this and that the media kind of says. I think it really just doesn't resonate with a lot of people, and that's what's going to come out of this. But the question is, how? On the one hand, people, I mean, last week and really the last like 10 days where fascism has become like the theme of the Harris campaign toward Trump. And now they're going to have to figure out when they look at these numbers, if it's true that Black and Hispanic voters shifted en masse toward Trump. How do you even explain that?
Yeah, and also how many Nazi rallies had, it seems it's an interesting movement if 43% of Jews in New York are voting for that. So that certainly makes it interesting. And, we were at that rally interviewing people, and it certainly had, there were elements of cult-like behavior in terms of we asked repeated people, what do you think of Trump? What's your least favorite thing about Trump? The majority of people, the vast majority, said I won't speak ill. And that's kind of like, okay, that's a lot. But there were also a lot of people who are voting for Trump in spite of Trump, and a lot of people who are openly, a ton of minorities there, a lot of people openly wearing their Star of David. Like, it's just the most absurd depiction. And NBC News thought it would be okay to air comparing like, also around this time in 1939, right, was the
They
year.
literally showed footage of the Hitler rally.
Of the Hitler rally. And most people are like, guys, I bet you a lot of independent voters were like, I don't like Trump, but this is insane. And it's insulting to my neighbor, Gary. Shout out Gary. I don't know who Gary is, but who's voting for Trump. I know he's not
I know Gary's a big Trump guy. Actually,
so there you go. Shout out Gary.
I bet most guys named Gary probably like him.
Yeah, what states, counties do you want to look at next?
What's happening in Michigan?
Yeah, so in Michigan, I guess the county with Dearborn, I think it's...
Can you show that, Drew?
Yeah, I'll show that.
It's Wayne, right? It's Wayne.
Yeah, Wayne County, which...
That's Detroit too, right? Or is that Oakland?
Yeah, it's Detroit.
Wayne, yeah.
So Wayne County only has, from what it looks like, 15% in, so it's not...
I remember Biden winning it by preposterous margin.
Right now, Harris with 93%, which is ridiculous.
Think about that.
Where's
15, that? Wayne with 93%. I remember it being preposterous, and there you go, 93% and
53% in.
No, that's only with 15% in.
15%. Okay. One thing we just gotta talk about real quick too, just while we're on the punditry for a second.
Yeah.
The Kill Tony thing.
Yeah.
And the theory that this was going to cost Trump the election. Now, it still could.
Yeah.
But it also just felt like media hysteria.
Yeah.
And Trump didn't even say the thing. It was said at the rally, but it was a comedian.
Yeah.
And now, was it a stupid idea to have the comedian there and all stuff? Yeah, probably.
Yeah.
But to what extent were people who, what they were saying was that was going to cause Trump voters not to vote for him.
Mm-hmm.
Trump voters who have put up with countless horribly offensive things that Trump and the people around him have said. And that a joke by a comedian, one of the most popular comedians on earth, said was going to flip them. Now, there are certainly people, but I think for a lot of people, it's that kind of overbearing sense of like the media talking down to you that I think probably drove them crazy. So much of this, the media could always flip the election and everything, and like can play a real role in informing people and mattering. But I do think for a lot of this stuff, the media, I think, is just thoroughly discredited, and they just don't trust them. They really, really, really don't trust them.
There's a meme that, which is where we get most of our wisdom these days, and it's a little politically incorrect, but I'm going to discuss it anyways. It's three people. It's whites, blacks, and Latinos, and there are two categories. It's making fun of other races and then people making fun of your race. And for whites and blacks, it's like you're laughing when it's making fun of other races, but you're like angry when it's making fun of your race. And it shows like the Gustavo Fring angry look. And then for Latinos, it's laughing for both. And I was thinking about that. And I'm thinking a lot of Latino friends that I know, and it's like in Florida, and they do have like a great sense of humor and also like an ability to laugh at themselves and like make jokes. We hear that all the time on the road. So I don't mean to summarize, obviously, it's like, again, flattening to speak this way about an entire group. But I do think there's a culture where a lot of people, including ones we talked to, are kind of like, what?
One of the more interesting conversations we had was with an illegal immigrant outside of Atlanta, and he said he'd been there for 10 years, and he worked at a car shop and auto repair shop. This guy, I mean, his hands were covered in grease and the whole thing. You know, where are you from? And he spoke English, and he said he learned English on the streets. He came from Mexico, for 10 years, been working at the auto shop, and he said we asked him if he was worried if Trump won, if he'd get deported, and he said no. And we asked why. He said it doesn't matter if you're a legal immigrant. It doesn't matter if you are legal or illegal. If you're an immigrant and you do something wrong, they're going to kick you out. And if you're an immigrant and you don't do something wrong, they're not going to kick you out. That was how he saw it. And then we asked him about, you know, they say they're going to deport a lot of people. And he said they're going to deport a lot of Venezuelans. And this was a Mexican worker. And he made a very clear, I mean, he pretty much ranted about Venezuelan migrants. And he said, when we come, we being Mexicans, he was saying, and again, I'm not endorsing what he's saying at all, but this is just one perspective. He said, when we come, we don't expect anything. We know we can't get amnesty. We know we can't get, we can't get asylum. We can't get benefits. We have to hide from the government, and we are here purely to make money. That's what he said. And he said the Venezuelans who are coming illegally are different. And he said they think this, they think that, whatever. And again, that's not to endorse that, but that is just to say that the monolithic idea of any kind of race or people or whatever, it just melts away. It totally melts away. And you hear the same thing when something, I can't remember who was saying, some pundit was saying this, when the whole thing went down with eating the cats and the dogs with the Haitians. And people said this is really going to upset Latino people. A lot of people I know who are Latino, they said Haitians and Latinos don't even necessarily get along. So it's all complicated. Any effort to reduce people to whatever.
Can I read some comments on that Puerto Rico comment?
Yes.
We have Sylvia, hopefully I'm pronouncing this right. She said, we Latinos are built different. We grow up roasting each other. We good. We don't need the angry progressive white Roman rage.
That's pretty funny.
Another one says, Omicron variant, great name, says, us Hispanics can take a joke.
Yeah.
A few other comments, but it seems like the general Roca Latino audience is saying that they weren't offended by that.
So, and again, a quick update here. The night is still far from over. I mean, it is a, like right now, the Rust Belt remains opaque for the most part.
Do you want to do an overall 270, kind of like go state by state to see how we're feeling?
Sure. Let's do that.
Nevada is back to toss-up on New York Times.
State by state,
70%. Where's that, Billy? Okay, here we go.
Okay, awesome. I got the map filled up. You guys want to go state by state with the big states?
Yeah, so we'll go through. So essentially, the 5 states that are really in play right now are Georgia was called, right?
Not on Reuters, but yeah, I think other sites had it.
No, yeah, Georgia was called.
Blue Wall, Arizona, Nevada. Let's go through those real quick. So Pennsylvania, we're going to use the Times projections, which roughly mirror the betting odds right now. Mm-hmm. Betting odds are a little bit more favorable to Trump. Times has Wisconsin, 67% chance of going for Trump. Pennsylvania, 70% chance of...
We're good.
Okay. Wisconsin, 67% chance for Trump. Pennsylvania, 70. Michigan, 66. So again, this is the blue wall. Wisconsin, 67% chance Trump. Pennsylvania, 70. Michigan, 66. Okay, those are the 3 there. Nevada, they have 62% chance Trump. Arizona, 77% chance Trump. So right now, Trump is projected to lead in all those. To put this in context, they have Minnesota at 65% chance Harris, which means they are giving Trump a better chance of winning Wisconsin than Harris of winning Minnesota.
I mean, that's just like hard to fathom going into tonight.
Michigan, 66. They think Trump is more likely to win Michigan than Harris is to win Minnesota.
That might be the like most succinct line of the night so far in terms of the momentum. And Drew, can you go ahead and pull up Pennsylvania? Because Pennsylvania is the big one, and I feel like we haven't spent enough time on it. It's also a state that's notorious for counting votes late.
Yep.
Pennsylvania is looked up. Is there a specific county you
want? How about Allegheny County? We haven't talked about Pittsburgh at all.
Allegheny. Let's do Allegheny.
That's how you pronounce that, by the way, right?
Yeah.
Allegheny.
So if we look at 2020 results, that county, which I won't even try to pronounce, was Biden at 59.4%.
This is Pittsburgh's county.
This is Pittsburgh's county. And right now, 92% of the vote in. Harris at 59.2, so pretty much the same. Just very, very slight. I think the other county we should look at is Erie, which we were in. Frost, do you want to talk about Erie before we dive into that?
Yeah, I mean, Erie is pretty depressed. It has the second highest opioid overdose rate in the country after Baltimore County. Used to be a major shipbuilding hub, GE, lots of manufacturing kind of stuff, big steel manufacturing. Not steel, but industry. And a lot of it's left. And now it's depressed. That's really Rust Belty. And it totally flips and often goes the way the president does. So what are we seeing here, Drew? What are
yeah, let's look at it. So in Erie, we see Harris right now is actually doing very well. She has 56.1% of the votes with 48% in. So still a lot to go. And just for context, Biden won 49.8 to 48.8 in 2020. So Harris is doing well in Erie.
It's possible, though, that's misleading.
Yeah,
what percentage is in? Because it could be early votes.
Very early. It's 48%. So I imagine.
I wonder what percentage of those are early votes, because there's no way the models wouldn't reflect that if that were like a more meaningful dent or more meaningful boon in her direction.
Can we get the noise real quick?
Ba-ba-bum.
Apparently, Dearborn, Michigan is currently going 45% Trump.
No.
33% Stein. 15% Harris.
Oh my.
Well, how much in? I feel
that's from election day voting. Can you jump over? Did we already do that or no? I don't think we did.
Looked at Wayne, which is just big, but
is Dearborn part of? It is part of Wayne.
Yeah,
I think so.
Yeah, it's part of Wayne, and let's look at Wayne compared to 2020 compared to 2024. So in 2020, Biden 68.4. In 2024, Harris at 62%, so a 6% drop, and that is with only 16% of the voting right now.
How many people have voted, or how many? Do you get a sense of how big it is? How many people voted last time?
Yeah, last time was over around. Looks like around 850 to 900,000. So a little bit less than 1 million. So not much is in right now.
So so just to put it in context, then Dearborn has 100,000 people total. So the voting is probably, I don't know what percentage of that would be voting. I don't want to make up a number, but it's a sizable chunk. Anyways, Pennsylvania. We can go back to Pennsylvania. And one thing that we should also stress here is this is totally possible Trump could still lose.
Yeah, totally.
Like, again, it just comes down to the 3 states here, and none of them have been called at all. And Trump also has to win Arizona. If he wins one of these, he still has to win Arizona to get it all. So it's definitely not done.
And right now, Arizona, there's only a 3,000 vote difference with 51% of the vote in.
Wow.
Are you serious?
Tight.
Wow.
So, okay. It's interesting. I'm trying to right now dig into some of the data a little bit, because the percentage reporting can be just totally misleading. Like there were states last year where it was 90% in and Trump had a significant advantage, and the odds were that he'd lose just because of basic math. On like, well, a dark blue county is still, like 20% in. Okay, well that'll flip the race. I remember that in Florida all the time. So I'm trying to see, like, in Pennsylvania, for example, what do we need to know about the Erie voters? Are these early voters that are getting counted first? Are they election day voters that are getting counted first? Is it one precinct there that's getting counted? So I think there's so many things to look into, and so we're gonna keep our correspondents are gonna keep us up to speed on that stuff, because remember, guys, even the percentage reporting isn't that important. It really just matters where they're coming from.
This could be a huge update. I want you guys to confirm this. A commenter said that the AP just called North Carolina.
Yeah.
Is that?
Yeah. They did?
I think so. I mean, we call. So North Carolina called for the 3rd time tonight for for Trump.
Yeah, they called it. They called it. I've got a question. What's going to happen with the whole voter fraud narrative after this? Because this is another thing that we should stress is everywhere we went in the swing states, and when we talked to people, not even swing states, in New York, and when we went to the rally and interviewed Trump voters there, people just straight up, I mean, the norm is election denial.
Yeah.
I mean, most people believe it was rigged. What are they going to say now? I mean, what's going to be the difference in logic that after 4 years of Democratic administration, they didn't rig it if they rigged it before?
So
what are people going to say?
I think that the narrative going into tonight is like too big to rig was like the line I'd heard, where it's like if you run up the margin so much, they won't be able to steal it, which I find kind of funny because it sounded like they got votes on demand last time, and these races are pretty close. It's not like he's winning by, with Wyoming margins. These are still very, very, very close races, especially something like Georgia and North Carolina. They're getting called. So it's a great question. I mean, I'm sure it'll be like citizens stepped up at the polling booths. There's more oversight. Dominion knew they were being. I don't know what it'll be, but I do think if you're someone who believes the 2020 election was rigged, not just because of, say, big tech censorship or kind of whatever the media did beforehand. If you think there were truly Brinks trucks that delivered ballots that swayed the race or that Dominion hacked, I'd love to see an explanation on why that didn't happen this time, because you'd think the stakes would be even higher. You'd think those Democratic machines would have been even more motivated to take out Trump. So I would like that answered. I would really very much like that answered.
And here's a question. I want the commenters to put it in there, and then Drew, you can read some out. But what's going to happen now? Are we at risk of any kind of violence after this, regardless of what happens? So now, actually, we did a poll in our app, and I'll read it out here because the findings are interesting here. So a few thousand people at least responded to this, and they said, loading the RocaNews app. People said. We said, do you think there will be violence following the election result? 17% said yes if Trump wins. 23% said yes if Harris wins. 41% said yes regardless of who wins. 19% said no violence. So 81% of the audience thinks there's going to be violence following this election, well, depending on who wins. And not just these polls are actually interesting. Check out the RocaNews app if you don't use it. But who do you think will win the election? 72% said Trump, 28% said Harris. Who do you think will win the popular vote? 52% said Harris, 48% Trump. We asked, are you voting for the same candidate as your significant other? I'm curious to see people. Can you run a poll in the YouTube, Drew, and ask people that same question? Because obviously they've been talking about this as a men versus women election. Are you voting for the same candidate as your significant other? 46% said yes. 12% said no. The rest didn't have significant others. So that's about 20% of people were not voting, which runs counter to this narrative that it's about men versus women. Also, most people predicted that Harris would win 3 or fewer swing states and that Trump would win 4 or more swing states. 59% predicted a non-swing state to flip. Those are just some interesting insights.
Also, looks like Virginia just got called. If you guys want to report on that.
Yeah.
Okay. Hit us with the noise.
Wait, who called it?
By AP.
And ladies and gentlemen, Virginia is going in the direction of Kamala Harris. Kamala Harris keeps the lover state, Virginia. So that's one that was not supposed to be as closely contended as it was. But Kamala Harris keeps Virginia. And that was a priority for Trump down the stretch. Glenn Youngkin did a rally there. Again, their governor, who's more moderate than Trump.
Yeah.
He's been labeled by the left as Trump in a sweater vest because he does have that. And he used to be the CEO of Carlyle, so he came from the biggest private equity firm in D.C. Now he's the governor of Virginia, but couldn't power Trump to victory in the election here. So
results are coming in from the poll of significant other. What is your guys' prediction for what the poll is saying?
Ooh.
There's yes, no, or I'm single dog.
I'm single dog is winning.
Frost, what do you think?
I bet yes is winning. I'm single dog is second, and no is third.
Yes is winning with 42%.
Oh.
No with 22%.
Wow.
And I'm single with 36.
Wow.
If we get rid of the I'm single, it's about 66-33%.
Interesting. That's about what I would guess. Okay, now in Virginia with 82% in, Harris leads 51.1 to 47.3, but that's going up. They're still counting votes. If that is that close, though, that's a pretty major difference. Okay, let's see Arizona. Arizona is close.
Do you want to look at? Let's look at that on the map.
Let's do it. 50% of the vote reporting in Arizona.
Yes, Reuters is showing 52%, and it just flip-flopped from Harris to Trump, with Trump 49.8 to 49.4, and then Maricopa, is that how you pronounce it?
Yep.
Right now, Harris is up by 2 percentage points with 51% of the vote in. So hard to say how important that is right now, just with 51% in. But.
So right now, what I'm seeing here is Trump leads by 7,000. Is that what you're seeing? 910 to 903 overall for Arizona?
Yeah, I'm seeing 7,000 as well.
7,000. And they say your vote doesn't matter.
I want to dig into that Pennsylvania data more. I'm still like looking around on why, because right now it looks like it's not bad for Kamala, but there has to be some sanity. It's hard to do both, some of the commentary and so let me see what Xander. Let's hear what Xander is saying. Xander, can you give us a read?
Also, we got a comment. My now ex broke up with me just a few weeks ago because I'm voting for Trump. It didn't bother me at all that she was voting for Harris, but she saw and still sees me as a monster. I'm heartbroken.
Wow.
Damn.
I'm sorry to hear that.
That's just sad.
That's
to be
sad.
honest.
There was a Scott Galloway who Scott Galloway, who is a podcaster. It's kind of a funny way to lead off. He's a successful business guy, has a couple popular podcasts. I find his perspectives to be interesting on a lot. He's pretty frequent guest on Joe Rogan. So he talked about this and how he was talking about in his own experience. He's like, when I was growing up dating, and he's kind of like a center-left guy, he's like, I never knew the politics of the people I dated. And now that's not true at all. And there are some studies that show that, not some, it's the majority, show that politics matters far more than religion does in dating, and that politics is actually a deal breaker. I can't quote off the top of my head for what percentage, but about half, maybe more than half. So you think about that, and that's just stunning. And I think a big part of the reason why is media, where if you watch left-leaning media, you think all Trump supporters are fascists. You don't think it's possible that they believe Trump is better for business, or that they think, so many illegal immigrants is a bad thing for the country, and vice versa. They think that if you vote for Kamala, that girl is therefore hates men and thinks that toxic masculinity is going to the gym, and that everything that that you fear about the future, censorship, all that is like real.
Do you think that, obviously there's a big trend here with a lot of people who say that they are center left and supporting Trump. A lot of people say they're old school lefties supporting Trump, whether it's RFK, Joe Rogan, Elon Musk. I mean, you could go down the list. I think we all probably know people in our personal lives who are that way. Do you think they could ever actually go back to being on the left, being Democrats? Or do you think like something has shifted? They were not actually of the left. There's been such a realignment. Like, is it possible that after this, the way things are right now, that in we'll take 4 years, 8 years, 12 years, or never before, say, Elon Musk is back to being a Democrat?
It's a great question. I think it's always important to, I feel like there are a lot of different groups we're talking about. I think the kind of RFK, Elon Musk group, it'll take a long time for them to go back to being, I don't know if they would, unless there's some sort of realignment in the not so distant future. But because they left that for profound difference in values. I think on the wokeness issue, on the health issue, on censorship might be their number one. I mean, Musk did an objectively bad deal in buying Twitter And I don't think he's done a perfect job at all. I think the feeds need a lot of work. I don't think they're that bipartisan. I think they elevate too much of the alarmism and the fear and the clickbait and the violence and the fights and the false reports and all that stuff. But I respect his reason for buying Twitter was it had enormous problems before, coordinating with the government to suppress certain views that ended up being vindicated or at least showed themselves to be legitimate views. And so anyways, I think like for people who went there for censorship reasons, they also developed so many feuds that there was like deep feuds. It's hard to go back to a party that's called you a fascist and a Nazi. Yeah. That's just tough. Like, you know, even if you're kind of like, you know what, maybe we do need more wealth distribution. I don't think you're going to go back to the place that called you a Nazi.
That's kind of funny because you think like obviously a political party, but like think about like if you're at a party and they called you a Nazi and kicked you out. Yeah. How long would it take for you to walk back into that part? Like the actual party.
Right.
No, it's in Tulsi Gabbard. That's one thing that's been so interesting about this election. And I know a lot of people hate the Gabbard, RFK, Elon Musk set of people. But it's been a total political realignment that was unthinkable 4 years ago. 4 years ago, Gabbard ran for the Democratic nomination to then go against Trump. And now she's in the party. And just like a deep soul searching maybe within the Democratic Party to understand how that happened it'd just be interesting to see, like, I don't know. Again, we'll see what happens. And it's possible that all this stuff goes Harris's way and she wins, and there are no questions to be asked. I mean, they made the right decision at that point. But regardless, it's an interesting question of how these people left. And you could say they're grifters, or you could just say that their values were alienated. But
can I give a question to y'all from the chat?
Yeah.
Yes.
They're wondering how the Senate and the House races are going.
So go ahead and hit the breaking news. I'm just seeing this and from our correspondents across the country. Now projecting that the Senate is going to be not projecting that they're declaring it's Republican majority.
Do not come.
There you go. There's one of our soundboard. So the Senate majority will be red. Go ahead.
This is interesting, and maybe not big enough to merit the breaking news. But before, Drew, you said Erie County, Harris was leading. Yeah. Well, now more of the votes in, 74%, and Harris is only up 3. And before, she was up more than that. I can't remember what it was. So also, Harris is only up 4 in New Jersey.
Yeah, that's kind of shocking.
Also, take this with a grain of salt. This is off. Oh, and Trump is now leading in Bucks County.
Okay, there you go. That's a big headline. So my sense is that they counted a lot of early votes, which historically have skewed blue. And the big difference is this time, Trump and Republicans told their base, vote early. Yep. So it was less of a disparity, but still something. I don't know. I frankly, we'd love to fill you guys in and do a couple, debrief videos on exactly how this election played out. But go ahead. You look like you have something.
Well, this is off Twitter, but it's from a big Democratic account on Twitter. They said that unless Harris gets, quote, Assad margins, which I guess is like Assad in Syria winning 99% of the vote, in Philly and the suburbs, she's done. This guy is saying Harris is running behind everywhere, and she's struggling even in Jersey. Yeah. Who knows? I mean, that's one person, but I do think once you start to have the Democrats stressing out on Twitter, that definitely isn't a good look because they're, every partisan everywhere defends their candidate to the end.
Totally. I mean, that's the funny thing. I don't know about you all. If some of you are like Twitter junkies or reading from different news sources before today and today, everybody was like, our team had great turnout. We're seeing great energy. Yeah. From Pennsylvania, from Georgia, from North Carolina.
You think you just fell out of a coconut tree?
Exactly. Everyone was kind of saying exactly that. You just think you fell out of a coconut tree? Our soundboard. All right. Thank you. I'm trying to give analysis here. We got the coconut tree. Everybody wants to tell their side. We're going to win this thing. We have the momentum. Still get out there and vote. But you made an interesting point. I almost wonder if you can overplay your hand such that the other side's like, holy shit, like the Ansels are pulling Iowa. Maybe a lot of people would have stayed home. We're like, okay, I'm going to go out and vote Trump.
I think, you can also tell a lot if you talk to people in the various campaigns and like some of it, a lot of it is about like big issues and all that kind of stuff. And like, the way the country's moving and that kind of stuff. a lot of it also is, it's like a business, right? Like they're spending billions of dollars to get the vote. And if you talk to people, one person I know who was on the Harris campaign was texting people all weekend saying that it's a shit show and that she was, quote, scared.
Wow.
So that goes to say that it's like, you never know. It's only one person's perspective, but also it is like a business, and if people say it's not going well, or you can botch up the operation, just like anything else.
Okay, so not breaking worthy, but just trends. Billy's telling us that on Polymarket, Republicans have a 74% chance of sweeping presidency, Senate, and
because
House.
you'll be in jail.
And going into today, to put that into perspective, it was 50-50 presidency alone. All three would have been very low probability. House was leaning Democrat for sure, and Senate leaning Republican. So now you have a 3/4 chance that he's going to win all three. So that's a headline.
Now you have Pennsylvania 83% in, Trump leading by 3.8, 51.4.
There you go.
To 47.6. What was the context of that moan?
I don't know, bro.
No, I mean, Trump, that's a famous Trump viral meme clip, but what was the context?
I can't remember.
I think Chewy knows that one.
It's my ringtone. But no, they and this is a little more X's and O's, but 71% of the votes in Wisconsin, and Senator Tammy Baldwin is losing. So
something interesting that conservative analysts were saying this week was that the Republicans did a much better job of quality control with the candidates they put up this year. There were some exceptions. For example, Carrie Lake in Arizona was trailing Trump in all the polls, and I think she's getting crushed.
Is she getting crushed?
When I saw before, she was.
Interesting. I'm also seeing that now that Trump has a 90% chance to win the popular vote, like
that's incredible.
I only find some satisfaction given Roca's role in trying to topple big news, where we similarly after Fox News Dominion defamation case, we gloated for weeks seeing the hypocrisy that ran rampant in the organization, that they view themselves as entertainment and not news. And similarly, seeing MSNBC's anchors say, let's get rid of the Electoral College, and then the Republicans will never win again. This election, that's not even going to hold. So that just sort of like clearly partisan.
90% chance it's not going to hold.
90% chance it's not going to hold. But the fact that it's this close, they would never have seen too.
Yeah.
He died like a dog. He died like a coward.
This quote was actually about the
comment section is saying the Roca soundboard for president.
Okay, there we go.
I know for a fact that's fake news.
Stop the steal on these chat. Chat, is this real? Finally can say that. Chat, is this real?
Chat, if you go,
I'm cool.
I'm gonna get fired if it's not real. So please comment more.
Right.
I appreciate it.
Go ahead, chat.
Okay, so right now all these states not fully in, but on the Senate, all of these were toss-ups that polling showed the Republican actually trailed in. Michigan, Pennsylvania, Wisconsin. Republicans are leading for Senate in all three of them. We don't know what's going to happen yet. What still has to be counted. But Pennsylvania, 82% of the vote in, and Trump leads by 2. Now, this is always the kind of thing, though. We still, 82%, that the last 18% could be in Philly. And that would be enough to switch it.
I mean, that's like the line of the Assad level margins, which I assume is a nod to the Syrian president who rigged their election. So, anyways, that is going to be a tall order, but it's not impossible. It's hard to know what to believe from anecdotal stuff, but I saw something today from a Democratic strategist where he said his kid's a student in a college in Philly. So I assume, Penn, Drexel, or whatever it is. Drexel, right?
Drexel.
Yeah. Temple. And he said that they got like 10 people knocking on their door, like 13 calls, a bunch of people handing out ballots, all on the Democratic side. So one thing we have acknowledged is even though we thought Trump would carry the swing states, we also acknowledge that the Democratic ground game is just on another level.
Totally.
Frost, you mentioned the story earlier on Saginaw County, the big county in Michigan, the bellwether county, how the Democratic operation was just way effing better.
One of the worst takes. I think I heard the entire election cycle is from one of our readers. When we wrote out the We the 66 the newsletter on going to the different Republican Democratic offices in Michigan, in the Tri-Cities area of Michigan. And one of the things, so we went to the Democratic office. They took us in there. They were making signs. People were coming in, taking out the signs. They were very eager to talk and share their beliefs with us. And then we went to the Republican office, and we went to the Trump office first. We got kicked out when we said we were reporters. We then went to the county Republican office. No one was there. We went to a third office. It didn't even exist.
Yeah.
It was listed online. There was no door. And finally, we went to a different city, and we did get into the Republican office. And they were very friendly, and they talked to us at length. But what we said in the article was it made us wonder what they're doing.
Yeah.
Like, this is one of the most contentious areas in the country, and you don't have your office open. What are you doing? And the take was what are you laughing?
No.
The take was that this guy wrote in, and he goes, I'm so sick of this. He's like, I'm sick of this liberal conspiracy bullshit. What are they doing? What do you think they're doing?
Yeah.
Like, what are you implying? And I was just like, there was no implication. It was just like,
Right.
what are you doing? Like, you're running a campaign. You should go reach people.
We've talked about this line a lot. Like, facts matter. You may not like them. You may not like the signal they send to some people, but that's just reality.
Yeah.
That's us holding a mirror to a pivotal county. I was also laughing too, because when you were like, we went into the Republican office and they kicked us out when we were reporters. And for a second, I thought you were going to say immigrants. Like when we said we were immigrants, they just get out of here. No, and to be clear, the one that was open, as you said, was nice, and those people were super entertaining. And
we thought about trying to go document their reaction to the election tonight, but we ended up staying at our office instead.
Hey, I got a guy to talk about for a little bit, Elon Musk. I think that when the story on 24, and it's not done. Can we be clear? It's not done yet. There could be twists and turns that could make this even crazier. But the fact is that Trump is clearly nationally a different breed than he was even in 2016. Yeah. He's a different breed. How big of a role do you think Elon Musk played?
Huge. I think that the Rogan episode coming out yesterday had a massive impact. I mean, just because that was
Elon Musk one.
Yeah. If you're not an Elon Musk hater, I think it's very easy to accept that he's an extremely, extremely smart guy. And even if you disagree with him politically, when you hear him out, and which millions of people literally heard him speak yesterday for 3 hours, that definitely has had a major impact. And yeah, but we'll see. Drew, one thing that might be good here, can we show video? Can we show the Republican office in Saginaw that clip?
Oh, that'd be great. Yeah. Okay. Okay.
Oh, great.
All right. So we'll do Saginaw County, then we'll look at that New York Times map. Great.
Yeah.
Yeah. So I think Elon Musk, first of all, his episode also got Rogan to endorse, and my personal view is that Musk. Sorry, if Kamala had appeared on Rogan would not have endorsed Trump.
Yeah.
And so I don't think it was her reading the room right, saying that he's going to endorse Trump and he's leading me into a trap. I don't believe that's the correct read. I could be wrong. I think the correct read was her not going on and giving airtime 3 hours each pretty much to Trump, Vance, and Elon Musk. And Rogan does already have a lot of problem with the Dems, and he loves RFK. That just teed him up to be like, fine, after this third one, I'll endorse.
Yeah, but he did have Fetterman on, and they gave an opportunity to Harris.
Yeah, let's look at this. And Frost, you're on camera.
Okay, so what are we looking at here, Drew?
Recommended for the comments. This is the shift from 2020 to 2024 by party.
Okay.
Is your mic on?
Yeah, we're not hearing you.
Oh,
there we go.
Yeah, my mic is on. Sorry.
So what are we looking at here?
Yeah, this map shows the change from 2020 to 2024. The arrows show how much velocity it changed, and the colors in which direction from party. And you basically see, and it's hard to tell based on what the population center is, so this might be a bit deceiving. But if we just look based on area, it's basically a red painting with spots of blue, specifically kind of more central plains, kind of Rocky Mountains, Colorado, Nebraska, Kansas.
It looks like Atlanta had a big blue shift. Is that accurate? What is that down there? Something in the southeast.
It looks Atlanta, maybe a little bit above Atlanta, but yeah, that Atlanta area. North Carolina a little bit potentially, but the rest of the country pretty much solidly slightly red shift, which is fascinating.
People are going to be studying this election for so many years to come. Drew, can you throw on the Saginaw video and specifically the clips of the Democratic office and the Republican office? We can just let it play for a few minutes. People are probably tired of hearing our voices, anyways. So
yeah, let me while I load that. Do you just want to talk for a little bit?
Yeah. By the way, I want to see how much reporting's in.
Yeah. Also, there's some states that just released supposedly New Mexico, Hawaii.
Yeah, let's talk about the Hawaii vote.
Hawaii is, I believe, the most liberal state in the country. At least was the most pro-Biden state in the country last time, I think. Maybe it was Vermont, but
that sounds about right. I'm seeing that that Flint County is red right now. I think it's still early, but that would be interesting.
If you guys want to see something interesting, subscribe to our channel because we have a deep dive video coming out soon about Flint. And Flint is
the most interesting place I think maybe we went to.
To see Flint and to talk to people in Flint and to know it exists in America is eye-opening. It truly changed the way I see the country. I mean, it's anarchic. Yeah. There are no police. We are on a block where they had no electricity. People, they can't drink the water. Technically they can now, but people won't. So you're in a place in Michigan, in the United States, that has rampant crime, no police presence, no infrastructure. But are they down to 4 schools? Is that what it was?
Or maybe even fewer. Wasn't it like 10 to 3? Or no, it was even more.
Something like 80% of the schools in Flint are closed. And it is just, it's eye-opening. It's eye-opening to visit. And it's curious to see how those people vote because definitely when we talk to them, they feel forgotten, to say the least. But all right, Drew, let it rip here.
Yeah, so this is from...
Show the...
Yeah.
To hear what their volunteers were saying.
So this is in Saginaw. This is in one of the swing county areas.
Volunteers described herself as woke.
I wear woke with pride.
You wear woke with pride?
I do.
So just for context, what area is this for the viewer who doesn't know idea?
So this is in an area in eastern Michigan where you have 3 cities, Saginaw, Bay City, and Midland, that are collectively referred to as the Tri-Cities area. Very purple, very could go either way politically. One of the cities is very prosperous. It's the home to Dow Chemical, their headquarters. The other 2 cities, old auto cities that have lost most of their jobs and are in very hard times. This is one of those old auto cities, Bay City.
You just said we are not going back. To you, what does that mean?
That means that we don't want our daughters to have less reproductive freedoms or less, decisions over their own body than I have.
Yeah.
Right. It means that we are not going back to where this is an all white country, and if you're not white, you're nothing, because that's exactly what the other side pretty much is spewing.
The other was a moderate but considered Trump a racist.
They say, make America great again. It's to me, as a person of color, it means make America white again.
They had extremely different politics, but
just a quick interjection, because if you're watching this and you're subscribed to the channel, maybe you've seen this video. There's some, we can't put everything in the tape. Most of the conversations we do actually don't make it to screen. And many of our conversations with the people, like parts of them, we leave out. So from these 2 people, the black woman, she mentioned in our conversation that although she was very democratic and had that line about when we hear make America great again, what it really means is make America white again. She also said off camera that the trans issue bothered her. It was right around the time of the Olympics. And so I think the Algerian boxer, I want to say, it was disclosed this week, she had XY chromosomes and male chromosomes and won the women's event. Like, she was bothered by that. And so that differs, say, from, Northern Virginia voters or some more suburban, more progressive voters who would not have spoken like that. So I just want to add that little detail where, like, you go out into certain parts of the country, it's not all as you'd expect.
Both agreed they couldn't let Trump win. One thing that was interesting here was that they weren't really for Kamala. Rather, they were against Trump.
They're We're not going back. We are not going back.
No, we're not going back.
I don't know why I laughed there,
It was
but
the opposite. Called the Trump Shop in Saginaw, Michigan.
the
Everything
merch here
inside
went
was about
crazy.
Trump bobbleheads, Trump signs, Trump flags. Simply put, these people love Trump.
This
When
woman
I
was a
heard
character.
Trump talk, I'm going, wow, this guy, he's going to win. And there's something about him. He had the same qualities of integrity, honesty. I could tell you could trust him. He didn't. Nobody owned him.
They also thought Kamala was a danger to America.
To any of the Gen Z people in the audience, this is what we call D1 glazing.
You think Kamala Harris is a communist?
Yes. Let me answer that question. Yes.
These Democrats want us dependent on other countries. Like right now, our oil.
And they believe the election was stolen. 2020, Trump loses Michigan.
He didn't lose, though. I know you don't want to hear that, but he didn't lose. And he was up 70-some% in Saginaw County. And then everybody went to bed, and they found some more votes that they needed. Truckloads. And you've seen the videos, I hope.
There were a lot of Trump-appointed judges who reviewed this information and data, and
They didn't review it. They really didn't.
A day later, we interviewed Charlie LaDuff, a prominent...
Okay, so that was Saginaw County. Again, purple, Bellwether County. I also, just a quick update to kind of hit refresh on the New York Times model. So, we've talked a lot about betting models. I'll give you an update on the New York Times and then the betting. So, New York Times is now showing a 90% chance of Trump victory. Its electoral college estimate is 301 to 237. So far outpacing most even optimistic projections for Trump. And then I just saw either on Kalshi or Polymarket, I'll be able to confirm in the next second, but that the odds for Trump winning on the betting markets are even higher. Yeah, on Kalshi, it's showing 93% chance for Trump. And on Polymarket, it comes in at, let's see, 97%. So
Wow.
Polymarket is saying it's over, and it also has Trump. I struggle to believe this, at 92% chance of winning the popular vote. That still is just crazy to me. And Pennsylvania, 96% chance, Michigan, 92% chance, Wisconsin, 94% chance, Nevada, 86,
So-
Arizona, 91.
You said Times projects him at 301 electoral votes?
Yeah.
That's fewer than in 2016.
Yeah.
So what do they have him not winning?
Well, I don't know also if they're like taking an average of the votes where they're kind of like, if he has a 90% chance of winning Michigan, we'll give him 14 of the 50. I don't know if they're doing that, but what I do think is that New Hampshire, I think he won, but that's only 4.
No,
it's-
he lost.
He lost it in
He won
2016?
he won that seat in Nebraska.
Okay. He won Nebraska too, but also the electoral numbers changed. I don't know how that would have affected it.
Yeah, no, that's probably it.
Okay.
Because
in
he
New
lost-
Mexico, right?
No, he lost New Mexico and Nevada.
In 16?
Yeah.
Wow. Forgot about that. What did he win then? Not Virginia. He lost Virginia, right?
No, I think they must have him losing. I don't know, maybe losing Wisconsin. No, that wouldn't make sense. The fact is, it's looking pretty good for DJT, but it is not over.
Not over yet.
Are we getting anything? Are there any videos on YouTube or anything of the Harris or Trump parties?
Yeah, I'll find something.
Yeah, let's see. Let's see
So
what
I
they're
just
saying.
saw a picture though, and it's kind of an interesting glimpse into Trump's inner circle of he's sitting next to at his he's doing, Kamala's at the Howard University. That's where her election night watch party was. And Trump's at Palm Beach County near Mar-a-Lago. And he's sitting next to Dana White and Elon Musk. And that seems to be the triumvirate, which is very, very different than in 2016, who he had around him, which was Steve Bannon and, I don't know, Stephen Miller.
Although Steve Bannon is still very involved, I know.
And just
the
out
whole
of
thing.
jail, right?
Yeah.
What is it? Is this Trump election night right now?
Yeah, this is Mar-a-Lago. It's not really.
They're all wearing the garbage vests.
That could be the point when you get that.
Yeah, I mean, there's not much context there, but it just looks like they seem in good spirits.
Politics is pretty cynical. Like, for a fact, the second Trump saw Biden said that, it wasn't like a, damn, he insulted my dear supporters. It was, thank God.
Yeah.
I got a deplorables.
Yeah.
I got a deplorables.
A lot of people were saying a lot of people on the left were saying that Trump wearing the trash, embrace the whole, the trash truck skit was a bad idea. and then it made him look stupid like a clown. And they said the same thing about McDonald's.
So out
and
of
it
touch.
was like
so out of touch.
the McDonald's thing, people ate that up with that. Now, this is worth noting. So despite all this momentum the Republicans have, it's not everywhere. In the past half hour, Democratic chances to win House control on Polymarket have tripled, almost quadrupled, from 17% to 63%.
What? What happened?
So Dems are poised to win the House, which that is, if you're a Harris voter, there's some solace for you that the Republicans may not sweep. That's still 63%. I mean, that's not much better than toss-up, but it's better than the alternative. So,
yeah, dude, I very surprised. That is surprising, I guess, given how everything's been turning, that you have like a reverse movement. So there must have been, it must be by the narrowest of margins. And I'd love to see a House breakdown. We'll absolutely do this to you, where they kind of show you in a typical Congress, you have a number of swing representatives who kind of vote more bipartisan. So I wonder how that'll look, because that is so important to whether Donald Trump can enact his legislative agenda. Is if you have both chambers, you have basically a president with a mandate. He kind of has a mandate right now if he wins at this rate, but it'll just basically allow him to do whatever. And last time, he only really got tax cuts as his big win. Obama also, in his first term, used all his capital on healthcare. It took like 2 years to get that passed. Yep. So anyways, like, he's got it. Now that he's been in there once, we'll see how he does it the second time.
One thing that's interesting, I think a lot of stuff he wants to do doesn't even necessarily seem like it's going to be legislative. Like
the RFK type stuff?
Yeah. It's a lot of, and that's one thing that I know Democrats express a lot of concern over, and Trump supporters express a lot of optimism, is that what he wants to do is really kind of remake the administrative state, under him. And who knows? I mean, who knows what that's going to look like? But a lot of that kind of stuff, it's because everything having to do with the agencies, or the departments, that's executive branch.
What about the Chevron doctrine?
That limits their ability to enact rules without court, without court approval. But I think it's a little bit different. I think a lot of what
different.
But I know there was stuff with at the end of his last presidency, he tried to lay off essentially reclassify a bunch of government workers so he could lay them off. And a court held that up. And then by the time Trump was out, Biden reversed it. But I know that's the kind of stuff he wants to do this time, is make it so they can lay off a ton of government workers. And that's definitely concerning to a lot of people. Drew, what do you got here? You got anything interesting going on?
Let's look.
Mike.
Yeah, sorry. My apologies. Let's look at so some of the big counties we were interested in. Door County, which is the swing county, still Harris. Madison, let's compare 2020 Madison to 2024 Dane County. So in 2020, Biden won Dane County at 75.5. And this time around, Harris is at 74.7. So pretty similar support. Yeah. Pretty similar support. What county would you guys be interested in?
Eau Claire. Where's Eau Claire County again?
Menominee County or something?
I believe I think it's Polk County. No, actually.
I don't see any blue up there, which suggests Eau Claire went Trump.
Yeah, it's hard to say.
Last time you'd have a blue dot right there. I know that.
Let's go to Arizona.
Now, just to read something here. Washington, D.C. Let's take a guess. What do you think the margin in D.C. is? The margin.
Oh, man. Well, you called Hawaii and Vermont the most liberal states, but I bet if you include D.C. in that category, it'd be number one. I would guess that D.C. is going for Harris by a margin of 65, maybe like, I don't know, 87 or 70. What would it be? 80, 15? I don't know.
D plus 86.
Okay, wow.
92.4%. 6.7 for Trump, 0.8 for RFK.
That's insane. Well, we lived in D.C. We started Roca in D.C.
And then we moved it out of there for a reason.
Billy Frost and I, before we grew the team and moved up to New York, We were working out of DC, and it was unbelievably homogenous politically.
Oh, it's just, and it's toxic politics.
Toxic politics.
To the point before, it's like the first thing you meet someone, what they want to know about is your politics. Some more interesting takeaways. New Jersey, right now, it's D+5.
Okay.
And that's Jersey. I mean,
so
Jersey,
that's like crazy.
Connecticut is D+8. I don't know if it was before, but that's not like huge. New York, D+11. New Mexico, they called it for Harris, D+5. Virginia, D+5.
And there's reporting from Washington here. Again, that's where her watch party is. The Harris campaign just shut off the sound on TVs at our watch party. This looks like it's from the New York Times, by the way.
Never a good sign when they turn off the sound on TV.
When you turn off your TVs, and replaced it with music after a guest on CNN said tonight felt more like 2016 than 2020, and the crowd is significantly thinned, and the mood feels seriously downcast. So that's the update from her watch party. Yeah, sure. Here it is. And then an old part-time writer for Roca who's more left-leaning, not a supporter of Trump at all, Jesse Singal. He said it's looking like an utter and complete wipeout. There needs to be a genuine reckoning among the left of center establishment. Absolutely embarrassing. And this is a guy who hates Trump, but also does not agree with the progressive wing of the left on a lot of issues, especially trans ones.
Certainly not progressive social issues. I'd say economic.
True. Very, very point. That's what I meant. Yeah, social issues. Thank you.
I mean, this is the elephant in the room, right? The elephant in the room is that this is the third election in a row where the Republicans have kind of ran against this social progressivism that seems really deeply ingrained in the party. And at what point is the Democratic Party going to address this? I mean, they have to address the stuff like the trans issue that Republicans use against them like crazy. It's just, I don't know. It seems to me that there's just some like issues. I mean, theoretically, like the election is like the time of like the market in politics, right? Like if a democracy is a free market, elections are when you have to recalibrate your prices. And this is
a great way of saying it.
And that's what this is, though. And this is now the third time in a row that the fact that like Trump hasn't been wiped out. He lost. He lost in 2020. He then had January 6th. He then had all the charges. I think the charges backfired majorly.
He screwed up the midterms terribly. He anointed candidates that ended up being flops.
He cost the Republicans the Senate in 2021. Remember with
the
Georgia.
the runoff, the John Ossoff case. And that was against Herschel Walker, right?
Yeah.
It's like an objectively awful candidate. So you have all these situations where he just, you're right, like there are a lot of unforced errors. And I just, one thing to stress from the road here is the trans issue came up a lot. It came up a lot. And it came up in cities. It came up in rural areas. It came up with black voters, with Hispanic voters, maybe even more than with white voters, actually. And it might sound like, okay, but why does men playing or transgender women playing women's sports matter that much? But it does to people because I think it feels like such an insult to their values and sort of like American norms.
It feels like it's being forced upon people.
Yeah, forced upon people.
And that's just what pushes people back.
And
that's
kids.
What generates the backlash. Yeah, and again, it's not because it's not even about the idea, because the idea and stuff, this stuff, it's like it doesn't directly touch that many people, but I think it's this feeling of having stuff forced upon them. I think it's the same thing with the immigration.
Yeah,
I think that's why it really bothers people. It's like most people, it's like, yeah, they don't feel like their quality of life is deteriorating because of like more illegal immigrants in America, but they feel like this is a thing that the political class is doing to them.
Yeah,
that doesn't sit well with people.
Yeah, I think that when you have so many people, and again, the kid point. Frost, how many times did we hear someone say, like, don't come after my kid, don't tell my kid, don't teach my kids about sex?
On
don't
both sides, among all races and genders. And
among
everything.
all, that is bad politics to say, hey, we're going to circumvent. And it was the same with politics. I'm so glad you brought up the Glenn Youngkin victory in 2021, because that was largely a referendum on Northern Virginia's radical COVID policies. And I say radical just in comparing it to the rest of the country. I have a nephew who's in pre-K, and they're still sending mass emails this year. It's pretty radical. So anyways, I think that people kind of woke up to that and voted against it. And similarly, I think this trans issue, I'd be curious if there's going to be a reckoning, because New York and DC in the media class, they've bought, I think, this more progressive social agenda hook, line, and sinker.
New York passed Proposition 1 today. Which proposition? Do you see that?
Oh, they did pass it?
They passed it. Which enshrines trans girls' rights to play, the right of trans girls to play sports with
trans women to play with girls.
Yes.
With biological girls.
With biological girls.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Question.
So a question from the audience is basically what would be the catalyzer, or what would need to happen for Harris to win?
Okay. To win, I mean, again, she could still win.
She could still win.
She needs to win the 3 blue wall states. And she has to win Pennsylvania. Well, now if Minnesota's in play, but I think Minnesota's not really in play. But the 4 states that we're seeing here at the top, Pennsylvania, Michigan, Wisconsin, Minnesota, she needs to win all 4. If she loses one of those, assuming Trump wins Arizona and Georgia, it's over.
And specifically in terms of how she can win those states, it seems like running up the score in Philadelphia, Detroit, Milwaukee, and Madison is the only way she'll be able to do that. And you might wonder, okay, well, what did the models reflect that? The models aren't great at projecting turnout. So if it turns out that, as the Democratic strategy said, if they have Assad-like margins in Philly, she may pull that off. But it's not looking great for her. There's no doubt about that. But it's still, it's U.S. politics. Crazy things can happen. And she spent more time and more money in Pennsylvania than any other state. And she's prioritized Wisconsin and Michigan, you could argue, more than any other state but Georgia. So
now let's
breaking news.
No, I don't have breaking news.
Wall Street Journal. I don't know if this is reported, but it says Republicans retake control of the Senate. That's breaking news from Wall Street Journal.
Okay.
Oh yeah,
they're a little bit late on that one, but it's okay. All right, so let's look at Wisconsin. We're gonna go into the counties here just to see. Wisconsin right now, Trump leads. Where is it? I had it 1 second ago. Shoot. Trump. Sorry, guys. Give me 1 second here. In Wisconsin right now, 81% of the vote in. Trump is leading by 4 percentage points. Now, the most liberal county in the state, Dane County around Madison, has over 95% of votes counted. And it was 75% for Kamala. Milwaukee, 58% of votes in. So there's 42% there. Harris is winning 2-1 the vote. So she could theoretically pick up quite a bit of slack there. And let's see what else. There are some rural counties that don't have all their votes in.
Also, a question I have for you is, wasn't RFK on the Wisconsin ballot?
Yeah. I think he tried to get off and they wouldn't let him off. I'm also seeing, wait, can you actually do breaking for a second as an intermission? The real results we were all waiting on. North Dakota voted against legalizing marijuana. So there you go. North Dakota, with over 95% reporting, has 53% against legalizing marijuana. So there you go. Sorry, you were saying more important things.
Let's go. Billy, could you toss me a water there? Some agua.
People forget we've been on the stream for 4.5 hours now.
I know. We're going to do this all day. Maybe I'll start live streaming our work. Okay, Michigan, 56% of vote in. Trump leads by 6 points. So the county that contains Ann Arbor, 2-1, 67% for Harris, 84% of the vote in. Wayne County contains Detroit, only 26% of the vote in.
Oh, wow.
Oakland County, Detroit suburbs, 92% in.
What's that at? Do you see the number there? The
54-44.
Oh, wow.
Harris.
Trump, I assume?
Yes.
Yeah.
Kent County, that's Grand Rapids, second largest city in Michigan. Harris leads 56-43, 70% of the vote in. Let's jump to PA.
There's a lot of rural population. When you hear these numbers, you realize there's a lot of rural population.
Okay, Philadelphia. Philadelphia County, 88% in. Montgomery County, that's North Philly suburbs, 82% in. Delaware County, 91. Chester County, 86. So you still have some Philly suburbs outstanding, but for the most part, that is wrapped up. Pennsylvania overall, Trump leads by 3 points with 88% in.
Can you talk to people about the importance of Bucks County and kind of our experience there?
Bucks County is important, both population, but also kind of what it symbolizes. It's a mix of working class, kind of blue collar working class, farmer, and upper middle class, Philly outer suburbs, and very politically diverse, and typically goes the way the state goes. When we were there, what we heard talking to people of all different types was that the cost of living has soared, and it's the kind of place that real estate prices have gone up a lot. Very difficult for people to own homes. And people talk about immigration and crime, although I think that's a lot of media narrative. When you look at the stats, it doesn't really add up necessarily. Although the stats could be wrong. But overall, it's kind of a microcosm of the state, the non-urban side of Philly, that typically is considered, if you want to win Pennsylvania, you have to win that.
And just another bit of context here. I think if you were, again, there are two big counties that are the bellwether counties of Pennsylvania. One of them's Erie, which has seen industry leave. It's seen its population plummet. It's sort of a portrait of the decline of American industry. And you can feel it in the air there. Sense of desolation, a sense of they've lost the manufacturers that once defined them, the GE plant or offices that was a source of pride. It was where a lot of top talent could stay there. Anyways, it's the picture of the Rust Belt where manufacturing jobs left, high opioid usage, etc. Bucks County, it does have working class, but it's also a different kind of voter. And the biggest difference, I think, in terms of what kind of Republican species is there, is they like Nikki Haley more in Bucks County. It's more of that like New Hampshire, better educated, better off, not desolate. It's thriving. People are actually getting moved out because of home prices going up. That is the kind of voter you have there. A lot of people who aren't that Trumpy. They're, I hate Harris. They're, I hate Democratic economic policies and social policies, but they're not that Trumpy. So that's a big difference, I think.
Well, I think that's one of the big questions, which was a lot of those people, the people who wanted to support Nikki Haley, who were, George Bush Republicans or Mitt Romney Republicans, who are they going to vote for in this election? That's going to be interesting to do the postmortem on.
Yeah.
And obviously, when you had Liz Cheney going out and campaigning with Harris, it was to win over those people. I think the Cheney name is toxic.
Yeah.
And I understand that she was a Republican and they thought that she could win over some moderate voters. I think that really misread the room being all of America.
That's a big room. That's a big room.
I mean, Cheney. Seriously, at this day and age, it's not what it was.
Yeah.
The name Cheney used to be a good thing. They touted an endorsement from Dick Cheney.
Yeah.
I just don't think that makes
they were
sense
like
right
the
now.
broadest coalition, everything from Cheney to Bernie Sanders and AOC. And it's like, well, those three people aren't loved. And I do think that Trump, even though a lot of people hate Elon, I think Elon and RFK was like a coalition, and Tulsi Gabbard was a coalition that a lot of moderates and key votes sort of bought into. I'm curious to hear your take on this. Which endorsement do you think made the biggest dent? I'm going to give you a few options. Number one, Taylor Swift. Can't forget that. Debate night with Kamala Harris and Trump. Number two, let's do RFK, Trump. Number three, Elon. Sorry, no, let's not do Elon, Trump. Joe Rogan, Trump. So Taylor Swift, RFK, and Joe Rogan.
Well, let's see what happens in Pennsylvania, because if Pennsylvania goes, then I'd say...
I'll put the poll up on.
Yeah, that's a good one.
That's a good one.
If Pennsylvania goes, I would say Taylor Swift. Taylor Swift, I said at the time, like, it was the most botched endorsement you could possibly do. She did it in the minutes after the debate when everyone was talking about the debate. You should drop that endorsement. Think about the strategy here of that Rogan had of endorsing him the night before the election, or Elon Musk doing it the day of the shooting, the assassination attempt. Taylor Swift did it on Twitter, which, like, I mean, most of her people aren't on Twitter. Young women. Like, that's not like the Twitter sphere. And she did it immediately after the debate, when everyone's talking about the debate.
Right.
It's like, that's the one time when literally the one time when people's eyes were not on Taylor Swift was when she did the endorsement.
You know what I thought was so interesting too is she didn't even lean into it that much. No. She just did the one childless cat lady post, Twitter, then she did it on Instagram, and then it was like, done. It didn't come up at concerts. She didn't go out on the trail.
What do you make of that?
I'm surprised, frankly.
She could have done way more.
She could have done way more. That's exactly right. Beyonce kind of phoned it in. She didn't perform. She just did one speech. Everybody expected her at the DNC. That ended up being a flop.
It seems like there was a lot of this repeat. So I knew you had like Taylor Swift, Beyonce, Maggie Rogers, who performed in Michigan the other night. A bunch of celebrities like that.
Right.
Similar, Paul Rudd.
Yeah.
Male celebrities who all kind of hit the same exact demo.
Yeah. Right.
And that demo was already going to vote for Harris if they were going to vote.
And the other endorsement that clearly didn't land was like the more gruff Bruce Springsteen, Harrison Ford, Michael Keaton of like the gruff voice. I'm going to kick your ass, but I'm a Democrat. Like that kind of vibe. Don't mess me in a back alley, but vote Democrat. Like, that's just not working.
Did you see the ad? Okay, Drew, you got to pull up the ad that they pulled, that the Democrats pulled about the man. I'm a man voting for Harris. This got the rounds on social media, and the comedians and stuff went after it. But it says something about a deep misreading of people that this even got out. There.
I got a quick tidbit before you go here. Real quickly, Ryan Gerdusky.
Question.
Here, go mute for a second.
Yeah, mute that, Drew.
But these are just some poll differentials between 2020 and 24. We've covered this a bit, but you guys will love to hear this laid out. Listen up, chat. Listen up, chat. New York, 2020, Democrat plus 23. Now plus 12. So 11-point close gap for Trump. New Jersey, 16-4. Also 12. 11, even more. So a 12-point gap. New Jersey is going to be 4. Then you have Connecticut. We didn't talk about Connecticut. 20-8. Another 12-point swing. Delaware 5. Michigan or Maryland 11. Vermont 4. Rhode Island 10. Massachusetts 7. I mean, I'm just dumbfounded looking at some of this data in terms of the political upheaval it could entail.
How much did they know? Like, you think about when Harris got the nomination. How much do you think it was people like Gavin Newsom knowing that it was a lost cause this time around, given the wars in the Middle East, the wars, the inflation, the immigration, and they were like, forget it.
Yeah.
And they kind of, and Harris was the one who had to take it.
Yeah.
Rather than, obviously you get the opportunity, I think you seize it, but someone like Newsom knows he's going to be able to do it in 4 years. So.
Yeah. It's a great question. Do you have the ad up? All right, let's go to watch this ad, folks.
I think this is the correct one that you were referring to.
If not, we can watch a couple.
Put feature it on the thing there, Drew. Yep. You also full
boys,
screen that.
Let's make America great again. It's your turn, buddy.
Before you cast your vote in this election, think about how it'll impact the people you care about the most.
Daddy!
Remember, you can vote any way you want, and no one will ever know.
Do your patriotic duty?
You bet I did, brother. What happens in the booth stays in the booth.
This isn't it.
Vote Harris.
But this is something a lot of people have talked about. Not this ad, but the other one about. Yeah, have you seen this about?
I've seen some feedback on this one too, where it's kind of like this weird of like you have to hide and be a Walz voter, and it's all about your daughter. Yeah,
and the one about women.
Is this it?
This looks like it's vertical. Shouldn't it be?
Also, I'm not even sure if this will get copyrighted or I think we're fine. We'll just watch this one quickly.
Enough to enjoy a barrel-proof
This is it. This is it. Yep.
Man enough to cook my steak rare.
Man enough to deadlift 500, then braid the out of my daughter's hair.
You think I'm afraid to rebuild a carburetor? I eat carburetors for breakfast.
I ain't afraid of bears.
That's what bear hugs are for.
I'll tell you another thing I sure as shit am not afraid of. Women.
I'm not afraid of women.
I'm not afraid of women.
They want to control their bodies? I say go for it.
They want to use IVF to start a family? I'm not afraid of families.
They want to be childless cat ladies? Have all the cats you want.
Woman wants to be president?
Well, I hope she has the guts to look me right in the eye and accept my full-throated endorsement.
Because I'm man enough to support women.
Man enough to know what kind of donuts I like.
Man enough to admit I'm lost, even when I refuse to ask for directions.
Man enough to not ban young women from reading Little Women.
Or one of those pants books that the sisters like.
Who's banning Little Women?
Raw dog a flight. It sucked.
Louisa May Alcott, shut up.
I'm man enough to be emotional.
Okay, so this video, it was put together by the Pod Save America guys.
Oh, was it really?
Yeah, in support of the Harris campaign. And these are all comedians. They're not actually even like Republicans or whatever men voting for Harris.
Could you
it's like what they pulled it in a day because it got panned so quickly.
Could you do the white dudes for Harris ad? Xander just texted to check out that one. The white dudes for Harris ad. But I do think it does speak to that fundamental issue, Frost, of like this was a gender divide election. And Scott Galloway made the point of that, you know, men are struggling right now. They're 3 to 1 times more likely to be incarcerated. Young women in cities earn more than young men. They're graduating from college less.
Got that.
They're graduating from college less. They're struggling with depression, with suicide at higher rates. So they're just all these, by every metric, pretty much homelessness. It's not even comparable. So all these metrics, they're not doing well.
No.
And he also talks about the dating crisis, and when men don't have romantic prospects, they sort of fall apart. And the political divide in this country is not helping that at all. And you guys shared some of your stories that made me think a little pessimistic, frankly.
Yeah, I mean, you can't just ignore it, and that's again, I don't think the Harris campaign ever would have done as well with men as the Trump campaign. That being said, I feel like it was like an ad like that. It's not about not doing well. It's not about like getting fewer voters than you could have. It's about distinctly alienating them.
Yeah,
and that's what seems to have happened. So, but yeah, Drew, play this. I haven't seen this other ad you're about to play here, but I'm curious.
Yeah, we'll play this ad and then we'll go back to the map and see if there's been any updates.
Okay.
White dudes. So I think we're all pretty sick of hearing how much we suck. Every time you go online, it's the same story. We're the problem. And yeah, some white dudes are. Trump and all his MAGA buddies are out there making it worse, shouting nonsense in their stupid red hats and acting like they speak for us when they don't. All they've ever done is screw us over. But if you're not on the MAGA train, where do you go? Isn't it just swapping out one crappy option for another? Then it hit me. This isn't about picking teams. It's about who's got a plan that's gonna make life better for me and my family. So I've been doing my own research and decided to check out Kamala Harris and Tim Walz. And before you jump down my throat, they're actually talking to guys like us. No lectures, no BS. Just real solutions that protect our freedoms and help us take care of the people who matter. And honestly, I think Harris and Walz are the ones to make that happen. End of the day, you're your own man. It's your call. But if anyone gives you crap about it, tell them it's none of their damn business.
God, it's such a well-produced ad that just alienates so many people. also, like, I mean, I'm sorry, but people know it's not people on the right who are saying white men suck, and it's just like you can't get around it. And like again, I don't know, some of this stuff. There's gonna have to be a reckoning on some of this stuff if Trump wins. Trump may still lose. Stranger things have happened.
Yeah, I think that Pennsylvania. Can we see? Is there any latest development on Pennsylvania?
Pennsylvania 87% reporting Trump leads by 2.8.
Yeah, New York Times has it at 89% for Trump.
Who's
89% voted?
Whose ballots are the absentee ballots that haven't been casted or counted?
I don't know. My phone's also about to die here.
Yeah. Do you want? Here, I brought this over. That's why if y'all saw me in the stream earlier where I was trying to reach for a charger. Okay, so
we gotta. There's gonna be. This is gonna be an interesting time ahead.
I'm wondering also what the impact will be for the media. I mean, if we've learned one thing about the media, they rarely look in the mirror and go, "We should put some of the blame on ourselves." Never. They never do, and they'll remain out of touch. I'm sure. I hope there are some good actors that move toward, but if not, cool. We'll welcome all the people who want nonpartisan news. Good for us. You know, it makes me sad. I wish news and media did less to divide us, did less to feed the partisanship that plagues our country. But it's not going to probably go down the way it should in the media.
Billy Carney looks like he's got something to say here. Billy, why don't you introduce yourself?
Billy, do you want to just get on the mic right now?
What do you want?
No, Billy, over here. Oh, right here.
We can hear you, but the audience can't.
This is Billy.
Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Yes.
Probably.
So it looks like the crowd is leaving the Harris campaign's rally.
Wow.
Or whatever you call it. Someone just came on the speaker and said that they're going to count ballots through the night. They still feel like they can win the election. They just played that all over at the Trump rally as well. And that was met with boos. So it doesn't seem like from the Harris campaign they will be conceding defeat tonight.
Wow. So it's, what is it, 12:50 or so, 12:46 Eastern time. Thank you, Billy. Yeah, it seems like, I guess fair enough. I mean, I don't know if they will call those states tonight, but it's certainly not looking like a dub. I guess you have to do that. It's probably just white noise from a campaign.
There was something I wanted to... Drew, could you get that PBS broadcast that he's got on his thing up on ours so people can see it?
Yeah, I don't think it's PBS. That's a Fox News.
Oh, is there a nonsense or is there a whatever?
I don't know if we can get this. Check Twitter. Let's see if there are any clips on Twitter that we can just pull up real quickly. But yeah, we are. Let's see. There are some good memes going on right now.
Drew, stop watching basketball clips and hit the election. He's watching a LeBron highlight reel right now.
Are we really watching LeBron right now?
That's funny. That's not good. I shouldn't laugh. Okay. Oh, what's that?
I still can't believe the New Jersey situation.
This is
I think of all of them, that one surprises me the most because it's just a state where you assume, like when you drive through it, you're like, oh, this is a liberal state.
Yeah.
You know, you kind of go through states, and like Pennsylvania, you wouldn't think that. You'd be like, it depends on what part. Like you just assume all of New Jersey's kind of, not us, but I think most people, like we've traveled enough to know that's not true.
The question is what are the Republicans going to do next? Are they going to try to just entrench, assuming they win?
Yeah.
They're going to try to entrench? They're going to try to expand further to, Minnesota. Minnesota seems like it probably would be. I mean, the fact that it's in play with walls on the ticket is shocking.
You know who looks really dumb right now are the people who said that the electoral trajectory, or sorry, the demographic trajectory of the country would mean that the Republicans will never win again. I remember that being a main talking point in 2012, where they were like, look at the trend lines. They're going to be more Latinos than whites in like 35 years. Republicans will never win again. And we're getting to the point where Texas is purple and Florida will be blue. There were all these projections that just have proven themselves so false. And I'll even put it on not just the Democrats and the media class, but on Elon Musk, the way he talks about mass migration as a ploy to get more Democratic votes. And regardless of what you think of that, it goes to show that they're not like a fixed group of people. You guys in the chat expressed this. Like, you can win over some of these groups, you know, and they've done that. Like, the math is so different.
Although, Elon Musk's argument is that there's a difference between illegal immigrants who become citizens and legal immigrants who become citizens. And illegal immigrants, he talked about California. I only know this because I listened to him today on Rogan. In California, Reagan did an amnesty with a bunch of illegal immigrants, and since then California's been blue ever since, besides Schwarzenegger.
who endorsed Harris, and they did you see that?
No.
The Terminator did. But yeah, the other thing I was gonna say is, and it also juices the electoral count of California. So you can have the census does not differentiate. If you have a lot of illegal immigrants, most of them will get counted. So it'll kind of keep their population afloat. Well, folks, what are we seeing now on Pennsylvania? What are people saying in the chat right now, Drew? Do we give a chat update? Let's hear about our people. Thank you so much, by the way, for everyone who watched and who's watching and, decided to tune into the Roca stream tonight.
One of the questions I had put in the chat was biggest Trump endorsement, Musk, Rogan, or RFK, which is obviously tough. But Musk at 29, Rogan at 39, and RFK at 32. So almost evenly split.
I think if Rogan were like a week ago, I'd probably say Rogan.
Yeah.
But the night before the fact, a lot of people already voted. But maybe it got a bunch of people out to vote. I really wouldn't be surprised if the dual Rogan Musk thing pushed a lot of people to vote.
RFK was pulling at 5%.
Yeah. Well, and that's also people who are going to vote. I think RFK. I mean, RFK. That's a lot of people who are exactly going to vote for him and just moved their votes.
What I will say though, I think a lot of people he did shed that. I don't think it was like a +5. I mean, the polls didn't show +5 after that move.
No,
so
I also don't think the polls reflected RFK's exit at all.
That's fair. No, but I guess that would mean
I'm saying the polls were inaccurate.
Yeah,
I think
fair
the polls
enough.
understated his departure.
Fair enough. I just think that I think a lot of those people were like almost Bernie Sanders Democrats who may not have gone to Trump. I think he converted like part of more of a Trumpian center-right base, and then he also got a Bernie Sanders anti-corporate environmentalist contingent in like kind of that Arizona vibe you're talking about of like the hippie, healthy thing. So I do wonder how many of those people went to Trump, but I know a lot of people in my life who said, yeah, I was going to vote third party, but now that RFK is part of this, I'm going to vote for Trump.
Yeah.
Also, I just 2 updates. Not that this is weird, but New York Times just called Georgia.
Yeah, saw that.
So we saw that. And then Pennsylvania is 3% more in. So it's at 92% in. And at 92%, Trump is up by 2.5 percentage points.
Who hasn't reported? Can you go to...
Harrisburg is 79% in, so I imagine that's a big chunk. Montgomery near Philly is 86%. Philadelphia County's at 78%, so that's going to be interesting.
What's the split right now? Is it better than 81-18?
The split is 78-21.
Okay. And it's hard.
Erie has gone to Trump, as it looks.
What about Bucks?
Bucks gone to Trump, around similar as Erie, about 50.1, 50.3.
Wow.
Compared to 48.6.
And what's Westmoreland in southwestern PA? When I was there, it was a swing county.
Trump at 65 to Harris 35.
Dude, that's Union. That's Union country, by the way.
Yeah.
Like Latrobe used to be blue.
Allegheny, what's that at?
Yeah. Harris 59, Trump 39. And if we compare that to 2020, we'll see that Biden 159. So it's really
That's interesting. You would think probably realistically the union thing is so. I mean, because you would say Biden won Pennsylvania because he was like a union guy, but I don't know. Harrison, it doesn't seem like she suffered from the lack of that whole thing.
No.
I don't know. I don't know. And how about Wisconsin, Drew? We're looking on Wisconsin. Everyone, comment if you think we should get Drew a nice little gift card for staying late to work tonight.
Oh, bro, this is so fun, bro. What do you want to look at Wisconsin?
I don't know anything.
Okay,
what's the state at overall? What percentage you got in?
Yeah, the state overall is at 86%. Trump is up by 3.5%, roughly. And looking at Milwaukee's only 60% in, so it's not going to be. I mean, it looks like if Milwaukee's only 60% in, it might be a long time where we really get Wisconsin official. Madison's 95% in, so I think the Democrats' hopes really just rely on this Milwaukee vote.
So just real quick, how does that math work out? How many votes is Trump up overall?
Okay, I'm gonna be bad with this math, but yeah, so Trump is up 110,000 votes. 60% of the votes are in, and there's 240,000 votes. So that would be around, what, 180,000? And at 66 to 32, that would be 120 to 60. So that wouldn't be enough to close the gap. That'd be 60,000 for 110.
Could you check the chat, Drew? I just sent a clip of a link out of Harris HQ. If we could just pull that up. And
you just sent it to what? Let me see.
Or go to Twitter. Go to just trace it based on that text. But it looks like a video out of Kamala HQ. So folks on the stream, folks, have you noticed politicians always use? I think Obama made that. Everyone just says folks. Tim Walz only speaks in folks. Same with JD Vance. Are like, I know a lot of folks. Stop. Just say I know a lot of people.
Folks.
We're not all
like
folks.
FOLX.
Oh yeah, that's a thing on like Greenpoint, Brooklyn, Twitter vibe. Like, but everybody says folks. It's unbelievable. Okay.
All right, so now that soon we're going to be done with election coverage, you got to figure out what the hell to cover next.
Yeah.
Comment your ideas.
Well,
Where should we go?
Here we go.
What topic should we investigate? All right, Drew's got something for us.
The Harris campaign, the campaign family, thank you.
Can I turn that up a
for
little
all
bit?
that you have done. Thank you for being here. Thank you for believing in the promise of America. We still have votes to count. We still have states that have not been called yet. We will continue overnight to fight to make sure that every vote is counted, that every voice has spoken. So you won't hear from the Vice President tonight, but you will hear from her tomorrow. She will be back here tomorrow to address not only the HU family, not only to address her supporters, but to address the nation. So thank you.
All right. So there you go. That's out of Kamala HQ, and that's at her.
Oh, my brother just sent an interesting poll question. Would Biden have done better?
Oh. My first thought is no, actually.
Yeah.
I think he would have done worse. I think, but I'm trying to think why. I mean, he was polling terribly toward the end.
His numbers were like comically bad. It's like minus 17.
But I don't know. Could he have crafted sort of like a DNC surge that Kamala got? That wasn't totally unique to her. I mean, there was like Kamala's brat thing. There was the Tim Walz thing.
One thing we got to bring up while we're sitting here. Drew, bring up the video from the Ethel Kennedy funeral.
Oh, them talking?
Them talking. Because allegedly, what the lip reader hired by New York Post says they said was that Biden said they shouldn't have replaced him, and Obama said, find it here, yeah.
I'm just going to show the picture, but this was them at the funeral.
Yeah, basically,
right here.
At Ethel Kennedy's funeral. Here, go ahead.
Yeah.
So, at this funeral, Ethel Kennedy, the late widow of RFK's mom,
RFK Jr.'s mom,
but of RFK Sr., the Attorney General and assassinated Democratic candidate in '68. At the funeral too were Nancy Pelosi and Bill Clinton. So at the front row you had Obama, Biden, Clinton and Pelosi, and the entire funeral, reportedly, they didn't speak the entire time, Biden and Pelosi, because, of course, it was Pelosi who allegedly pulled the operation to get him off the ballot. So it's kind of interesting to see that dynamic. But, yeah, so I don't know. I mean, did you add the poll to the chat, Drew, on who they think would have done better, if they think Biden would have done better?
Yes, I did, and it shows Biden, 81% said no, 7% said same, 12% said yes.
Okay, all right. I think that's pretty fair, actually.
I wonder if she picked Josh Shapiro, who was the other.
Yeah.
Although they say their running mate doesn't really make a difference. I don't think Tim Walz helped.
I don't think he did either. I think he helped at the beginning, and he helped them craft the campaign of more normal American. But I think Kamala's never going to have a serious run again. She's now clearly again, some of this is.
So what if she loses? What does she do?
I don't know. Sails off into the sunset, gets into administration later as like attorney general or something. I don't know. Given that she's been attorney general of California, I don't know what she'd do in the interim. Write a couple books, do tours, wait till the next Democratic administration.
If she loses.
If she loses. Yeah, no, we can't declare it done. It's just all the odds, the polls. It's looking like a pretty.
Okay, this is from a Twitter account, 90 Degrees. They have a map. They say Kamala hasn't flipped a single county. Trump has flipped 39 counties.
You're kidding me.
Kamala, not one.
You're kidding me. That should be. That's the headline, just from a electoral perspective.
Wait, Billy, you said Republicans are expected to win the House again?
Yeah. It's like, I mean, on Poly Market, it's been fickle. It's gone back and forth, but there's a 75% chance Republicans take the House, apparently.
Okay. Yeah, let's do a quick Poly Market look at. So we got presidential election winner, Trump 99%. Popular vote, Trump 95. Pennsylvania, Trump 98. Michigan, Trump 93. Nevada, 85% Trump. Arizona, 90% Trump. Trying to look, House control. Yeah, it's looking pretty clean sweep right now.
Wow. So I wonder, I don't think they're going to call Pennsylvania tonight. I'm wondering if, just based on, I mean, who knows? Let me get intel on that.
How many people got watching this stream at the 1,600? Wow.
How many?
1,600.
Wow, still.
We peaked at around 3,200.
So that's awesome. Hell yeah. Roca Nation, shout out Roca Nation.
Just seeing this, AP projects that Proposition 36 will overwhelmingly pass in California.
What's that?
You think you just fell out of a coconut tree?
And that's the one that reverses the soft on crime proposition. So it will reimpose stiff consequences for drug and theft crimes.
Wow. That's a statewide referendum?
Yep.
I talked to someone the other day who said they were in they used to live in San Francisco, they left, and they were back visiting, and they said it seems like the pendulum there is swinging back hard toward that stuff.
Yeah, New York Times says Trump at 95%. I wonder if they'll call it tonight. I wonder if it's worth waiting on the stream here, so we can call it live. But before we do that, let's make sure that this could happen. It'd be funny too if Trump decided to just give a speech before anyone called the race, which, knowing Trump, is not out of the question. Drew, can you go to
Arizona? They're saying it could take up to 13 days.
That's just insane.
That's
Why can't they be like Florida?
Seriously. I mean, Florida obviously has solved the voting thing.
That Kamala hasn't flipped a single county thing is just freaking stunning.
Does anyone in the chat disagree that the social progressivism of the left is their undoing?
These guys are just weird. That's who they are.
Drew, pull up the clip I just sent in the chat.
And comment. I'm curious to see. I mean, is that at all a like partisan or controversial take?
Yeah.
That it's social progressivism.
And so what
This is Joy Reid. I just saw this one on the feed.
seen in the last couple of weeks, if this is an audition for managing a complex organization like the United States, Kamala Harris has passed the audition flawlessly. This has been, in many ways, a perfect campaign, a brief, and she had barely any time to put it together. But just as a managerial matter, it's been brilliantly done. She's reached out to every possible constituent. And so what you've seen in the last
So just a quick
couple of
clip
weeks, if this is an
on
audition
a flawless
for managing a
campaign. What's your
complex
initial
organization like
reaction
the
to
United
that?
States,
I mean, it doesn't make sense. I mean, let's see if she wins, but it comes down to winning. And the fact is, like I said, I mean, you talk to people who work there and they say it hasn't been that.
Yeah.
So,
I mean, I also think that, like, is it really a flawless campaign if you've did a historically, if you did historically few interviews, which was
just them talking shit.
Yeah.
Like, seriously, like they're just.
Yeah, I just think that, like, she did have an exposure problem. I think they did a masterful job with the baton handoff, and went from everybody at the time of the assassination attempt in Butler, Pennsylvania, saying Trump was going to win in a landslide, to then saying, "Holy shit, it's going to be Kamala Bratt." And the camo hat, I thought, was a great move. So much of what she did was great. I totally agree with that. To act like her last 2 months were perfect, where she didn't distance herself from the Biden administration at all, and most people think the country's on the wrong track, and Biden has a low approval rating, and they asked her on The View, they asked her in their town hall, would she have done anything differently than the Biden administration? She said, nah, nothing comes to mind. Well, guess what? The country's not happy with status quo. So if you don't say you're going to do anything different, and then there were so many other word salad moments that weren't, like, few and far between, they were the norm.
I've got two questions. One is, do you think Biden at all tried to tank her candidacy the way that some people on the right are speculating? And two is, was it a mistake to limit her press exposure?
Number one, two's a great question. One, I think you have to, my guess is maybe not tank. I do think he is deeply resentful toward her, and that reports are that Joe Biden is, and that goes back to the 2020 Democratic primary when she insinuated on stage that Biden's racist and has that history. I was that child, that thing. I was that little girl. And wearing the Trump hat and then wearing it onto the plane, and then the garbage comment and
the simultaneous press conferences with her rallies.
Yeah, and she probably ticked him off by not taking him on the road for the final campaign stops. To your second question on was it smart to conceal her, it's tough because, like, we just listed a couple examples of bad press outings, which suggests that maybe she would have been better off if she hadn't done those. But I think she also glaringly fell short of expectations for how much press exposure a candidate should get. So it's kind of like it was inevitable she had to do more. She had to do a level of exposure, and I still think she did less than that level. The problem is her audition still didn't persuade a lot of people. So, tentatively.
Well, I mean, one thing they say about her is that by virtue of running constantly in California, she never had a competitive election. I mean, like, she was always competing against someone to her left in the Democratic Party or to her right in the Democratic Party.
Okay, there is a want to discuss the Nevada results a little bit. I don't think we've gone there yet.
Go to it. So Nevada, essentially, as we understand it, it's split between 3 counties.
Yeah, so it's 68% in right now.
So you essentially have the Vegas, Clark County around Vegas.
Yeah.
You've got the west around, that's Reno, correct? And then you have everything else.
Okay, so let's compare from 2020 to 2024. So in 2020, Biden won 53% of Clark County. And right now, Harris is winning 50% with 77% in. So a story we've seen over and over again, 3 to 5% changes in these substantial counties across the country. It's a pretty common story we've seen. Where Reno is, Biden won 50.8%. And now with 61% voting. Trump is barely ahead of Harris, so a 1% change. So just a little inch by inch.
And one thing that's interesting in Nevada is that, assuming right now that they're probably calculating a lot of, I mean, I don't want to speculate, but maybe calculating a lot of mail-in ballots, and in Nevada, Republicans outperformed in early voting, mail-in voting. Nevada also did a bunch of policies to expand mail-in voting. Now in Nevada, everyone automatically gets registered to vote when they get a driver's license or when they move there, and they automatically get a ballot sent to their house. So they did a lot to expand this kind of stuff, and it seems like it may have had the effect of getting more Republicans to vote early, among various stuff. Real quick, some stats. Polymarket, 99% Trump. Kalshi, 97%. NYT, above 95%. They don't specify.
What are the odds for Nevada right now?
Polymarket is showing 92% for Trump to win Nevada.
Nevada? Got it.
You're pronouncing it wrong.
No, it's Nevada.
Chat is going to punch you.
Wait, did they say it was Va?
I believe they did.
Okay, the main.
I'm pretty sure it's Nevada. Look it up.
Yeah, Kalshi is also 92% Nevada.
From the guy who said Kamala all night.
Work in progress. Is there a breaking news from Maine, Frost?
No, they're saying it's likely down, but there's no. I don't know. The way it's split, it's not gonna.
In Nevadans' preferred pronunciation, the second vowel rhymes with bad instead of odd, defying the word's original accents. You guys are just doing the original dialectic.
With 69% in Minnesota, Trump trails by 4. But the county around Minneapolis is counted.
And just for a question, was it a mistake to limit Kamala's press exposure? 64% said yes. I imagine a little bit of its 2020 vision now that Trump has a high likelihood of winning, but interesting results.
This is okay. What is? Has Nate Silver been quiet tonight? I haven't seen him much in the mix here. Old Nate Silver. I'm seeing one result, which is that this is an interesting take from a Wisconsin swing voter, but I live in a swing state, and the Harris campaign ran content ads on January 6th. What were they thinking? And I guess that message didn't land to a lot of the state. I mean, it seems like that inflation, immigration point.
I think the celebrity, like the pop star thing, also kind of backfires.
Mm-hmm.
Relying on these on.
Also, an interesting question for you guys. This is from Midwest Golf Tour. What state would be the biggest flop for Trump, considering how things are right now? What state does it look like he underperformed most in?
That's a good question. That's a very good question.
Yeah.
I think North Carolina ended up being a disaster compared to their original expectations. Like, it was way closer than expected.
Republicans?
Well, just from
51 to 48.
Yeah, I think a while ago, like in the summer, they would have said that's super safe.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. And I think the Mark Robinson reason is a big factor. Jared just pulled up a clip from the Kamala watch party that sort of captured and just sent it.
Okay, I bet.
Here, guys, we're about to show a clip of, it's very brief, but of the mood inside of Kamala HQ. It's just a close-up on.
And this watch party was at Howard University.
About 1 mile from the OG Roca HQ. Well, this is going on for a long time.
Yeah. Well, I wonder if we call it here and we're calling it at a point where you have over 95% probability, according to the New York Times, that Trump will win. The betting markets are showing, what, all 99%? Or what's Kalshi, 98?
97, I think.
97.
Now, got to give a shout out to my hometown. Back like a century ago, the Chief Justice of the Supreme Court was from my hometown, Charles Evans Hughes. He ran for president. He went to bed thinking he had won. He woke up the next day finding out he had lost.
Oh.
I believe to McKinley.
Really?
I got to double check that.
In the 1900 or 1896 race.
Let's look.
They say that William McKinley invented modern politics in 1896.
Through what? Oh, sorry, it was Woodrow Wilson.
Woodrow Wilson,
1916.
1916. So that was his re-election campaign. Yeah.
Went to bed thinking he had won.
The old Woody Wilson, and I know they're comparing Biden's last year to his after he had the stroke, I think.
That's right.
Yeah, and he was kind of bedridden for a year.
They said his wife ran though.
Yeah, that's right. So maybe it's that situation, and we have an exciting news cycle tomorrow. But wow.
All right, shall we call it then?
This is before we go. I asked people for some last rapid fire questions. So
Okay, let's go.
You did a good job over there, Drew, moderating this whole
appreciate it.
thing.
Okay, first question. So these are rapid fire. How sleepy are you from a scale of 1 to 10?
Joe.
Yeah. That's pretty good. That's pretty good.
I'm not very sleepy, to be honest. We've had these huge bright lights in our eyes for the last 4
Yeah, it's basically sun. Our circadian rhythm's so off. I'm getting up there though. I feel some fumes right now.
What's your favorite color?
Blue.
What's your favorite Diddy album?
The unreleased one. No, I don't know. I really don't even know like any Diddy songs. I'm not even kidding. I looked him up on Spotify.
I mean, he produced beats for Notorious Big.
Yeah.
I'd say that.
Biggie.
Yeah.
I don't know.
Answer this in one sentence. Did Vance make the scales tip in favor of Trump?
No, but I think he helped.
Oh, interesting. So it wasn't decisive, but he did like help a little bit.
Yeah. I don't know if that's what he meant, but yes.
Next question. What was the biggest surprise for you tonight?
The popular vote. I think in the margins in the Northeast. I mean, he almost flipped New Jersey in Virginia. That's crazy. That's like a huge statement.
We had said this afternoon that we wouldn't be shocked if it were a landslide either way, just given how polarizing it was. It's really hard to tell. We're not surprised. I think we've had to put our money on it. We did in those videos. We pretty much predicted this outcome.
Yeah.
Is it wrong to root for parties like sports teams?
No,
well, I guess
it'd be fun to just have a team, honestly. But God, the stakes are high.
You're kind of. I think there are parallels. That people are kind of like born into a party. They're born into a sports team. Yeah. Sometimes you renounce it, but that's an interesting question. I like the idea. I think we could take it less seriously too. So maybe that'd be good.
What about? Keep getting. Someone said my favorite Diddy album will be his Criminal record. Interesting.
That's a good one.
We're getting a lot of who do you vote for?
We keep our personal political preferences separate from our work.
Or we just don't vote, depending on who it is.
What was that? Breaking. Donald J. Trump on his way from Mar-a-Lago to the watch party.
Wow.
Well.
Okay, and then one of the last things.
I don't know.
I think we should stay on for a little bit longer. We still got 1,600 people watching.
Never let a good audience go to waste. Can I get another bottle of water there, Billy?
Yeah, I think we're gonna stay on because you guys are inspiring us. Okay.
Part of my French. My mom's
one of the things that you guys should pop up is that what people want is they want some Pennsylvania math right now.
Some Pennsylvania math.
Yeah, some Pennsylvania math.
Okay,
Billy, can I have one too? I haven't had one in a while. Thank you, sir. All right. Anyone else see that catch?
Okay, Pennsylvania math. Let's look at how many's up, and because Philadelphia County has so many people, Let's start with that, and let's look up how much he's up and how much Philly and the three surrounding counties.
Yeah, I can take the lead on this. So he's up 125,000 votes.
Trump is
with 93% of the votes in. And if we go to Philadelphia, 89%'s in, and that is around 610,000. So that means that 60,000 votes are still coming.
Mm-hmm.
So that's not going to do much to really change anything.
And she's winning there like 3-1, 4-1.
She's winning 4-1, yeah, 78-21.
What do we have on, let's say, Allegheny County?
Yeah, Allegheny County's 95% in, 59-40, so that's not really going to change much. I'm just looking at
What about like Montgomery County, or what are the ones right around Philly?
Montgomery, 93% in, 60% Harris.
Delaware County?
Delaware is at 95% plus in, 61. Chester, 86% in, 55-44.
So it seems like she doesn't really have much.
Yeah, I don't know how she wins Pennsylvania.
So Pennsylvania seems like it's pretty
and
trumped.
Yes, that is true. And was Lackawanna County?
That's Scranton.
Scranton voted for Harris 51-48%.
Wow.
Yeah. Yeah, I think Trump won it in 16 or got it really close, maybe.
Biden definitely won it in 2020.
Biden definitely won it, and I think by a healthy margin.
Hometown.
Lackawanna is a big, important county. Shout out to that haunted, abandoned school for the blind, was it?
I think it was the
deaf. School for the deaf that we
That
went
was
by.
scary. That place.
So Pennsylvania math is looking extremely tough for Kamala Harris.
All right, let's do Michigan now.
Yeah, let's do Michigan. Yeah, looking at Michigan. So Michigan is 67% in. So this one looks like it's not going to be decided soon. Trump is up 220,000 votes. So around 6%. If we look at Wayne County, only 32% of the votes in right now.
Fox called Pennsylvania.
No way.
Yeah, let's get that. Frost, you want to announce that?
All right. Fox News, the least partisan news company, has called Pennsylvania for Trump.
But you know what I will say about Fox is I think they were the first to call Arizona maybe last year.
Yeah, that's
last
why
cycle.
The people got angry.
Yeah, and their election desk is much less partisan than you'd think. So holy shit! And at this point, I guess Arizona and Nevada aren't in, but if those stay red, it's over. That's the election.
All right, so go to the 270 map here and let's add PA and let's see what happens now.
This is insane, guys. We've gone on a wild ride tonight. Holy heck!
I searched 370 map and it actually showed me the map of the plane in Malaysia. Okay. Apologies. Okay.
Let's pivot this stream to talking about what happened to Flight 370.
Okay, so Georgia, Trump, North Carolina, Trump, and we'll say, oh my gosh, if Pennsylvania went Trump, that's 270.
Already, so he doesn't even need Arizona or Nevada.
He doesn't need anything else.
You're positive.
Yeah, that makes sense. That makes sense. Because think about it. If the blue wall scenario for Kamala was he'd have 268, and that's 2 more electoral votes than Arizona's 11 and Nevada's 6. So 19 versus 17.
You heard it here first, folks.
So Donald Trump's going to win the election, if Fox News is right.
Well, it lines up with our math. I mean, our math would suggest that she also has no path to winning Pennsylvania.
Yeah. There you go. All right.
Because you'd be in jail.
All right. Well, there you go. So it could still be 270, 268, but
I just want to say this. This is the second message we've seen that someone said this is the best election coverage they've ever seen.
Wow. Well, thank you so much.
Thank you, guys.
We're amazed.
Oh, and Decision Desk.
Okay.
Oh, wow. Decision Desk just called it for Trump.
Wow.
Pennsylvania.
Yeah.
No, they called the presidential. They called Pennsylvania, which for Trump.
So they gave him 270.
Yeah, 270.
Wow.
Billy, apparently people calling the election.
We are?
Apparently, I think.
Decision Desk and Fox just called the election pretty much.
Decision Desk or Fox?
Both. Both gave him Pennsylvania, which gave him 270.
So should I post the thing?
I think.
Let's see what Dave Wasserman's saying. I want to hear if there are any compelling weight arguments, but our math also doesn't. Dave Wasserman's totally off Twitter right now. Let's check Nate Silver. He's probably doing a stream, but in case he's on Twitter.
Aiden Ross just called it. Yeah, everybody on Twitter is saying
If they're saying it on the twit.
Wow, this might even be more surprising than anything. From Mark Cuban, congrats, real Donald Trump. You won fair and square. Congrats to Elon Musk as well. Godspeed. 1 minute ago. Yeah.
All right, get it up. We're calling it for Trump. That's it. There's no route. Get it up on the IG. Let's see the likes. Let's see some likes on that page. Also, shout out to Billy. This whole time that we've been up here just yipping, yapping, and yabbering away, we've had Billy back here cranking out IG content. He's been making sure the app gets loaded up with content for tomorrow. So shout out to the homie Billy over there.
Wait, why is Brett Baer saying the Harris campaign, this is the most, he's now 3 electoral votes away from winning the presidency? What?
Are they not called some West Alaska? Is there something like
West? Yeah, maybe it was Alaska that didn't get called. I don't know. Alaska's only 30% in right now.
But Alaska's like uber red.
It's only 57%. Okay, this is an interesting thing.
Everybody's saying it on Twitter.
Okay, and this was a contentious part of the whole process was RFK's name on the Wisconsin ballot. People were wondering if that was going to make a difference. He only got 0.5% of the vote, which I guess could have in a different timeline.
That's a lot.
It would have decided it in the last election.
Yeah, the election.
That's a lot. Yeah,
wasn't it 0.4 last time or something?
Yeah, and then in 2016 it was like 0.6 or something.
Yeah, so RFK 0.5, Jill Stein 0.4, and Chase Oliver, the Libertarian, 0.3. So 1.2% for third parties in Wisconsin.
We know a Roca reader who voted Libertarian.
Who? Oh, Brett.
Yeah,
Brett.
A Wisconsin Libertarian.
Although he didn't like her coverage on
anarcho-capitalist.
the Daryl Cooper story, but
shout out Brett. Brett's the homie.
Okay, so unless we're missing something, it looks like Trump. This is a terrible night for legacy news media too.
Dude, I was just thinking about how evil they are, dude.
Yeah.
You watch them, they can't even conceive. There's no interest in actually just like.
Also, this is just an interesting note. If this is not showing that the change from legacy to new media, Charlie Kirk, when I looked on YouTube, had 230,000 people watching his YouTube live stream.
Wow. That's going to be us in 4 years.
In 4 years, it will be.
But that's still
we're not
nothing.
Be Charlie Kirk, but we're going to have an audience like
that's still nothing compared to the cable news.
More than NBC's live stream, more than CBS.
No,
yeah,
but
most people are watching that on TV.
Yeah, their TV's averaging. Like, I still think people don't realize how big some TV view numbers are because it's averaging.
Drew, run the numbers once more on the map here.
I just feel like I haven't seen super credible voices.
If Mark Cuban conceded,
yeah,
it's pretty.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, that's like the most compelling so far.
So someone said, I'm guessing they're splitting Maine and Nebraska in different ways, is what someone said.
I doubt it. Unless they're, I doubt it. Because that would only be one. No, because rural Maine is safely Trump. I don't think so.
If Decision Desk called it, are we good to call it?
Let's see. Let's see. I think that. I mean, why haven't the other places called? I'd just love to see anyone giving a compelling case as to why they shouldn't call it. Pennsylvania up 225,000 votes with.
Up 200. I mean, yeah. Let's see. I think it just comes down to Pennsylvania. If a lot of places haven't called.
It's saying the New York Times is very likely are.
Also, my dad is saying that it's Alaska's 3 electoral votes. That was the difference between 267 and 270 for some sites.
Okay. Well, Alaska, Alaska, I don't think is up for grabs really.
And then I asked,
what if Alaska flips? Like one of the most red states in the country.
I asked the people if they thought decision desk is valid, and people are saying yes, call it. But I mean, you can't always trust chat, so. What does chat think about that? They're saying yes. They said decision desk is usually quick, but usually right.
I mean, either way, you had Fox call it, and by just cursory math, Pennsylvania's not. Look, now everyone's getting a deep internal look into RocaNews HQ and the way things happen here.
I hope it makes you think that we're not too quick to jump on. Okay, Drew.
Do not come.
That we're not too quick to jump on stuff. Sorry, Drew with the soundboard. I cannot wait. The rest of the week when he's talking, I'll make sure to play Donald Trump simulating orgasm noises. Unbelievable. But yeah, okay. So this is crazy. I'm not seeing anyone credibly saying Pennsylvania's still in play. Huh.
I think the call. I think the Fox News plus decision desk call for Pennsylvania
is pretty solid.
Yes.
In our math, frankly.
And our math. Most importantly, our math. Call it, Billy.
Let's do it.
Frost, I'm paying it to you, brother.
And we can now confirm,
ladies and gentlemen,
that Donald Trump has won Pennsylvania, the Keystone State. And with that, Donald Trump has confirmed 270 electoral votes. Correct?
Yeah, confirmed 270.
That gives him the election.
Because you'd be in jail.
So Donald Trump will be the next president of the United States, the 47th president, viewed as, I mean, you think about this campaign, everything that happened, and I'm thinking the arraignment, the mugshot, then you have the fateful Biden debate, then you have the Butler, Pennsylvania assassination attempt, within a couple weeks of each other, right?
Yep.
And then you have obviously the switch, the DNC momentum. You go.
Trump has won Pennsylvania and with it the election. Captured anything else you want to put in there?
I'd say by all realistic projections.
Yeah.
Fuck it. Say it the other way.
And then
Just
say
do your thing.
Yeah. Arizona. I would even say, and then maybe below Arizona, Nevada, Wisconsin, and Michigan are also expected to go his way. Maybe it's the next thing. Expected to.
We just even. Yeah.
You don't think so? I think it goes to show that it's not by. Sure. All right. We don't have to do it. Never mind.
I'm good either way. I don't care. Let's go back. You're saying.
Oh yeah,
the
just
the DNC
the whole.
momentum.
It was really a surreal campaign in many ways, and it goes to show that the media's waves are just so manufactured and in this case wrong. Just so wrong.
I'm not gonna lie. I'm more proud of our coverage of this election than anything else we've ever done. Because if you look at it, people were saying to us a lot of this election coverage we've done. It's only been on YouTube in our app and paywalled newsletter. And the biggest complaint was that people said it seemed too slanted toward Trump because most people we talked to hundreds of people and we just featured interviews and that was it. And the conclusion we took away was that Trump was likely going to win each of the swing states we visited.
Yeah.
And that appears to be exactly what happened. So the allegation that somehow we would have been unbiased if we had an inaccurate image of it. That's just.
No, I mean, I totally agree. I'm very proud of the coverage. I felt that seeing the country was also one of the most rewarding experiences of Roca, which is funny because like our state counts are both in the like upper 30s. Like we've seen a lot of the country already. We've lived in we've traveled all over, but there's something about talking to people in places you'd never ordinarily go that has just educated us so much. We see so many decent people out there. We see the nuances of different states. I feel almost more romantic about America, as weird as that sounds. But it's just like an enchanting, crazy, weird, twisted, but awesome place.
Yeah, if you ever think the country is not interesting or that it's all the same, it's do what we did in the last few months and you realize it's just not. I mean, if you go and you just go place after place after place, just hearing people talk and really making an effort to understand what makes a place tick, you realize every place is totally different.
Yeah.
Totally. You have trends and themes and stuff, obviously they're the same. But no, it's been absolutely fascinating. I can't wait for where we're gonna go next. We got some awesome. We have some content coming out soon. Deep dive in Flint, Michigan. Deep dive on Appalachian, Georgia, Detroit, Milwaukee, the most segregated city in the country. We got amazing content coming out. I can't wait to get this stuff out. It's gonna be great.
It's gonna be amazing. And shout out to all of you watching. What an amazing night! Thank you so much for joining the chat. And Drew, if you want to switch camera, thank you so much for joining the chat and for going through this night with us. It was great, and we can't wait to read through the comments too once we check out this live on the studio.
Seriously, thank you guys. We know that you could be watching something much better produced, much more expensive. I wouldn't say better produced. Drew's the best producer.
Yeah, there we go, Drew.
But something much more expensive.
Thank you.
But you just wait a few years. We're gonna have a nice map.
Yeah.
We're same exact thing, just us, but we're gonna have a nice map that we can click on.
I think it'll be AI hosts by then. Let's be real. We're gonna have 2 AI hosts, Claude in one chair, Chat in the other.
Or there's a chance we're not gonna have freedom of the press in 4 years.
That's true.
So we gotta. You never know where things are gonna go. But hey, thank you seriously for watching. We really appreciate it, and appreciate all the help from people who've been sending us tips, calling in, subscribing to the page. Seriously, thank you all a lot. This has been great. Really
all right.
fun.
Sayonara.
Let's go. That was a great stream. All right, turn it off now.
You know how to turn it off?
I'm working on it.
I think you just hit the off on the device.
So we're not gone yet, folks. We're not gone yet. You thought you were done with us. Absolutely not.
It turns out we weren't streaming.